-931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. -907 2,854 David was born. -890 2,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. -877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebron. -869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. -837 2,924 Solomon became king. -833 2,928 the building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. -827 2,935 the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. -797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. -797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. -797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. -718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. -677 3,084 Jewish renovated the Beit Hamikdash. -619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. -574 3,187 the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. -566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. -562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. -556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. -548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. -533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. -463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. -458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. -442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. -443 3,321 Jehoiakim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. -434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. -433 3,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. -429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. -425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. -423 3,338 the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. -423 3,338 the sacrifices ceased.
I'll give you some wall penetration, girl.
-423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. -421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. -410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. -372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. -372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. -371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. -373 3,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Ben halted. -366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. -362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. -357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. -355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. -353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. -349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. -335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. -313 3,448 Ezra died. -313 3,448 Simon the Zodic met Alexander the Great. -313 3,449 the Minyan Sharo began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -273 3,488 Simon the Zodic died. -246 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. -143 3,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shushmanaim. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shushmanaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee rule. -139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138, 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133, 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628 Onathan, son of Manayahu, ruled. Minus 127, 3,634 Shimon, son of Manayahu, ruled. Minus 119, 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93, 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Eugene Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91, 3,670 Alexander Yanne, son of Eugene Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73, 3,688 Minchal Zion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanne, ruled. Minus 65, 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanne, ruled/dd. Minus 61, 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61, 3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yanne, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36, 3,725 Herod I ruled, killing all the Shashmanaim. Minus 33, 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19, 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11, 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 3,768 Hillel died. 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 3,781 Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834 are Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86, 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Gamliel II. 133, 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134, 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Bar Akiva was imprisoned. 189, 3,949 Bar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219, 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247, 4,007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254, 4,014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 290, 4,050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298, 4,058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 300, 4,060 Ar Kisda was the leading Talmudic authority. 309, 4,069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321, 4,081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325, 4,085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338, 4,098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359, 4,119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392, 4,152 Ardashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427, 4,187 Ardashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475, 4,235 the Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Ravina. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551, 4,311 Mar Zitra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589, 4,349 the Talmudic Academy of Papadita was reconstituted. 609, 4,369 the Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614, 4,374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614, 4,374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629, 4,389 the Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636, 4,396 Yitzhak was the last Jayon of Neharne, Virus Sugar. 637, 4,397 the Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645, 4,405 one of the Tekana Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755, 4,515 RKJL left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Ar Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4,519 Ahalachatilah, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 another of the Takunah Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Sa'adia was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4,715 poor captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Arsherer became Jaon of Papadita. 997 4,757 Arhai became, the last, Jaon of Papadita. 1,038 4,798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 Rabbi Jerusalem Agola died. 1,088 4,848 the rip arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 the rip died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 the Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 the first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi Yotam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 the Rambams and the Redak's families left Cordoba. 1,165 4,925 the Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi Yotam died. 1,175 4,935 the Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 the young son of Uri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 the Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 the Ariavid died. 1,204 4,965 the Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 a massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 the Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,275,030 the Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 the Maharam Mirathenberg was imprisoned. 1,295,050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 the era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Mirathenberg died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimoniyot were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,325,080 Jews were massacred by the Post-Rose Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 Iran, Rabbi, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Rabbi and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 R. Joseph Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gesetz. 1,475 5,235 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 R. Obadiah de Verdenower settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 R. Yitzhak Barbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1,496 5,257 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 The Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 The Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1,570 5,330 The Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 The Arizal died in Span. 1,573 5,333 The Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 The Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 R. Yosef Karo died in Safed. 1,599 5,359 The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 The Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 The Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 R. Yom Tov Lippmann-Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,640 5,400 R. Yoel Sirks. The Bab died. 1,646 5,406 The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Naki's forces. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 The Maggid Abraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtai died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 By Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702 5,463 The Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712 5,472 The Sittei Chachamin was arrested. 1,724 5,484 R. Yaakov Kilai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727 5,487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1,734 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741 5,501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747 5,507 R. Moshe Chaim Lozatov, Rambal, died in Akko, Acre. 1,755 5,510 R. Jonathan Beskuds became rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754 5,515 R. Yechezkel Lendo, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1,757 5,518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,765 5,520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764 5,524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Vaya Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1,768 5,528 despite resistance. The Haidamax massacre thousands. 1,772 5,532 the Maggid of Mazuritz died. 1,782 5,542 Ar-En Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Node of Yehuda. 1,786 5,546 Ar-Elimelech of Lizans died. 1,791 5,551 Pale of settlement was established in Russia. 1,793 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797 5,558 the Vilna Jael died. 1,798 5,559 Bal Ha'anya was released from first imprisonment. 1,799 5,559 Napoleon-led army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806 5,566 the Judah, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1,806 5,566 the Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1,809 5,570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Egypt died. 1,810 5,571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1,814 5,574 Ar Kiva Ager became rabbi in Posen. 1,814 5,575 Kozhnitzer Maggid and Yehudi Peshiska. Both died. 1,815 5,575 Joseph of Lublin and Ar Mendel of Rivenow both died. 1,819 5,579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1,827 5,587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1,840 5,600 Ardat Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1,843 5,603 Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1,846 5,606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1,848 5,609 Ar Yisrael Salander left building. 1,851 5,611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1,859 5,619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kotz died. 1,864 5,624 the Malvin was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1,866 5,626 Judashe Harem, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1,873 5,633 the Chapit's Time was published. 1,874 5,634 the Minchat Chinook died. 1,878 5,638 Hetatikla agricultural settlement was established. 1,881 5,641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1,886 5,646 Ar Shlomo Gans Bride, author of Keith Sir Shmuel Jan Aruch, died. 1,892 5,652 Ar Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5,665 Isfat Emmett died. 1905 5,665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5,671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5,674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5,678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5,684 the Dab Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5,687 the 6th Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5,699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1939 5,699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Pottery. 1942 5,702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5,703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5708 the State of Israel was established. 1948 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Dubai. India, Kill 6. 2020 5780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous truly exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tehillah for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire entire series of the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now in session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9 series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still come with almost all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be finished. This is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. So learning about Hasidism and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not pretend to know things we don't. And it's simply from Hasidism that's the real gap in our knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe a totally sane talk at University of Tuskegee about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe give a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. At any rate, welcome to I would say welcome to the end, but not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis and the dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now than in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So, in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot. It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really exciting news about developments in this creating world, where we're in some new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to digital Palestine this next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why the Shabbatai speak was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. So when you read something of a very technical nature, you can go by it, right? That's why things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, like they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat. It sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer. If you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with the Shabbat speed and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, gold gilding, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbat speaks, the prophecy and the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah. And that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbat business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people do is returning to the period of returning to Kabbalah much like the period before Shabbat, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent. which I think is probably not always first. And so the developments within Kabbalah, my the developments in Kabbalah sense of relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant boost in Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary, footnotes to Gloria. And so that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way till now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Lodi in Poland. And those two become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, Kurdistan, in Morocco, America, actually a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the chapter to be a business, especially in the Sephardic world, really niche. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardic world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were really influenced by the Shabbatiyya movement only recently really come out of Judaism. And so they are really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in America, communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when I looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education, so the Sephardic world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. That would be one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of the development. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or Kavanah prayer. And that school again will last basically until 1965 when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years. Although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course the other is a Klois in Poland. And that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mount of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing learning Kabbalah, especially as a people for the Baron system, which I actually never heard of. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the last years. Hasidism was on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, social relations, customs, dress, all kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. And also saw the nickname that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world that we have to focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is learning all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine if I was a Hasidic Rabbi having written. The Quran says that Allah is juggling. That image in the Quran always comes incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone having something just like that. So the idea that the divine is not close to you. The obstacle is just you and your ego, or fundamentally yielding your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich, or to have fame, or to be loved by someone, or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of the relationship with the divine, because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of the barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's privileged to be able to understand the language of birds. They would listen to birds sing, It's a way of singing, talking, having theological things that the Rebbe's could understand that Fabel's rock, and that Fabel's rock allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds. Always found beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us normie people that all hear the birds. The Rebbe can hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of the fascinating the word was not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, is the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life and to cleave to God. The Vegas is clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this is at some level by cultivating a relationship with shaman and shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rabbi, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzaddikim, they're righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and the Sassan encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe constant relationship that Hasidism really grows through the Today, we'll talk a little bit about a little stranger with Bishop Father, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. But we'll see how that goes. So, as I started last time, sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year the Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. To hear that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus, discovered and invented Thomas Leibniz, bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered Richard White, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. They published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton has figured all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. So it's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody on Star Trek. And they happened the same time. They happened the exact same year. And so it's coming down the pipe. And what I think the Jewish world could not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai Tzvi was the enlightenment. The enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France and in North America and in England and Holland and Germany. The enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new role that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, of its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experiment in science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so you're going to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects as a God separate from nature. It's just nature, and nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers who believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This is an incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and unique and things like that. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and East Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, he brought with him these enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army. Such as armies are very enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the matrices. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. And of course, I'm not saying that Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that they all thought that somehow he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement takes place. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost everyone here in my voice, all of us are pretty enticed in some of my Enlightenment ideas. The idea of protection of the law, you can't be just killed because of what you able, that with a rational system of weights and measures in this country, but many countries, most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is for the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they both be, a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who define the will of God, who knows how to figure these things out. They believe in werewolves and vampires, and they believe in all this stuff. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment. And they did. In fact, the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the last of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful. It can be for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind the shtetl and you stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, that's what I could say. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this. And they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say the black hat, Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know this sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate TV words here of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses, as you ask them, Moses wrote black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down tradition and you retreat into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, and the Levish world, or drifted off into the secular world and try to make it go and either become assimilated or try to balance out both. Assimilation is the largest so what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries would allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as I should know, what the terrifying history of how this would go, fail assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy to not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way, who wasn't like majority of people who were protected when the first hand was rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world, either the 1700s, in which there are Haskalah Judaism, Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stopped. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped it, there was some crusades or the Chapter 3 event or whatever pogroms would have stopped the Kabbalah, well, this call it life, and they didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continue to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on for them. I mean, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Salah movement, many folks I came in contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Salah movement is also the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of mind, the intellect, as opposed to just the world of emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy, as opposed to just happy. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Rabbi Breslov, probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows, which I guess most historical people end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so he really does for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow, feeling. And ultimately, he's going to get right into the Hasidic movement we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Na'an, which I imagine if you've ever been to Israel, you will at some point encounter some Na'an guys, which is smell as high as that they are. They wear the knit cap from the Na'an, and they listen to the techno music and dance around. Pious to a fault. So there's these guys that are out there, and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Rabbi Moshe Luzzatto, one of the greatest traditional Jewish minds of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really today. It's like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two books. He wrote 50 books. Enormously huge output. But the ROTHSCHILD, as a young man, before having had spiritual experience where he had a Rabbi or a spiritual teacher, began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shadow's business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in the journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that is updated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is the book on ethics, which is also really, really great to read and also to get in English too. And these books, both of books, are basically classics in the Orthodox world. They still people. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again. So Derech Hashem and Meslick Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements in one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably he's the most important rabbi. And so, very, very also over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalist texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the learning system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts. They're just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy. Even than English. And Hebrew is also a clumsy language when it comes to philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. A lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. One of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. Maybe I'm translating it. It's beyond me. But it's the Sefer Chaim. Sefer Chaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world. And those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are demons that haunt the organic world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th century. So let's take which is a fabulous and interesting text. You can read it for free. Of course, we have to read the Hebrew English translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, in the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea, double down on being pious and God will protect you. Go in theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up with your head. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, we just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. It turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews and enlightened Jews decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so, Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of the socialism that we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative, in its way to talk about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. I think that it was, if you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was different from Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that are reached into the Zionism, mostly because of the social osmosis because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and New York. So that's one part of the Zionism is that from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism where they belong. Rejected Zionism. Most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even as I read the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very popular, at least to start, and it remains popular now, at least for anyone who's been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel. It's so popular musically. You'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulman's brother always says, he refers to the Zionist, the Universal Zionist, Shulman, he always called him and so this is a thing that developed early on in response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until we talk about men. And it certainly wasn't until, I think, after the idea war that, in a big way, you get religious Zionism. It's a relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like, again, it's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh, yes, I did. This is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. This is this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival with a renewed interest in occult sciences, alchemy, some romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Sidney and Barrett, who are people who published the Vegas. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately developing the form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that is referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, cult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that developed what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah with the K, there is Christian Kabbalah with the C, and now it's developed eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with the Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival takes place. And so Hermetic Kabbalah is always out there, and it's very popular for a whole big world of people. Spirituality is wrapped up with the very specific, very complicated system. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down on the traditional, the other strategies leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned that we go to is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult with many of the people who did the job of assimilating, like you get written off as trainers or something. I think it's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish, and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world were being Jew because they thought it was a sellout. And the Germans never really accepted Jew either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis called. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites of the time, the more the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this, the strategy of assimilation was always completed at some levels of the game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically keep it collectivism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th century philosophy. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? That's what went on. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early was at that time and how awful it could get. And at the same time, I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides of the religion. I think it's very heroic and very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians, and that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century. As you probably imagine, as you may know, even German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 50 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They just had the whole Bible. They just channel countries and Bible. So the scholarship was very driven by pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haftarah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftliche Judentum. And I'll beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftliche Judentum movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is rational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragon logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaftler movement do? They ignored it. Basically, it wasn't effective. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaftler movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment with back in the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Jew, we believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jew. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaftler movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely backwater, politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Consortium movement, the Reconstructionist movement that begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of the movements of this movement, and they base their Judaism on some level on Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, by the Reform Seminary. Guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations of scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of movements. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained in Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained, they couldn't teach it. Because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why folks who grow up, especially folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you've never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never looked at it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happens. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we're talking about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see movements until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in how often did you all study Talmud? How was Talmud something that you be encouraged to study or heard about much? See, heads checking. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud. The sideline. You can imagine Talmud sideline, I'm sure of it. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. We still did Kabbalah, studying Kabbalah in the traditional world. It is the progressive world that it was abandoned. It was decanonized our world. And it's only now lending back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized now. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is in the 20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room, is of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them with all these cattle corners was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Ross would be the better expert of this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation, and the Holocaust is because of they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology was independent believers. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously forbidden to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to their Rabbi. They also didn't want to get into the right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rabbi didn't leave, they didn't leave. And last right, the mark. And when the Einsatzgruppe comes in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rabbi. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of really blackout drunk Einsatzgruppe to do the deed, to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And it's also shown that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Palestine. I think 1 in 4 7 or 4 killed or something like that. And the Holocaust is just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah or it's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews at the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry were very center of the development of Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that coming out. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the two largest groups, Samar, would eventually, Samar Rabbi, Teitelbaum eventually made its way out before the war, in the middle of the war. And the Lubavitch Rabbi also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Earl Park and respectively go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there. You folks know this, right? Israel is just a borough of the real Holy Land over there as far as Konya. So, the rebound, folks, the rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Wissenschaft movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. Forget that Gerhard Scholem, also don't forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. Studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship was so top notch. He reads everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved academic study. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important as Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das is Wissenschaft, right? Nonsense is nonsense. The history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information. God forbidding anyone to hear Kabbalah. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieber, probably the most important, one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS, basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education. Saul Lieber. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense. Well, because you study it as history, as something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually do that. That's completely crazy. So, Scholem really had to walk up to the battlefield the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Scholem had to fight that battle, and in many ways he won. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Scholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yedel and Joseph Don, and other folks who gone on to become themselves leading scholars of Kabbalah. His students were also were willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe really showed how important Shalom was, and also how incomplete Shalom was. So we have a whole new generations of scholars from Leaves, Zach Weiss, and all kinds of stuff. Brody Morris is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit to study Kabbalah and college. You can take an academic look at Kabbalah class and know what's going on. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small religious Zionism led by Rabbi, and he would eventually give rise to this. No, although Rabbi wasn't terribly influenced by a huge communist, but certainly a lot of overeating themes of exile and redemption played a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, communists that come really in the early to mid-20th century would be Rabbi Ashram, the master of the latter, is a Muslim of Israel, and he was opposed to which was the most important, I think, was his commentary on the Zohar text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called Hasbam, the latter. And this is both an introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar from easy Aramaic, but it's into a very modern, make it accessible to a whole generation of people who are in the original Aramaic, which is much Kurdish Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible to the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own interest in communist theory. There's, in fact, I think, a communist that's based on some of his ideals for the Israel intelligence. So you could Ashlag was a very important another character that I don't mention in this that I can't let left out, of course, is Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Slavic movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Cuban movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he were into a Chabad house because Rabbi sent someone to make one basically in his study. And Schneerson founded this enormous Cuban network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, if they will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have narrated the Schneerson to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I never met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really is his return to be heralded by Jews adopting the Torah, and that basically he was kind of excluded, and his occultation of men and the Rabbi was revered as the king Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rabbi's flag, which has a yellow crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again would be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad where they do believe that their leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a outreach. Although in my experience, and what I've been told by those who that largely the people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like ROTHSCHILD, convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger more established doesn't really the science stuff. Although I think they do stuff close to the 70s. So there's a lot has this messianic movement, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan hanging out in these classes, you probably never heard about this or heard about it briefly because the Shinto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were some parents of Shabbat, in a series of really way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were leading force in many ways of the anti-messianism, they really thought messianism was dangerous. And the Shinto family was very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on Messianic. I don't think Messianic camps ever got a foothold in the metro area across the stuff. That's different other places. But I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten on. But for a little bit of 770, certainly. Alright, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Luther, who came out of the Hasidic world and maintained a lot of it's not just the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim, a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially. And the reconstructionist world most recently was from the time of Rabbi from the 1970s. This is a period of Karl and stuff like that, folks who grew up in Karl and so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement is extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks recently passed away, like Rabbi and our great a lot of teachers actually, and Hebrew theology is probably one of the premier neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny how I got to bring together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like great honor to be able to hang out with the gowns of neo-Hasidic. And so we got to spend some time with our green Boston. So the neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and it's popular. It's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling some of the Hasidic ideas into music, I think this stuff is going to continue popular. The last thing I'll mention, this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Bird, which has received a lot of criticism, but remember, I think that it's so legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is a outfit all over the world. It's sort of a franchise kind, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's sort of kind of new age, traditional Kabbalah, but it's famous on folks like Madonna and Britney Spears for a while, which I think either Britney Spears has her tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. Whatever such Kabbalistic tattoos make. You go Britney. Something we show they were home state people, so me and Britney go back. So Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty kind of way. And apparently, I think Madonna went to concerts with Barney White because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic things. But I think the material goes from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material goes from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah and some level of spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. The Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. They've gotten some trouble on his stuff, unsurprisingly. a religious organization from Walton's to Liberty in July 27th. Can you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s, was about pop culture, and a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks were really influenced by Kabbalist ideas and very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Kabbalah is gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. Kabbalah has gone through now a couple thousand years now of turns and twists, messiahs, dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, amount of books and commentaries. He's really gone through almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy goes through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism, communism, whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much. And it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now. Because we're now living in some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than any field when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. In a class like this, all this secular academic class is coming up. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who never accessible before. And then, those folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so, I say that Kabbalah died, Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to go to Israel, Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Really hard to become God. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can be an interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there in Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that were utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population. Most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations, things like the Zohar, Pritzker edition, the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes. So, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah, and we're living in the golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah. Because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know. And to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everybody who's jumped into our class or stayed for all 14, whatever.
What if you watched it while working for yourself at least 3 times straight? Really? Yeah. You know everything about it? Yeah, I'm a fucking Kabbalist on.
That's it.
You're welcome, though. No big deal. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
I look forward to learning study Zohar, also study about imagine kind of a class that would be sort of like a science class where you have a lecture in a lab. Lecture would be like this. You have a lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. Is a lecture lab with Zohar like. I have to say it's more exciting to me. So So anyway, folks, that's how we have to I guess again, I'll just get the same. This journey doesn't end here. Definitely say that. Like I said, we're not even at the end of how long we're ready to talk about that.
And it became a series built from each other, nothing is here, another in writing. He also came very well. Same level. Never shot. Inshallah.
Consider supporting Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Are you fucking serious?
So over here is that got out.
No. What's that? What are you even saying?
here. Speaking of live show, you guys that are live here in the audience for part of episode 91, which is basically the first live streaming Kill Tony ever. You guys are double live. There are people around the world that can hear your laughs and your reactions. So thank you for being here. This is very exciting. We've always wanted it this way. A new sound system, a new streaming live show on the old historical public, the Comedy Store. And as of right now, it's bumping. I'm looking at it.
And just to note that there's going to be two versions of Kill Tony. What's the watch online is live streaming. That's just so you guys can each episode. But then we also release
higher quality for all you listeners. So I got to meet another one this week in Vegas. Wow, we are over capacity on the fire hazard of the belly room. And I just tweeted it, so maybe more people can join us. So let's do it. It's fun. We have it again. We have one sponsor only. Her name's Elise Lane. She cooks us a meal every week. She's the girl with the pan on Facebook and Instagram. She's Elise Lane on Twitter tonight. She made us grilled chicken crazy sandwiches. I had some weird tofu. It's good. Well, pretend like that's anything different. So, guys, it's a live show, and anything could happen. Like, normally we would have cut that beginning part of banter out completely, but no, you saw it. It just happened. We talked about Brian's crazy dance for a second too long. Guys, every week lately we've had a musical guest, and some of you guys that are here in the actual room got to hear earlier because he plays while the audience gets sad. He puts on his own concert here because why not? Allow people to see it on a live show already going on. He's one of my favorite artists that came across in 2014. One of my favorite new musical guests. It's great. Matt Reagan with a brand new song every week. Kill Tony exclusive, the musical work of Matt Reagan. Hey guys. The audience, I don't think is very happy to see me too. I think they're like, you already did your part on the show. As Tony was saying, here's a song, though. You guys want to hear a fucked up song? All right, here's a fucked up song. Fuck yeah, super live. Super live. All right, super duper live show. Please to God. Here's my song. Sorry. When walking down the street, it all seems beautiful to me. I stand up straight and seem to walk a little faster. Going to the shop and making talk with Mrs. Locke. You know, she's got the happy face of a disaster. Yes, and everyone smiles and waves at me, and I wave and smile back. But there's one thing that they don't know. I've got a gun in my backpack. 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 If they only knew they probably shit their pants. Make a sticky, stinky doo-doo. Why? But they're unaware of the real circumstance. I've got a gun in my backpack. Fucking gun in my backpack. I stole it from a dead man, and now it's in my red backpack. Nobody knows Another brand new song that we've never heard before. Simplified, streaming. He's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Buy his album. Pat Reagan is a piece of shit. Pat Reagan Smells Like Shit. That's available on iTunes and Spotify for free.
Check out Evan Jeremiah Watkins' channel. Great video for Funny or Not.
Yeah, they're hilarious. We're very excited about Pat Reagan too. Guys, every single week on this show we have a head of security. Normally it's a young rising comic coming through the ranks who is the head of security who keeps us safe and asks questions, tries to learn the rest of us. This week we have our most credited patriot of all time. It's actually a relatively super regular guest, a Death Squad powerhouse, one of the most credited comedians we know and get to work with, one of my very best and funniest friends. Put your hands together for the great Stephen Brody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Wow, our best patriot ever. Chelsea Lately, Hangover 2, Due Date. Enjoy it on Comedy Central. It's on Comedy Central half-hour special.
You got it.
And then present EX live in the flesh. You've seen him on everything. Comedy Central, HBO Go. There he is, live in the flesh. He's our patriot. You did? You did it again. Brody's already on fire.
It's great to be playing the role of Iron Patriot when I work with Iron Man, dude. You got it. Robert Downey Jr. opening scene.
Oh yeah, you were in there. What about after the opening scene? How'd it go out?
I went home. After that?
Yeah. Come back or anything?
No, it was one and done.
Oh, okay.
I do one scene and I get out. That's why I do it. I'm excited here. Hello, Internet. Hello, high definition. I'm excited. Welcome to Us Stream. So I'm going to yell that for streaming after I did 2 hours of professional audience warm-up today in front of 150 people. So I come in here and I up maybe 2 percentage points than I normally am. And I get beat down. You don't do that to me.
Brody's got a little bit of a soft side. Rugged teacher. Brody, I'm really excited to have you on. You're talking about your 2 hours of crowd warm-up that you did on at midnight today.
Yeah, I've been fired up recently. You know, people don't see the dark underbelly of show business and what it takes to make an Emmy-nominated television show. You got it at midnight. Nothing. Right.
already.
I'm excited to see the fresh crop of talent, and I'm excited to work with your two guests. It is always an honor to be here with Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band. Let's do it.
Right, here we go. Every week we have two. Every week we have two new guests come on, and
I'm here being positive. I'm being a good sport. But let's keep, he said, I'm doing this. Let's be nice to me. Right. So, well, why am I doing that? What?
It's the couch that you're sleeping on.
Why am I doing that? What?
It's the couch that you're sleeping on. I didn't hear him. It's the couch that you're sleeping on in the kitchen of the place that you're sleeping. Like, why are you losing so much sleep over the thought of food? What is it? Like, do you really fucking sweat when you think of, like, eggs and shit?
Why do you keep on adjusting the microphone?
Jesus Christ.
I know the microphone doesn't go as tall as me, but I know. It comes down, you think I'm going to get laid?
Jesus, this guy's like a giant 7-year-old. Giant 7-year-old lesbian. That's what you are. It's unbelievable.
Sports is brother.
Yeah. It's less fortunate to be
When you know you're not going to get laid by anybody who's worth playing, just go fucking eat everything you can. Look, man, you gotta change the attitude.
Yeah.
This women out here fucking everybody. Yeah, for most of them, I can get pissed off.
Go get it, Michael. That's Michael Parkinson going to get some pussy.
Michael.
Is this your real Twitter handle? Is this your Twitter handle now, Michael? This thing you wrote here? Okay,
I think I just got Michael Parkinson's disease.
Whoa, look at that. He went for it.
And tweeted.
Follow Michael Parkinson on Twitter at Gerber Baby Grown Up. So, I've called him a lesbian all 3 times that he's been on. Once every time, he really does. He looks like a giant lesbian.
He's a happy.
It's like that one that if you played softball and she was on the mound, you'd be like, oh, fuck. This is that one that fucking throws the thunder. Like
She threw it out overhand. Or they just throwing fastball. Got a side off on the
Oh, shit. All right, here's another new name that sounds like they haven't been on before. We're going to get together for Peter Guerrero. I don't see Peter Guerrero, and so that means he just got blacklisted, bro. He makes some funny noises.
How dare you? With this Peter guy, he got nervous. He thought I was going to go after him. And that's what makes you a tougher comedian. Michael, thank you very much. Picture of Access Paratransit.
Oh, there you go.
You got it.
Nailed it. Fuck yeah. So,
Yeah, let's do it.
your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. We know this guy. Hillbilly. This guy is a real hillbilly from the South. He just fell down the stairs and immediately picked himself up. He's from the South. Eric Carter, everybody.
Oh man, it's great to be out here, but I nearly coughed up earlier. I wanted to feel like I'm living in a big city, so I didn't drive. I took the metro, and I went to Highland. Instead of going west, I went east, and I noticed like the Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame dropped off, and then I looked up, and I said, Little Armenian. I'm like, shit, this ain't Beverly Hills. But I just walked in here, bumping and plumping, and thank you, but just moved out here New Year's Eve, moved from the South. It's fun being a Southerner, but people give me a lot of hell. People always assume that I'm a racist based on my accent. That ain't true. I have a friend that's black. He got called to fire 2 years ago, and he's still pretty burned up. months I've been working on oil rigs. And if you think I'm a piece of shit, you should see my operator out there. This guy had too many felons to be a Marine. He proudly bragged.
Jesus Christ, dude, what'd you do?
Dude, I literally just walked in. They're like, I'm still waiting for you. About that extra 30 seconds on your
And then you did a joke about here. You saying that your only black friend is a white guy who got in a fire a couple years ago? Is that what you said?
1 out of 3.
Wow, you went for it, huh?
Yeah.
He's 1 out of 3 with the other 2 white burn victims as well.
The other one has frostbite the entire body. The other one.
They're legit black guys.
They use oil. They're legit black guys.
They use our oil.
So are your black friends, or could one say that your black friends are some riggers?
Yeah.
That's good. That is. Whoa, look at that.
So Eric, you're from the South, you're flustered. Where'd you walk from? Why?
I got off the Highland and I walked the opposite direction for 5 blocks. And then I noticed I saw the one that's shit. And it was like 7 foot. I walked basically for fucking miles. Up and up.
Why'd you keep walking? Why didn't you take a bus or something?
I don't like buses.
Why did you jump up there? One-on-one, baby. Even if you survive the landing, a car's gonna hit you any second.
I was excited for your material initially because it was a great bit. Like, oh shit, I walked the wrong way on Highland. I got to go to Armenia, and little Mark Ellis, who likes a happy ending, is like, oh shit, here comes a punchline. And then you just went into your first joke, and I'm like, wait, that was like half your set. It was just a setup to why you're on stage. And there was no joke. Is it real?
Yeah.
What part of the South are you from?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that checks out.
When did you see your first black person?
3 years ago.
Really? Holy shit. So y'all got on TV now?
Black and white.
They still show up as black. Like,
They still don't show up with the black and white TV.
Those black and white ones, they're still
Ain't no black program, no black and white TV.
Oh my god, Eric.
The Simpsons, bitch.
So you were on an oil rig for a few months. What's that like?
It's hell, especially in North Dakota, 6 inches of snow, below 20 degrees.
It's like, what do you do? How many hours a day are you working at?
18.
Right, and then what do you do after work? Just go to sleep and do it again. That's all there is to do. So, what would you do for fun on the oil rig? You were out here for a while, you got a taste of Hollywood life, and then all of a sudden you're on an oil rig in North Dakota. David's now. What would you do to entertain yourself?
Well, they sent us up a nice cabin, so I thought
A nice cabin to you, what's that thing? Outhouse, a job day, John, one of those fucking, like, what do you consider a nice cabin? Right, fuck yeah. Exactly double the size of a trailer that you're normally used to.
So, did you have any prostitutes out there?
Well, that's like the Wild West. There were a bunch of them. I stayed away from them. STD was really hot in that area, higher than bomb.
have you ever got an STD?
You ever Google blue ball?
I saw that.
What's a blue ball?
The image of like blue waffle disease.
Oh shit.
What the hell is
Blue
that?
waffle disease.
I told me to Google it. It is really high in North Dakota. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like a blue waffle.
I hear Megasha Jackson saying yes it is, and by the look of her lips, she knows about blue waffles. If there's blue waffles happening, Megasha Jackson knows about it. Eric, have you ever been with a black woman before?
Yes, I have.
What was that like? Right, exactly.
I've had 3 of them.
What?
Yeah, sisters love me.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. 3 sisters? Oh, I see what you're saying. Sisters. I thought thought he was saying that all great black women that he hooked up with were sisters. I forgot that they got sisters. I thought people were actually
You guys went from room to room to room in a house. Can I get your grandma too?
Aaron, tell us about being with a black woman. What was that like?
Well, I was fortunate enough to eat shady.
These shaved.
These shades.
Not they shaved. You said these shaved.
Yeah.
As if they're like, they're not even human beings. That's what you're saying. These shaved. That's like saying this fucking shaved. Like, it's like you can't believe it. They would do that to themselves. Right, exactly. It's just so natural. He doesn't even know what's wrong. He doesn't even see what could possibly be wrong.
It's like you're describing the ordering experience on Amazon. Like, you're just like, nah, I'll go not shaved. I don't want to deal with that shit.
Now, they had pretty asses. They were shaved.
Wow. Dude, there's a black guy right behind you who's going crazy right now.
Hey, you ain't no pussy.
One of them did. I didn't think the other two.
The first one, yeah, try.
Well, the other two, they were so damn worn out after I thrusted it to them.
Wow, yeah.
What was your favorite thing about being with a black woman? Is you don't get feedback normally with white men.
That's gonna sound kind of crazy, but I like that coconut smell. Like black girls have good scent.
Oil. It all comes back to the oil. You can take it. The sales just went up again.
This oil totally drowns out the smell.
The West Side Pimp, motherfucker, West Side.
Smell of coconuts that you guys.
What's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Have you ever been serious about a young lady? You're a walking Allman Brothers song. You keep moving from oil rig to oil rig. And now you're here. How long are you going to be here before you go back to rigging? Do you have a date yet? Like, do you have a prognostication as to when that's going to be?
No, I just got to serve a job over in City Walk, next restaurant.
Oh my God.
Hey, Mexican went below.
Hey, you want some kind of burrito or something? I like the tacos Bel Grande.
These cooks got English back there. These cooks speak English.
Try the blue nachos.
Yeah. Can you tell us the restaurant? Can you give us a little pitch? Like, what would you came up to us as a table? Like, what would be your
I haven't started yet. Just got up with Nugget 2s.
Is it Camacho's?
Yes.
I've been to City Block.
You just guess the restaurant?
Yes. Camacho's, it's right there. It's next to they got an iPad.
That Mexican restaurant before.
I bet you have.
One in Dana Point, one in Waco, Texas. Busted the place.
So, like, give us your opening line. What's it gonna be? Talk to the mic.
How are y'all doing today? Y'all welcome to Camacho's.
Let's go to another restaurant. Let's get out of here. Eric Carter, there he goes, everybody. It's on Twitter and call me. Say anything else for Eric?
I'm not saying what you serve me. He's going to be.
He didn't look at you at all.
He knows where his tip's coming from. Come on, Byron.
We have a different water fountain for your friend.
You know, guys, I was saying we're talking about oil, and Mark's been and there's a football player who's really into oil. Redskins, John Briggins,
Diesel. Yeah.
guys, I knew you wouldn't get that joke, but as soon when I say something and then I'm done, then you laugh. That's called a joke, and that's why I hang out with Major League Baseball players and whoever I want to. It's positive energy, and I look funny.
Hey, Brody, there was a pitcher that was really into oil, too. Do you remember him?
Hey, boy. Right. Thank you. Got it. Why did I get that? Ask me something not about sports.
Eric Carter's on Twitter and call me EC. That was Eric Carter, everybody.
Eric Carter, everybody.
What do you think of Eric, Brody? What's the Brody report on a Southern boy like that?
I worked at Red Robin. I understand what he's going through.
I like this. I like how he put down his coasters. It's his table. I'll check back every 2 minutes.
Those are the rules.
Always keep the water. Always fill up water.
You're gonna do good there. Come on. Is it Hector Camacho's? Is that who owns it? Hector Macho Man Camacho? Do you guys read newspapers or anything at all? Because I'm throwing out basic stuff and I'm getting zero.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
It's gonna start getting sexual. All right, that's where we're going next.
That's what you sickos respond to.
Jesus Christ.
Masturbating.
All right, it's a good live show when Brody starts threatening to masturbate. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He just had his head shaved on this show a couple weeks ago. So he's going to be hilarious. 3 hands together for Kenny Lyon, everybody. There he is.
I got straight A's in school, straight absences. Going to Sunday school, they're teaching me bicycle.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Say the banana splits one again.
I'm attending Sunday school, teaching me how to school bicycle.
Michael Perkinson's just laughing because you said banana splits. I love it. So you come in with all the confidence in the world. I'll show where you only have to
love Gil Tony. Thank you. That's why I love it.
Kenny. Just stick with me. Over here, buddy. I got no spots. Just relax, Kenny. Take it all in, okay? You did 13 seconds now. Now, did you come out here with the intention of just doing 13 seconds? Like, if you get picked, you're like, I'm going to do the one thing about the A's and the absences, and then that joke about banana splits that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm going to sell the dog shit out of it and just go give it my time back. Like, you thought, like, was that the plan the whole time?
Now this.
Well, yeah, well, I know this is the part of the show where we do that, but I'm talking about during your set. You just felt that in the moment?
Yeah, I did those two. I started
Now, at the other mics, did you do more time than the 13 seconds? Or also, on those mics, did you just drop the mic afterwards and walk out? Like, to give the rest of you y'all like that? Whatever that beautiful line was that he says. Now, how do you feel now with the new shaved head? You had a big pair of dreadlocks.
I love it. My job loves it. Actually, my job, my boss is Jay Thomas. He was Sam Kingston's old manager.
This thing is more shout-outs than like 106 jams. It's unbelievable.
This one goes out to Vacation Jackson. Sweet bud.
Yeah, what you need to know about Kenny Lyon is that he smokes pot constantly. Like, he's a really big freeloader of pot, and he just stands around anywhere around the comedy store where he thinks people are smoking pot, and he'll just join you if you start smoking pot. That's just exactly what he does. And so he's trying to clean up his life a bit, so he got rid of this disgusting, matted, wormy-looking dreadlock that he had. He shaved his head on this show for an astounding 3 minutes of complete silence. It was a total failure. I never should have booked it that way. And so now, Kenny, this is what's happening. What's the job that you work at?
I'm an usher at the movie theater.
You're an usher in a theater.
Wow. Did they recognize you when you came back to work after you shaved your head?
No.
like, man, he kind of looks like that guy we fired last week.
Kenny, did you get to work the Academy Awards? Yeah. What was that like? Yeah, that's the best, man. 3 years in a row you've been working there? I try to look up with chicks, couple of things. How does that work out for you? Yeah, I kind of got close because, I'm right there guarding the doors. Wow. Yeah, when you see at the Academy Awards, it's all popcorn. Did any like hot starlets try to have sex with you? Was anybody like, oh shit, Manny, I want to fuck Manny Pacquiao with leukemia? You can't just hire really great jokes. That's
you can't hire 2 jokes that want more than your entire set. That's unbelievable. So Kenny, during the Academy Awards, did you ever get mistaken for Mannix in the Phillies title? Now that's a joke. That felt good. Thank you, Kenny, for being a part of that movement.
I love it, bro. You guys gotta watch Brody when he closes. Kenny, they know. Even the shout-outs, Jesus Christ. Non-stop. Now, you live with your mom, and you said that she was going to be really happy if you cut her hair. This is like the update on that. How's mom feel about the new haircut? She's still mad that I don't have a full-time job. Right. She laughs.
Wait, but you got the theater gig, so how many, you just worked the Oscars?
Pretty much.
And then you're off the rest of the year?
Yeah.
I'm fucking up, bitches. See you in 2016.
You see people in the theater one day a year?
Wow. How can you...
I don't know. What's your mom think? That's a
Yeah, you made it. You made it.
Whoa, Brody,
I almost said
excited over there.
I almost said, I'm sorry, guys.
Be careful. The guy from Breaking Bad sitting right next to you. Black guy. Oh shit, there he is. I saw him eating potato chips out of a backpack earlier. It was the highlight of my night. I know there's just one little bag of potato chips in the backpack, but I was picturing like if the whole backpack was just potato chips when he was eating it. It was like the most adorable thing, but I didn't want to draw attention.
It's like a kid's book. It's a magical backpack that keeps creating potato chips that's never ending.
There he is, everybody. All right. Kenny, thank you so much. You're wacky.
Solid. Also, yeah. I just want to say it's an honor sitting over here with former Major League Baseball player Tony Gwynn.
There he is.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah. Brody's there.
John Riggins. So you're through athletes that are still alive, so now we're just going to reference dead athletes.
A question that I always ask my guests when they're on for the first time is, was there anything you said or did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did? You know, like how probably at some point, like Megasha's gonna look back on tonight's set and wish that she said other things. You know what I mean? Like probably.
There were a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
Oh,
there's a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my
That's a
past.
classic youthful.
When I landed in the Comedy Store 10 years ago, I had a lot of Hawaiian shirts when I do the open mic. It was like, that was my funny show. Like, how would everybody know I was funny unless I had the Hawaiian shirt? And on really big Saturday nights, I had the Hawaiian shirt with a Van Halen shirt underneath the Hawaiian shirt just to double up how much I fucking love the party.
Shit. I get the feeling Byron's not going to have the same answer as that. Hawaiian shirts and Van Halen t-shirts underneath them for you, Byron? No, that's nice. Wow, was she Asian?
Yes. Was she Asian? That's like the Asian N-word. Yeah, she was a Vietnamese woman. She was talking about
Yeah.
She was like, you shut up, nigga, and the whole place got shut up. Everybody else was white, and it was like a standoff. And I was like, you know what? I deserve that.
Always let the Vietnamese win. That's just the American way.
Yeah, I fucked up. I guarantee right after that set, they set up a white kid in a Hawaiian shirt to clean up the room, just to put everything back together.
Oh, you know how many people it takes to kick out an Asian woman? Oh.
It was a mistake. Them doing the golden show in Atlanta was a mistake. They moved it like a movie. And I was on stage and the gong was doing my feet. Instead of them hitting it, they said they played it. I had to gong myself, you know what I mean?
Did you do it? That's so funny.
And the nigga just killed himself at the gong. It was horrible.
Wow, that's amazing. I hear horror stories out of it.
Are we going to flip out the N-word on this podcast? Because I'm an audition. I'm an audition.
All right, Brody.
This is like a no-win situation for me.
You're
You guys know that, right?
You're killing. People are going to agree to
No way.
Yeah, you're crushing.
Yeah, you press
So we have a great synergy, Brody. We work together.
No. I'm on the chat room. You know what? Loving the show. Let's keep pushing.
Here we are. We're the part of our show where every week we have two regulars that go up and do a brand new minute every single week. It's insanity. All of our fans have gotten to watch them grow. Like over the last year and a half, a brand new 60 seconds each week. They do it as well. So we're going to get together for your first comedian. Micah tonight, you know her as the college dropout. Dropped out of her senior year at the University of Florida. Once she started stand-up comedy here at the Comedy Store on this show. Brand new minute. Very funny. Give her a good compliment.
Fifty Shades of Grey is coming out pretty soon. And a lot of girls were really into that book. That was a really big thing a few years ago. A lot of chicks masturbated to 50 Shades of Grey. Not me, I couldn't. Too many paper cuts. Just kidding. I really don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how people masturbate to books. Like, where they like, I like that now. Like, I don't get it, you know? I'm starting to realize that I have a type of guy, and that type is unavailable. And I don't know if I like unavailable men because my father was unavailable, or mean guys just get me wet. The other day, a guy messaged me on Facebook, and he said he would give me $25,000 if I gave him food. And I'm not a prostitute, but I feel like $25,000 buys a lot of this street.
Check out the congas. The brand new minute. That's fun. You did it again.
Thank you.
Anything for Kimberly last week? Like, brand new minute each week. How would that affect you?
Have you used the previous minutes in other sets, or was it just like now it's just a challenge to do this show, and then it's like fuck that minute, it's not that good? Wait, do these minutes translate to other shows you do?
Oh yeah, I use them. Some of them.
Yeah, the good
Yeah.
ones. The good ones.
I go back and I look at them. And like, now they're all starting to
I saw you before. I definitely think it's like they use exercise.
You've been a paid regular like 6 months.
Yeah. Like in 2 years. Yeah, there you go. Even Brody's defendant.
Basically what I'm saying, I think this was good training ground.
Absolutely.
They wasn't born this shit. Ain't nobody born.
Have you ever read 50 Shades of Grey?
I tried to. That's what I made the joke.
You tried to read the actual paper version of it?
Yeah. It's like really sexual on paper. And I was like,
Do you think you've gone so far down the porn path that now a mere book can't get you off anymore?
I'm pretty deep in the porn now. Probably.
Well, this is interesting. They do.
Women control and come from it. They go back to just be like this.
Yeah, all the options.
Yeah.
Weird, man. 2 vibrators, 1 broke.
Is this true? Are all the drawers the same?
I
You have a
don't,
drawer like that?
I don't have a broken or a broken vibro, but I do have different condoms and a vibro. We do.
So if you get a guy back to your place and you like him enough, you just like go to the drawer,
Yeah.
send him to the drawer, and he's like, "There's no fucking books in here." You're like, "Sorry." Kimberly,
Yeah.
personal question.
Yeah.
Do you ever lose your virginity at Barnes and Noble?
There you go, Brody. You're nailing it.
Yeah, that's one on my demo reel.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Kim. You did it again. Another new minute.
I'm more comfortable staying.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
I mean, it don't matter. As long as you'll never really feel it right. But yeah. Confidence. I was going to say that, but I'm trying to keep my
Yeah.
very confident.
It's always going to be hard, you know. You never really get that much more comfortable on stage because once you keep doing good, then your expectations just go high with whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? So,
And that the Listerine joke is the best joke we've heard all night. It goes like Listerine joke and then like McGeish's advertisement for a website.
Oils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you did a joke, that joke you did, and then it didn't like you wanted to. You kept going.
Yeah.
That's how you know you get over this thing.
there you go, Kim.
And by the way, there's a great open mic out in the valley. It's my apartment. And
Wow, Brody.
hell on fire.
Going for it.
Awesome strong, Brody.
There she goes, everybody. The great Kimberly Condon.
Yeah.
There you go. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience with me, Brian, and your next comedian, the final other regular, who does another new minute each week, normally talks about something goofy and breaks it down bigger and expands it on an inanimate object into something wackier than that. Very funny. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinstein.
I don't understand people who have spice racks. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I feel like they want to be taken seriously in the culinary world. There is no need to have 16 spices. There just isn't. What the fuck is coriander? Why do you have that? It is not the late Middle Ages. We're not going to be trading spices for furs and silks, guys. Time with a TH. When you sound that shit out, it's like fine. Like you have a lisp. Makes no sense. Saffron? What do you use saffron for? Cumin? Spelled like cumin? C-U-M-I-N? Alright.
Crush Fest, all on one thing, stayed in the pocket, spice rack on the way. That's great.
Yeah.
That's probably right. I mean, of course, it's like, wait, I noticed there's no spice. I love that. You're right. There is so many fucking spices.
You did a great job of picking out the obscure spices that people still heard of.
Right.
Like, nobody knows what the fuck coriander is or what it's doing in your food, but we've all seen it there.
Right. A lot of people think that cinnamon and saffron are just the Geisha Jackson sisters. There's spices as well. I like that one. Really heavy. Yeah, we've heard a lot of this kitchen stuff, and that's why it's really exciting for me to see Spice Rack and see if it's like already sort of ready to go. Like, that's what's crazy about what they do is writing a new minute each week is 52 writing minutes a year. So if only half of that sticks, that's amazing.
There's your half hour.
You can wire it together.
If if the stand-up doesn't work out, do you have a background in culinary arts?
I mean, I can like make it taste decent. You know?
Michael Perkins. Hold on, Michael Perkins just came in as a cadence.
You just say the room, Joe.
You literally raise your hands like you were on Space Mountain when you just heard about a girl that might be able to cook you halfway decent shit.
Yeah. Anytime the girl says the word kitchen twice, Michael freaks out. Look at that dude. Oh, what is he? You're gonna make it, man.
I can't believe you brought down the security at Jurassic Park by yourself. Like, that was so crazy.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Damn you, Newman.
Wait, we got a show. I think that you and Lloyd should go on the road together. You just say, what the fuck is coriander? Then he tells everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually goes well in blue waffles. You guys just united.
You guys would be a great team. Nothing better. They call him a pig again. Forget it.
You're not that fat, by the way. Like there's a lot of...
But your face is, so don't plug that way. Guys, I love it. That's Sarah Weinshank crushing for a minute. Her and Kimberly Compton. We're watching monsters grow here week after week with those tips. She's Sarah Weinshank. Princess Shank on Twitter.
Like to see her spice rap.
Oh, Brody, going for it again. Somebody let Brody jerk off on them, please. He's getting a little horny over there. Brody, you're on Twitter at what? All things Brody. Brody is me friend. What is it?
Brody is me friend on Twitter. Thank you very much. And once I settled in here, I thought we all connected.
Totally great synergy. Thank you, Brody. You're one of our best Patriots ever, especially on this first ever live streaming episode. Big shout out to Josh Martin Comic. Josh Martin sitting right over there in the ugliest t-shirt in the world. He has been hustling around all day, setting everything up. Panicked at one point. We've done 91 episodes. He's never panicked to me before. Was panicking before this one. Told me that I should give him the information about the Patriot not dressing up earlier than 10 minutes before the start of the show. Josh, I think you might be taking things a little too seriously. It's okay. Yeah, he was upset that you were only wearing gloves.
You were mad at me, Josh?
No, it wasn't that. Yeah. But thank you guys. And to our amazing guests, 5150 Ellis on Twitter, Byron Bowers on Twitter, Schmoes Know. Go get that on iTunes. Subscribe on YouTube.
Yes.
Schmoes Know is unbelievable. That's where I check into for all my fun movie reviews. Because I love fucking movies. How great was Birdman with me?
Oh, Birdman, I think it should win Best Picture.
I totally agree. Hopefully with Kenny Lyons seating people at the Kodak Theater, you can slip that in the envelope. Byron, anything else you want to promote? We are live.
Geico, every Wednesday at 11.
Well, it's a popular show.
And Eric Andre show on Bill. It's on 2 hours. It's on Netflix this year. Firepowersout.com and Facebook and Twitter and all that shit.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much. I am doing the 311 cruise at the end of February.
What is that, Tony?
311 performs on a cruise ship with like 4,000 of their biggest fans. There's a bunch of other shows that go on. I'm opening for 311. And the band that I helped, no big deal. Just getting paid to perform with a band that in high school I would save my money to go see, which is pretty fucking surreal. So I'm excited about that.
Which one you did? That's one.
Tweet at Comedy Central that you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe on the hashtag Beaver Roast. Annoy the dog shit out of them until they simply can't take it anymore. Do whatever it takes to try to get me on that thing so that other people that don't watch podcasts know how amazingly hilarious I am. 2 million total views tonight on our live stream. 2 million. I'm pretty sure we went over the fire capacity of the belly room. Thank you so much, live audience. Redman, anything else? Love you guys. Thank you. Roast battle is next. Roast battle. Good night.
Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony!
Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. Happy Monday to all of you. How exciting. I'm glad that so many people were able to make it out. Welcome to Kill Tony, everybody. Here with the one and the only Brian Redband. Brian, hi. How you doing, buddy?
Horrible week this week.
Oh,
I got roofied. A male roofied me. It sucks.
that's insane. All right. In other news, fucking crazy shit always. I'm doing, you know what, I'm going to save that. Let's do something that we've been doing every week. First of all, our one and only sponsor is sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Elise Lane. She's a gourmet chef. She cooks food every week for me and the guests, and we give her a shout out on the podcast, and she gets to meet comedians. Comedians like, for example, Russell Peters, one of the richest comedians in the world, who now hired Elise Lane as his private chef, everybody. That's right. She gets to laugh in a Malibu compound while cooking food. Tonight she made us another great meal. Tonight it's urban garlic roasted pork tenderloin with caramelized stone fruit cabinet over grilled sourdough. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane and Instagram and Facebook. She's the girl with the pan, Elise Lane, everybody, our one and only sponsor. Making you hungry when you're expected to just enjoy a good comedy podcast. We like talking with you. Every single week lately, we've had a musical guest who comes on and does a brand new song each week just to get us warmed up and started. And now, the last few weeks, he's actually been playing while the audience gets sad in this room. And he's been shaky about his confidence. He talks about it outgoingly before the song, awkwardly. It's a beautiful thing. He talks about how he thinks it won't work, how maybe it doesn't help. But here we are again. Even though you saw him while you got seated, the podcast listeners, it's Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is, doing a brand new song. The Kill Tony Musical Challenge, a brand new song, everybody.
You know, Tony, the audience is giving it up. Sweet kill. What the? I'm just going to play a short little song, guys. Just a blues song. Blues fans. This song is called The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues. I'm just going to play.
Josh Martin dropping the ball. There's a runner up there. Josh Martin coming 45 seconds too late, everybody. That's what that looks like. He's got it. Whoa, wow.
Josh, what are you trying to do over here, man?
Josh, you just come in, turn everything up, and then run away?
Run away? Being a team.
Christ, this guy's out of control. It's like he's against the show.
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about it all week. He lives for it. Then it's go time. He's nowhere to be found. Comes in, turns everything up.
The comic style, it's a Josh Martin there. Everyone.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes, walking the wrong direction. Ladies and gentlemen, our musical guest tonight. We've done something fun the last few weeks. We're going to edit all that out. No, we're kidding. We actually don't have that. Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is.
Hard-boiled egg blues, ladies and gentlemen.
Spread my legs. I'm shoving hard-boiled eggs up crazy. I feel like such a dirty little. One egg feels good, but two's amazing.
A new article that makes the argument that spam is no different than advertising, except one is controlled by the institution and the other is not. And we should not see spam as necessarily negative, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to define. In many ways, spam is art. Please give a historic breakdown about spam, how it was about rations after World War II, its definition, its etymology, all that.
Every single week we have a new head of security who keeps us safe. This week will be no different. This guy is hilarious. Normally it used to be a guy in an Iron Patriot suit. It's evolved so much that this guy's just wearing his set of gloves tonight. Funny guy. One of my good pals. Bring it together for George Perez, everybody. Fuck yeah. The Mexican. You're Mexican, you're a roaster. George Perez is an insult guru. We once roasted each other for like half an hour straight one time. George, you've been on the show a couple times. You're hilarious.
Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good.
How would you make fun of Josh Martin if you had to make fun of him? Josh, get over here.
He looks like he has an ingrown hair on hair.
It's an ingrown head, I'm pretty sure he's trying to say. That chicken, I just can't admit. There's a weird smell going on, Brian. Like, you have to eat before the show. From now on, you can't just eat and breathe in my face. Like, this is out of control. This whole thing's backfiring. I'm like, well, I'm a food sponsor. It's going to be great. I didn't actually expect you to start, like, eating dinner right in front of you.
And it helps.
And the way that you eat is just unbelievably disgusting.
I realized I do know this is the first time.
No, it's not like a funny, I do it on purpose. It's a joke. Like, I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's food.
I know.
Ryan.
But since you're vegan, I thought it would be funny.
It has nothing to do with the fact that I eat healthy and I'm in good shape. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the smell of pork being blasted on my face. I'm facing this way. I'm trying to talk to George over here. Guys, back to the show. I guess it's that caramelized stone fruit that I'm smelling. Oh shit. George, are you excited about tonight's show?
I'm excited, but
Fuck yeah.
pull over for sure. I swear.
This train is rolling along at 1,000 miles an hour, everybody. So let's just get the show started. Tonight's guests, two of the funniest people that I know. Doug's been on the show a bunch of times. It's Andy's first time. We're so excited to have him. Get good loud for our guests. It's Doug Benson and Andy Haynes, everybody. Here we are. Well, yes. All right. I don't drink Coke. Let's do this. It's like Coke. Okay. Switching it up, Doug. Doug, you want a drink?
I don't want it soda, please.
Drink? Brian read my mind. Yeah. Somebody roofied Brian this week, he said.
Make the argument, though, that spam and advertising are exactly the same thing, except one happens with control and the other does not. And the reason why spam is seen as dangerous is because the system cannot control it. In many ways, spam is like art.
Bill, stop it. Sorry, Brian. I didn't even know that was a two-way street. I'm gonna watch what I drink now because I always thought I could just have drinks and no one would try to interrupt me.
Now, George is one of my toughest friends. George, you've been in prison, right?
Yes.
What do you know about roofie? You ever been roofied? You ever roofie anybody? What's the deal?
I wish somebody once. I had a bad conscience, so I gave her a
Following it up.
Somebody came with some material tonight. There's no way that's a true story. I already have 3 babies' moms. What? I already have 3 babies' moms, so I'm going for it. You have 3 babies and 3 moms? Yes. You really are a patriot. Holy shit. He is really adding to this country.
Fuck yeah.
Are those like those as seen on TV light things on your hands?
Thanks for the cocktail.
That's the Patriot part. We haven't been very important when I have a, extremely funny Patriots. They don't make them.
Oh, wow. So any patriot that comes in and you make him put on the costume, he doesn't think I'm funny. I gotta find this whole fucking dog and pony show on my face. The funny guys get to come on just have the wrist things that are really cool. Just go pew 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 pew.
Yeah.
Like this is amazing. Yeah, I'm fucking scared of you.
It's perfect.
You should have another one on your chest. I was in the budget. I feel like I'm in an episode of Locked Up, and my cellmate has weapons. That's what I feel like.
Well,
The audience isn't feeling it, so let's move on. I'm scared of you, that's my point.
George, what's your every week the Patriot asks the guest a question? What do you got to do?
Mr. Benson. Oh, shit. Nobody says Mr. Benson unless they're going to rape you. He's going to attack me in the parking lot.
Enjoy your drink.
I know you smoke a lot of weed. I don't know if you do coke or anything else. No, sir. Do you ever watch animal porn?
Isn't that just
I
wild?
thought he would ask me something challenging, but it's true and also just the right thing to say. I'm sorry, I meant. Yeah, see, I'm going to judge the other comedy that comes up on stage because I am a pro that said nay. And got some pros from the audience. That's no matter how long. This is my lesson for everyone here tonight. No matter how long you've been doing it, you're not above getting a fucking pro from a bullshit crowd that got into a free show.
No doubt about it. George, what's your question for Andy?
You tell a lot of things. Take a second. When he gets a question about his career, unfair. Because also you said you smoked a lot of pot and then went to animal porn. What's the connection there? Do you think pot smokers are into disgusting things? Yeah. You're wrong. Yeah, you got bullied by a lady. How does that feel? Not so iron. Feels soft and sad.
There's a lot of sexual tension between Doug
and George. He kind of reminds me of, I don't know, but,
Somebody wants to steal your wallet or something?
I came in here with a beef with the whole Patriot premise.
When I say make it publishable, don't say anything. Just give me the publishable version, please.
And you guys think it's something new, instead of making him want to kill himself. Because he quit a successful podcast like 2 seconds before it became successful, and now has to watch it all the time while other guys pretend to be him. And one of the people that pretends to be him doesn't even have to wear the outfit. He just gets to do his job. That fucking guy came here on a bus every week, where he had to just stand on the bus because he couldn't sit down in the outfit. This guy gets to wander in, throw on a couple of gloves, and pretend it's winter, and while it's 80 degrees out, fucking cycling. Southern California.
But it is. Patriot can now watch it live streaming. Yeah. So it's like it's
That's what I'm saying. It's even worse. You're just rubbing it in, like fuck you, guy who used to do this job that we just didn't get along with. It wasn't like he did anything horrible. No, we got along with him. Did anything horrible? You just didn't vibe with him.
Well, we did vibe with him, but
He came on my podcast and it was a train wreck
because then we were done. That was it.
That was the moment you were
You killed the Patriot. Now you have a guilty conscience.
We never have a guilty conscience, but I won't put it on my show.
You realize we never talked to him again after your show. Like that was it.
I've only talked to him in sad tweets. I didn't respond.
He basically quit Kill Tony live on Getting Done with Us.
It was not a smart move on his part.
He's trying to impress you.
I should have walked in there. Just understand that he wasn't supposed to appearance at my show.
Right. Especially. Yeah.
He thought he was in after that. And that went very poorly.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Like, if anybody ever says, like, I'm on the road, like, hey, Tony, man, I saw you on Getting Done with Us, my heart just melts immediately. That's by far the worst thing that I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, that episode of that show, and I was so excited to do it, too. I'm like, I smoke pot all
I
the
dare
time.
say part of the problem, other than Iron Patriot being annoying, was another big problem was you got more quiet than I've ever seen in your life.
Right. Yeah.
Brian was not only up and into it and happy, he was blowing hits into Iron Patriot every single time he took a hit. He would blow it at him. Like it was his girlfriend and they were trying to save money.
I was so
I swear he must have gotten so fucking high inside that suit, and that's not the best place. High is not the best place to be when you're not professional. Even a professional comic, I probably should have been, right? But he definitely should have been.
I got too high from the very beginning. I treated it like a regular appearance on the show, so I got there all cockeyed up, and then I got high as fuck immediately, and then the Patriots started getting out of control. So the reason why I'm not talking to it, most of it, isn't because of how high I
You're just distancing yourself from the whole experience.
I was so furious that if I would have started talking about it, I knew that I was going to.
During the first break, hey, you know what, Brian, Doug, do you agree that Patriot's not working out? We should walk him off the set now. That's all you needed to say.
Back on
That's
it.
all you needed to say.
He was only supposed to be in the second half, but you asked to have him on the whole thing. Yeah.
Because you guys, he was the co-host of their show at the time.
We're missing out on a great podcast. We're talking about rationalizing the worst podcast any of us have ever done.
I hadn't fired him yet when I said, hey, bring him along. Like, I thought, that was the show. Like, you guys were into him.
I think he's dead. It's just a sit.
There he is. There's a suit on a bus right now.
It's just programmed to go from the home to here. It smells horrible.
I'm just saying, get the guy who wears the rabbit costume all the time, or get somebody else to stand there. Just stop making it. I just want to have burn on the guy that used to do it.
I wanted to have a different porn star or naked
Perfect. Great idea. Tony, listen to your friend Ryan.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean,
You're doing a great job tonight, though, but next week's going to be a porn star.
So get into porn over the next week.
Your porn stars are great if they don't have too much dialogue and they just pipe in every.
There's no way. You're not encouraging these ideas, Doug. I don't know why you're going
I'll
along.
tell you, a porn star standing over there
Doug wants to own the entire live podcast realm.
They don't even have to wear a sexy outfit.
He wants the show to fail miserably. Put a porn star on the podcast.
Nobody wants to listen to a porn star.
No, for small amounts of time, just to give a sentence here and there to be moving.
Have somebody writing their microphone so they only get to speak when spoken to. And every once in a while I'll go, hey, porn star, what do you think about this? And she'd be like, I'm wet. And then you move on.
Perfect. And we could keep the speaker box on in her crotch.
excited.
Georgia Sweat too, guys. It's easy to translate. You can get the best of both worlds.
Damn it. My accent.
Let's look at some new albums. Let's do it, guys. This is episode 92 of Kill Tony. Over 40 Canadians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds in front of us and then talk with us.
I've been telling Canadians all over town that's the last thing you should do.
Right.
Do not sign up for Kill Tony until your minute is fucking killing everywhere in town. Then come here. Don't try shit at Kill Tony.
Work out the minute.
Work it out. It's a podcast and people are listening and now watching. Look at that live feed. Is that live feed working this week?
Yeah, there's 180 people watching. Wow, look at that.
So come on, you 180 people. Tweet to some friends. Get some more people to watch. Or come watch me on YouTube. Watch Jack Benson at 1:15 tomorrow is when we go live Pacific time.
All right, well, here we go. Comedians, they sign up for the chance to do 60 seconds. Guys, you do your time's up and you get the sound of the kitty. That's what it sounds like. Isn't that adorable? It means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the anger of us Hollywood bear.
It's much more involved than it needs to be. A lot of mixed messages like, oh, crickets, so it's boring. So stop. Those are worse too. I think so, yeah.
It's a little longer every week.
There's a puppy that goes back to the GoDaddy puppy.
I don't get it. GoDaddy? What does that mean?
GoDaddy had a commercial where the punchline was that the puppy that ran off from Clydesdales comes back home. They're happy to see that puppy. And then they put it in a truck because they're selling the puppy. And then the animal activists got angry at this commercial and insisted that it not show in the Super Bowl. So guess what? It didn't show during the Super Bowl because the punchline was a fucking dark, funny twist that some people didn't like for their own personal reasons. And now more people saw it on the internet than anyone would have ever saw on the Super Bowl. No, but why do we see more people on the Super Bowl? But yeah, you're right. Like it is a bit of an apples and oranges situation. They still got some publicity, for sure. And that commercial showed it a lot of like I saw when they told about how it got that's just amazing. This world where free speech is supposed to be satiric commercial.
I think it got pulled at the end of it. They didn't have to pay like the $15 billion for the commercial, and it was almost the same amount of people, if not more so.
I bet the NFL and whatever was on this year, NBC let the black that's what played after it. I bet you they wouldn't fucking give in for a second. Like they just say fuck you, your commercial. I think they showed it. Did they show a replacement commercial? What was it? Was it like an old GoDaddy commercial? The guy sitting at the desk. Yeah. All right. I didn't say describe yourself during the Super Bowl.
This is the part of the show where the comedians actually come up and do 60 seconds. Everybody, you ready to get this thing started or what? Can we talk to them? It's crazy. Your first comedian tonight doing 60 seconds. We know this guy. We
We're supposed to try to stop them from talking, right? We're supposed to yell over the entire thing.
No, Doug, you've done the show 6 times.
I don't get it. This is my impression of you when you play the games on Douglas movies.
I do that on Douglas movies.
How does this work again? Every time.
Game is
What's going on?
the final game that you have is like it's
so hard. It's like people that are high would never figure it out.
It sort of is, man. That's a crazy game.
All right, here we go.
Watch Douglas movies, please. I love that show. Check out the one I did with Zach. That was a lot of fun.
That was super fun.
And the Boys to Men references throughout the whole thing. This guy, great young comic from Chicago. We've met him a couple months ago. Artist, funny guy. It's Ian Ellis, everybody. First one out of the bucket.
Sorry, this is trying to move it over.
If you love Denver trying to find himself, how the fuck do you lose you? There you go. 49 seconds from you now. Choose love. Are you running for president? Or, I think I just started my period. I got a question for you, buddy. Like the words are connected words, that's why I'm trying to come up with it. That's so great the way you just said that. That's not a question, that's just a correction. Are you familiar with the comedian named Mitch Hedberg? That must be one of Mitch's Hedberg punchlines. Because nothing weird if you just said that to me. So that's the first thing is stop sounding like Mitch Hedberg in your delivery, which might be hard to do because you love him. They already have a similar way of speaking.
Also, you're really fine.
Why would anyone need a receipt for a donut? That kind of thing. Like, don't like mimic his delivery. But that being said, you're clearly like professional and said some things that like you know the audience wasn't laughing. I pointed at you guys a couple times when I thought you weren't sure you were laughing because there's some clever turn of phrase there. What do you think, Andy Hayes?
I think there was a good premise there, but you didn't like turn it for me at all. Like it was just also for a while it sounded like you were gonna go on a racist rant. Like you're all monkeys. I was like, all right, I want to get on this stage while this is happening. But I mean, obviously you got some good stoner vibes coming out. You're like, you wanna, but there was no turn. Yeah, like more monkeys that make choices, but what surprised me was how that revelation was made.
Yeah, as high as you are right now, I'm guessing you were a lot higher when you wrote that. I'm trying to picture how high you must have been then, where it was like, you're not a gay, you're not a Jew. Like, I bet it all looked really clear then.
Yeah, you did gay, which is sexuality right. To religions. Yeah, it should have been like, you're not a paraplegic or whatever.
I like how you're reacting to this part because it's been pretty insulting. You seem to be having a good time, so you should definitely, hopefully you can sign up for Last Comic Standing where they do this sort of thing to you. And if you can handle it, it's virtue. What is that? Weird attacks on Kill Tony.
It's a weird sexual
What's
thing.
going on? No, it's just comparing it to how on Last Comic Standing, they like when they're doing their critiques, if you get offended, then you're out of luck because you have to hope that they'll change their minds because you're agreeable and willing to take their notes. Their bullshit notes. Like nothing we say tonight is really like any little thing we say isn't gonna make them a stand-up comedian. Right. It's just all little building blocks. But never choose which criticisms to. You can definitely roll with the punches. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You ever do this agreeable? It's agreeable, which could work out in the comedy world because that's part of like clubs are looking because you are not being asked that. I can't feel anything. Do you listen to your own set? I mean, do you listen to podcasts now? Do you listen to he's hot? Do you listen to I I'm just saying, it might be his personality. Are you high on marijuana right now? Just wanted to double check. Now attack. so when you listen to it, do you ever listen to it sober? And when you listen to it sober, are you like, what the fuck am I talking about? Or are you like, yeah, that's so crazy. I should try that sometime. I should listen to it when I'm sober. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, do you critique yourself or listen to yourself at all? That's what my podcast is. So you have a podcast? What's your podcast called? Yeah, just blur it out and slur it out as much as possible. No one knows what you just said. Oh my God, that's an obligated fucking name for his thing. It's that easy. Hey, check out my podcast. It's at cheandfang.com/Spotify. Yeah, what's the big twist on your podcast? What do you do that's different? You have a big twist these days. I'm not saying you would have to have a big twist. I'm leading into yet another funny topic. What how to do something stand-up everything. You put music behind the new 7 minutes of stand-up that you write every week? It's a 7-minute podcast. Why don't you have music under your set and a performance like tonight, for instance? Wait, what's the right musicians doing on your fucking podcast? Is it you? I go out and I record my sets, and then I put music under it like a mixtape. Yeah, so bring that music. You want me to take a fucking boombox with me? You play it on your phone. Who the fuck needs a boombox? What are you talking about? You still using the boombox method, man? I did not know that they posted podcasts through your fucking boombox? Listeners on this show have so much to learn about how, like, I'm fucking old and I couldn't pull this shit off. You're a young man. He's got a microphone, cords to a wax cylinder, and then he puts a boombox next to that. And then he plays his iPhone with his setup, right? He edits into cassettes, and like the cassette player is. That sounds really interesting to have like beats under whatever the fuck you were saying tonight. So I say go for it. I say make that happen. You know what I mean? Follow your artistic urges. Fuck yeah, Andy. Anything else for you? Are you ever not high? So it's crazy. A few weeks ago, he was on the show. He got pulled out of the bucket again. He was stoned as fuck. He couldn't even talk. He just kept doing that little, like, giant 3-year-old giggle that he goes. I come to the show to have fun. I love it. Well, we have fun with it, too. Thanks, Anna. He doesn't like Mondays. Comes out, starts to make off in a nice way. I love it. You know, he's not trying to further his career or do anything, learn anything. He's just having fun. Hey, dude, we're all just monkeys. I don't know. I think monkeys can't make decisions. And I also think that they can't eat every banana. They gotta be choosy. You know, monkeys can do sign language. Also, there's some gay monkeys. And that's a choice. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Darren Chase, everyone. I turned 31 recently, which is not that old, but it's old enough to like music. I like to see it. So I don't really relate to it other than older. I'm now older than the artist was when they wrote the song. You know, nobody else gave some advice. Here's a lyric from one of my books. All of 3 happy qualities. Why things are going, I don't know. Yeah, we all know. You hate it. God, if only it made me older than 24. He made me older than some reality show.
and cookbook. Yeah, it's called Cooking with Rabbi. Yes, Chris. You can't keep it real. It's called Cooking with Rabbi. Yes, I'm a hamburger traditionalist. I don't know if you guys would know me. I think a hamburger should be the most aggressive.
I was like, why is he going in there? This is going to be close to time, and it's gone well. Let's start something else. I already thought of something for the. How's it go? So I do know the comedians. I go into it after the set, and I go, well, how'd that one go? Because I think I have something. Yes. And the cookbook, yo. That's what you say. It's got Julio, it's got a reality show, and a cookbook, yo. And then it's not a huge it's just a greystone. It's just a little piece. And then to the what's the next part? Is that another? But yeah, that's what I thought of. It's just I love it. I liked it. I thought it was, you could have more fun with it, right? Some of that awesome topical Julio humor that we all have been craving for. A lot of people have been writing like, I want more Julio jokes. They write into this podcast and they say, I'm surprised none of these they write letters with their hands. You think so? But that's part of what, to me, that's part of the charm of the Julio reference. Yeah. Is that it's not, right. You're not hearing too much. Right. You're not overridden with Julio references. Have you read the cookbook? But he really does have a cookbook. He has a cooking show. Really? Wow. I see him like cracking eggs in like ice trays and putting them in microwaves and shit like that. The best thing is that sounds like a perfect bachelor solution. I didn't know that joke was he said it's I was supposed to get ready for someone. He said it was Julio. Well, I tell you what, though, when you just go up to somebody and say, hey, here's what I'm saying, and then say it, he's probably thinking it's easier to not have an argument right now. I was like, he's going to say yeah, he's not going to debate you on it. What was the event that you were hosting that Julio was on? It was a car show and a biker rally. You went out at 3 p.m. in front of 30 people. Did he perform any songs? Yeah. What was the Space Ghost? Wow. Here's how he finished. He was like, he went out to the rant about, like, Obama said he's trying to help. Like, it went weird. He said that he didn't start it in your door. Space Ghost, check out my new band, Robot Chicken. He's like, I have a band called the Eric Andre Show. The whole thing on rant for school with kids, education, there was everything. It's got shit that down. Wow, that's amazing. How many comics are on this show? It's always different. I really like that. I've done a lot of talking with that's a joke that you use a lot, right? Because it seemed very well perfected. How long have you been doing comedy again? It's been a while. 3 years? Yeah, you have great stage presence. That was a great how you wrote it. This is really well written. George Perez, anything on this guy, Darren Chase? What are your thoughts on your Santa Close?
I think it's good. Like I said, the joke is there. Stay on it. That was my answer. I like it.
Okay, finish the hamburger joke, and then we're going to send you on your way.
Hamburger specialist, like the hamburger cheese, I'll send it back to hamburger cheese. Because it's like cheese,
there you go. Seriously though, the I don't want cheese thing is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Yeah. It's good that I asked you to go into that joke so that we can all tell you to never do it again. Oh no, he can do it if he really prefaces it with, I
I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, I said it 4 or 5 more times.
Yeah. Absolutely. Good job.
Darren Chase, everybody. There you go. Darren Chase. He's on Twitter at Darren Chase. Ian Ellis under his Twitter just left another promo for that podcast he was talking about earlier. It's ianellis.podbean.com.
Before you pull it, but before you do, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to say something positive to every person.
Okay.
Even if I have to lie.
Love it. Absolutely. But just one positive thing per person, right? At least.
Yeah, at least one. At least one thing that's encouraging. Okay. No matter how much they fucking blow.
Okay.
Pull that next asshole out of that fire.
Here you go. No matter how they do. Somebody.
Worst setup for
This looks like a new name to me.
Oh, a new name!
Put your hands together for Kate Holloway, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Like the last couple of months, I've been trying to figure out if I want to marry my girl. And this last holiday weekend, my mom talked me out of it. She didn't mean to. I'm over at the house. I asked her some marriage advice. Certain advice. She's like, any good marriage is when the wife has all the control. And the husband thinks, Jesus Christ. His dad is sitting right there. And you notice how he didn't say shit. I was like, oh, I don't want to be in a loveless marriage. Anybody in one of those? Dude, I don't know. I've seen pictures of my dad. I've heard the stories before he met my mom. Dude, he's a grizzly bear. He was walking through the forest. He didn't give a shit. Started fist fights with bees. You know, the free honey and salmon that he wants. He has no idea where my mom is because she's this camouflage looker in the front. She's just waiting for him to find a spot to hibernate. When he finally finds it, like this might be alright. There's a fucking darkness, man. If he goes down, then he wakes up and all of a sudden he's in a cave. Shit.
Whoa, the hair came out in a minute.
You got close there now. For my money, you're the winner of the Bill Burrow, like.
Yeah, no doubt about it. By the way, you're more Bill Burr than Ian Ellis was Mitch Hedberg. Like that. Yeah, that was super.
It was very Bill Burr, but like huge. You got the look, and then there's some similarities there. But that aside, you can lose that over time.
Yeah, you watch some
Absolutely. I'd say they're really going used like that, like you know, because the audience will sort of accept it and like open mics and stuff. They'll be like, oh, this feels familiar, so we like this. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing you need to drop right away.
Yeah, you gotta stop watching his stand-up if you want.
Yeah, just try to be less like him. You gotta put a little bit of it, get some audience respect.
You gotta take the posters off the ceiling above your bed of Bill Burr, and
That's super weird news. Posters of Bill Burr. But
I know it's super weird and wacky to say something like that on this comedy show, Doug. It almost seems like we're in the middle of it.
Is your normal conversation voice worry? I mean, were you like this? When I first started, I got a lot of Brian Regan was like when I started. I showed somebody.
you got rid of that. There's no
I showed somebody a video of Regan. I was such a huge fan. He goes, "Wow, he sounds a lot like you." So over time, I'm just like my influences have been, and then I'm just like weeding them out. So.
Those are going to exist, but the important part is like writing original jokes, which those felt like those were, and just sort of getting comfortable. And like sometimes the audience needs a little bit of that because it's comforting. They recognize the cadence. So I'm not completely against it. You know, definitely I brought it up so that you maybe lose it. So
I think if you do it, it'll lead you to 6 years. 6 years. Wow. Where at? Wow. How do you like it over there?
It's alright.
How long are you in town? Wow, how long ago?
3 weeks.
Congratulations.
bold ass move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend anybody to do stand up in LA unless they were like already. that being said, really hard to lose. You can still shake it. Why did I laugh at the end of that? You can totally still make it, dude. But it's absolutely true, because that's what happened to me. Is I came here, I started stand-up comedy in LA. That's one thing that I regret about my career is that I didn't sort of work up to having enough material to show up in LA, sort of make a good impression of the media, instead of having to convince people at the night that they don't represent great, because it was just right now. But I thought it was a good set. I mean, a good bit.
Yeah. The bird thing, though, is something I would really try to work on. I'm more that thing where you got more voice, and it might be hard to change because rubber bands around your balls really tight. I don't know what you do, but yeah.
I think you're using your voice for material, like cadence and shit.
Even that hand thing, it's like a hand thing where you went like that. I heard that back home. So I
see, just told you just now, if I wasn't looking, I'd be like, did Billboard just walk in?
Yeah.
Like, it's natural for him.
Trust me, that's what I'm putting on this podcast, is that when I put it out there, the podcast, it's just so that, you gotta watch out the comments.
It's really hard to come in and do this.
One of the worst things is people over talking like Doug Benson. But the other thing is that comics. I did comedians often attack other comics for stealing their essence. That's been used a lot, which is funny as essence. That's bullshit. There is a lot of essence, though. Like you watch Bill's last special, right? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just when you walked out here, you look like you were in black and white.
I can tell that you just watched Bill's new special.
Are you
reasonable? Yeah. Right. Do you do it? Sorry. But it happens to a lot of people. Like, if I hang out with one of my good pals, Brody Stevens, like, there's sometimes where I'll have lunch with Brody, and then all of a sudden we're at the same comedy club that night. Something the next day, it's like, you're around Brody for 24 hours or more. All of a sudden, you're like, you gotta go for it. Positive energy. You got it.
Christina. But the thing is,
I've been to the Comedy Store. Believe in yourself.
It's funny that Brian Regan came up, because I did a week with Brian Regan, and at the end of the week, he's one of the most, has his own personality thing with comics of all time. And he said to me after working with me for a week, I caught myself during my set doing some Bensonisms, and I was just like, blown away. And first of all, he's a fucking liar. He just has his own thing. But it was still nice of him to say that even entered his mind. You know, it's really, you do pick up on things. So, be conscious of stepping away from it, or record your sets, and just try to step away a little bit, but I think you have to step away entirely, because he's got a delivery purpose.
But also, do you do the road? Yeah, you should make sure to go back home. You know what I mean? I'm from Seattle. There's so many rooms up there. Oh yeah. You don't want to fail like this in front of everybody constantly in LA, because they have memories. You know what I mean? So you gotta go fail somewhere else, and then come back and surprise everybody.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier, but much nicer.
Yeah, you said your one nice thing, right? What's your home club? Starting it was Jiggles for a little while before the strip club, and then it
really? Your assholes really just drive by and will put one letter on the side. That won't cost much. Let's just turn the G upside down.
all the way, baby.
Thanks, dude. Talk to you.
It's on Twitter. Hate at Holloway. You can leave a like for 16 about they'll even have a second camera.
I know. I sort of feel like
ROTHSCHILD and
that's the thing about the show is that if
please
somebody
check
does
out
have
linktree.com/ROTHSCHILD and please subscribe to the Discord to your friends. Discord.com.
We talk about things that are going to change the world in addition to making you extremely wealthy. As we are looking at the use of technology, such as agriculture, greenhouses, hydroponics, performing concept, cryptocurrency,
Anybody has the balls to do prompts at this point, then they'd say that.
Desalination.
I always get excited about cryptocurrency. Usually things are like goals.
Did not say they were illiterate.
But it seems like a safe thing.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens here.
Thank you so much.
This is written in pencil.
First Amish comic, I killed Tony, ladies and
Put
gentlemen.
your hands together for Tom Howard, everyone. Let's see what happens. Here he is. Tom Howard.
A buddy of mine once asked me, Tom, what's it like to be a strong, independent Latino in modern day America? I said, Kyle, I think you should lay off the acid. Your wings are turning crazy. And then he said, you start sobering up and realize I was alone in my world. And I don't know, Kyle. So I once had a girlfriend a very long time ago, and a thief broke into her apartment. And when she decided, when she punched me in the chest, I said, she fucked up. And I weighed 140 pounds. So I was driving. As I was driving on the ground, she's like, Tom, you have to go out there and defend myself. I'm like, I'm not going out there. I'm a cow, okay? You're not paying attention. An hour ago when I turned off the lights, I took a ride and into the thought that my monster was
Oh, shit, the bear is out tonight.
Yeah.
Some nights we go a whole podcast without ever hearing the bear. Some months we haven't heard the right. The double dare tonight. People trying to get their stuff in. That's it. Grammy weekend. Grammy weekend. Yeah, it's a crazy weekend. I remember the last Grammy weekend show we had. There was like 7 West Hollywood bands.
Yeah. Do you really do acid? Was it like that? That was like the first time. The second time I came out because I was at Future Fest.
Oh, what's Future Fest?
It's this thing. It's this like step. This is the Step Festival in like Midwest, and
Why?
I'm surprised I haven't heard of
You
this.
should have opened with that, by the way.
Why does when somebody weighs soaking wet come up so often? Like, does soaking wet add that much weight to, like, it's most weight I could possibly weigh because I was soaking wet. There was maybe an ounce or two of water on the edges of my skin and hair. But other than that, I thought it was a good set.
Sneaking in those one compliments.
Son of a bitch.
I said I'd say something
I tried to
nice.
say something nice. It was a good set, but yes. The soaking wet thing is interesting. That still is an expression.
Right, I mean, it's a weird expression. Like soaking wet with like all your clothes
So,
on.
you should be like, I weighed this much with a fucking suit on, right? Whatever.
Maybe not even
Carrying a barbell that weighed 10 pounds. But saying I was this weight soaking wet is just like, well, why? What's your point?
Yeah.
In what situation do you get on the scale soaking wet?
In your clothes.
In your suit.
In his clothes, and then he was like, now I'll be more.
Yeah, but you bring up the clothes would weigh more than the wetness.
And you said you don't weigh 140 soaking wet?
I weigh about.
Right.
Oh, see, we already fixed it. Next time you say it, I weigh 140-ish. Yeah, we did. He said ish and soaking wet?
Kick her out.
You're an idiot.
What the fuck?
That first joke, that was like,
He did say that thing that he did not say. That's what you just yelled out.
because you look like you weigh more than 140. I forget what part of the the joke that is.
It's when he's defending his girlfriend's stuff.
How long have you been doing comedy? July. You're very new. Is this one of your first jokes that you wrote? The first joke? Was it the first one you wrote? Yeah, about. It seems like something that I think a lot of new comics write the exact same thing where it's a trick, where it's like, oh, if it's not the person's not really there, don't announce it. You know, like that little trick. I honestly would throw it away and find something interesting about your life and add some tags to it. You can find a tag from that joke and throw it in. That joke is so old and used, the old trick. A lot of people use that acid joke at the very beginning, but you know, you can use this acid joke as a gateway drug to better jokes. And I think you can only really do that by dropping the acid joke first and starting with more new stuff.
Drop the acid joke.
Now, we did it again. Tom, so where are you from?
Ohio.
Wow, look at that.
Columbus.
No shit, what part of Columbus?
Grove City.
How did you find Columbus, Ohio?
There.
You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Wow. Grove City, which is like south of Columbus, 45 minutes.
Study girls were from Columbus.
Next to Groveport.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes due south of the airport. Yeah, that's the only way I know about it. That's how I know about Grove City. Yeah. Grove City is where you go when you want to hear that, you know.
That's where Skrillex records.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Where was the Future Fest? Hills of Virginia, I would think, but you went there.
A lot of that.
Wow. Back in your day, how much more long ago was this day?
Like 3 years ago.
Wow. Do you still listen to dubstep?
Not really.
What's your dropping acid?
Now, we used to call it Grove City, Grove, Kentucky, because it was kind of like,
Yeah, it's
yeah, did you grow up very religious?
Kind of. I mean, my dad was
You say that like he was an atheist for a living. My dad was an atheist, my mom's a homemaker, you know. What did your dad do for work?
did work.
He didn't believe in the Lord's wonder.
What did he do?
What did he do for work?
How long have you been in LA? October. You live here now? Yeah.
We're all Ohio people.
You're right. You're in the top secret.
I think you got everything you need except for jokes.
It's true.
I'm saying he's fine, you know. Like,
Right? I agree.
just keep doing it.
And the jokes will
How
come.
about you positive?
I mean, you're new, and you're new right now. It's just getting used to being on stage, honestly. Find a story that you tell people, your friends, find some jokes and put it in. Just make it a real story about yourself growing up in Ohio or talking to you.
Talking to your friends is a great thing. Do you have friends?
That's why he starts with
That's cool.
You're going to be great.
Just joke around and try to write down things.
I'd rather hear what actually happened on that side.
Yeah, the real shit.
Like, well, I kind of get it. But then other things that happen on that side.
More exciting for you.
Yeah, don't make it kind of. You're on acid vibe.
Yeah, you're going to do great. You have a good look. That's
what I said.
You have a Dexter look.
Great taste in music.
I didn't say he had a Dexter look. I don't think he's a serial killer.
No, he's talking about the phone for him. Yeah.
Oh, that Dexter.
You guys are out of control. You're not on Twitter. They don't have Twitter in that part of Ohio.
Get a Twitter! What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a fucking Twitter.
Are you on Facebook?
Just
Wow, what the fuck, man? What do you, there's something weird. There's something you're not telling us, man.
Moved to LA to keep it.
Are you Tom from MySpace? Yes, talk from my space.
You're the guy that rode the horse.
You seem like one of those guys that maybe like right before you came out to LA, you killed your parents.
Right.
But I feel like nobody even checks in on them, like they're just still rotting in the house, and you're out chasing your career in LA while your parents' corpses rot. Am I close to right on that? I nailed it. Tom Howard, everybody. There he goes.
You
can find Tom on MySpace, myspace.com/.
Maybe that's why he's not on Twitter. He's that Tom.
He's got a hot Friendster account.
The next comedian goes by the name of Kyle McFadden. Here we go. Kyle McFadden. Kyle McFadden, everybody. So I actually am Kill Tony's first Amish. Has anyone in here heard of a depression beard? Okay, I'll explain it. A depression beard comes in a few steps. Step one is you get depression. That's the first step. And then step two is you don't shave and then you have a depression beard. Right there, you got it. You nailed it. Thank you. The depression beard, it's a real thing, and a psychological effect. It's a natural mask that shields your face. Covers your face from the world. However, there's nothing more depressing on this planet than a depression beard that doesn't face. All I'm saying is I never asked for the ginger inlet. It's just pheromones. Fuck yeah! There you go. It's a real. That's what a lot of people say is impossible to do on this show. But that's how you do it. Kyle McFadden.
I didn't laugh at anything you said, but I like you. I like you. I mean, I did. I feel like a minute wasn't enough. What's going on with you?
Yeah, I think you were the first guy tonight that had just a very clear, original voice. You seem like yourself in that.
Yeah, it was like a mission statement.
Yeah. And you were just staying in the moment. You were just using actual timing instead of rushing, trying to get a minute and 10 seconds of material out in a minute like everybody else seems to try to do. It seems like you took your time and did 59 seconds worth of material. It's really right. At my pace, a joke out. There you go. You did it.
You didn't compromise your pace. You were like, you know what? So what if I only get 2/3 of my joke in? I'm confident with my delivery. That's a good thing.
And when you slowly said there's nothing more depressing than a depression here, it doesn't cover your face, right?
You can say it. Sometimes I have to.
I thought, and I was laughing before you even said it, but then you didn't even end up saying
It
it.
doesn't even cover your
Frown.
That's all he had to say.
I thought he was going to say frown, because I think
It
it's
doesn't
funny.
matter. Everyone can write their own punchline.
Right. No, I know, but frown is not
He's going to go with frown.
Yeah, frown. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Is this for a real depression, or do you need out of depression? I battle anxiety.
When does the anxiety hit his most? Right now. Really? That's so weird, man. Like, I don't get it here, but I'm just the weirdest at if I get out there, like in a real place, like a Rite Aid or a fucking anything, like where it's just like, no, I'm not like safe at all.
It gets rock hard.
Yeah, I get a giant boner.
It's such a boner on your prescription.
My depression beard grows out immediately, like in Teen Wolf, and yeah, Teen Wolf.
Speaking of Teen Wolves,
Speaking of Teen
is this like you're committed to this look?
Wolf.
Or you'll never change it?
I'm willing to change it, but this is...
Real Nick Davis. No one's
I
watching
like
him.
that answer. I'm just saying because as a comedian, when you walk out on stage, it's very simple and obvious to do jokes about your appearance.
Hot shit.
becomes the elephant in the room. Don't. So I'm just bringing it up just out of curiosity, not that I think you should change one way or the other, but fucking get a haircut. Whoa! I was joking at the end.
Hot
I
shit.
wanted to throw a joke in at the end because that was just a fucking speech. Here's what you should do, young man.
You never know. Maybe it's worse underneath the hair. Who knows what's under there? You might have cauliflower earring shit.
No.
Yeah, he might be
Baby
from
cut. Okay, cool.
mixed martial arts and have cauliflower hair. That's what he wears. Like a mini snare now.
He seems like an ex-wrestler, so that would make sense.
Yeah. What do you do for work? I do nothing. Wow. All right. Sounds like somebody's a porn star.
You're lying to us.
I do.
You're off the dole. You're just getting money. What do you call it? Uninsurance. Uninsurance. What is it? Unemployment.
British on the dome.
I saved up a bunch of money before moving here.
From where?
San Francisco.
We cover that already?
Last week. This is a big San Francisco.
Why move from San Francisco? I mean, why move from one expensive place to live to another expensive place?
Because it is surprisingly way cheaper here.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy.
I believe you.
Yes,
San Francisco is an expensive place to live, right?
I shared a room with someone, and now I have my own room, and I pay $300 less.
You know, you have to make that less flexible. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to see how long my money lasts, and then I'll
Look at that. Get a little shitty job.
like Jamba Juice or something for a couple days or something.
Yeah, you want to just spend all your money.
Jamba Juice for 2 days and just really be high.
Keep it 2 days every few days.
It's gonna be a real game changer. Work a weed store. Work something that you like or buy every day. Well, I get a discount. I can do a few. I have a few gigs I can do in San Francisco.
Wait, why did you guess that you should work at a weed store?
Because it looks like this face look clean.
I smoke weed.
I've never smoked weed.
I knew it!
You want to start tonight?
I totally saw a straight edge, hippie looking motherfucker.
You let me just blow it in your mouth? Maybe. What kind of music do you listen to? I have the shittiest answer for this. I listen to all music. I'm not invested enough to be like jaded to be like, that's crap. What do you listen to?
You seem like if you're in the back of a cab, you would get mad if they played the Eagles.
I forgot my slippers at home.
What are you invested in?
Movies and stuff. That's my favorite.
Well, I think, as somebody, I have depression, and I'll tell you this, it's not going to help you much if you aren't invested in things.
Yeah.
Because you got to have shit to talk about, which I think the depression shit was great.
Yeah.
But that's just like, a lot of people come here and they're dirtbags. They come to LA and they're dirtbags, and they're like, why is not more happening for me? And it's because you're a dirtbag.
Yeah.
I don't want to work with dirtbags. So, but you had a great set. I'm not trying to besmirch you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa. That's listen, dirtbag.
92 episodes of Kill Tony and took her besmirched to the
Sorry, I'm getting ready for the SATs. So.
I can't believe it's never been said.
Kyle, I love your style. It was good. It was good.
And also, he loves to rhyme.
I love you, Green
That was
Pile.
actually a big coincidence. Kyle, I like your style.
Go meet the pile.
See you in a little while.
Say Kyle.
Kyle Madden, everybody. There he goes. I love that guy. He's got a funny look, right? I mean, if he did work in a pot store, that'd be good because people would think they were wasted, like walking into the pot store.
Also, if his weird hair fell on the weed, they were just thinking it was better weed.
Fucking bravo. Love it. Guys, this is the part of our show where our two regulars go up. We have two young comedians who have been doing a brand new minute ever since they started stand-up here on Kill Tony.
What's going on over there?
Josh,
She's fucking malfunctioning because the lady's gonna come on stage.
Somebody called Tony.
Getting excited over there.
Yeah, boner alert.
Tony's anxious.
This is a horrible introduction for them, by the way.
No, it's great. And so they do a brand new minute every week, unlike the people we saw tonight who sometimes get up and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's the first time. These two do a new minute every single week. Going up first tonight, you know her as the Florida Dropout, everybody. Started here on Kiltony. He's been doing a new minute ever since for a year and a half. If you're going to go for it, it's Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a weird night because I came here and I just had to buy my own drink, like an ugly girl. I've been noticing some things. Like, have you ever noticed that only really ugly guys ask for hugs? Like, you walk by and you try not to make too much eye contact because they always turn on. I can't get a hug. That's like the ugly guy anthem. That's like what they say. Like, look around. None of the hot guys are hugging, you know? Girls are hugging them. What I'm saying is, everyone stop asking me for a hug. That's it.
Wow, 52 seconds.
Oh, wow. Nicely under the,
all that time, but seriously.
Kim, I talked to her earlier, and you were like, "We don't have anything for tonight," and that's so amazing. That's one of my favorite weeks that you've had in months. That was really great.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I was just sitting out front with Edie, and I was like, I have no idea what to talk about. So she's like, just talk about something. She's like, and then we started talking about how whenever I come here, I see the same people every night in here a few days a week. I always have to give them a hug. It's a girl, and I'm like, I don't have to hug you every time. You guys don't hug each other every time.
That's a trick to be. You just feel your boots.
No, I get it.
you should throw out the fist bump right away.
I do, and you know what? We talked about how sometimes we'll high five, and then guys will do that thing where they'll like, you know what I'm talking about? Like
They're like clasp your hand.
Yeah, you guys are fucking weird.
You gotta talk about that. They should flag that guy. Put those guys on blast if they're doing that.
Right?
They get the table and
They should have to report it, like when you meet them, like that's what they do. Like the law says that I have to tell you that I am a hand grabber on my vibes. I'm that great.
You should start wearing a baby Bjorn. It's like when you hold the baby on your chest, nobody will want to hug you. I use the baby from American Sniper. And,
I can't risk killing your child just to get it really tight.
to feel those memories. Those are boobs for the idiots.
But it's really an issue, the hugging.
Yeah.
I feel like it
Yeah, I'd say try to stop doing it.
Yeah, no, I try. I don't want to fucking hug everyone.
What animals are forcing a hug?
Everyone is always like, let me get a hug. And you can't be like, no, I don't want to hug you, smelly weirdo. Bye.
I hope at least one smelly weirdo's in this room right now getting in.
I know.
You shouldn't have to hug people every fucking day.
You're asking Kim for a hug. She doesn't want the hug, right?
But I go up to people and I'll be like, yeah, you know, and I'll hug someone. So if I want to hug you, I'm hugging you.
What if I did like a back hug from behind?
Right.
Oh, if I got
My knees in the head and your crotch. Oh my God, I love you around the waist.
I'd rather you eat more pork tenderloins than say anything like that. No, don't do it, please. That's the sound of Ryan eating pork tenderloin for you podcast listeners out there.
Whatever a woman on this panel isn't, she has to put up with this every day.
It's Brian, yes, but
Brian's the only woman on this panel who understands what you're going through. But great job.
yeah, totally. Yeah. What else? Anything else, girls?
You're trying to wrap it up right there.
Why are you trying to wrap it up, guys?
Nobody else was. Haven't you watched American Idol? People take turns wrapping it up.
Kill Tony.
There she goes, Kimberly Compton, everybody. She's on Twitter.
Great job. I can use another whatever I was drinking. Jump that ass. She said, how that ass as you walked away?
Your final comedian of the night. The only other regular. She writes another new minute every single week, usually about something like small that you can find in your kitchen and blows it up into a whole big thing. But she's got her own very cool style. Very hands together for her. It's Sarah Weinstein.
Door stoppers. I was like, fuck, man. Those doors. We gotta stop them. Fuck the fires. It's already the extinguisher. Fuck rapists, criminals. It's the doors. We gotta stop them. There's something bizarre about that. Because I feel like whoever invented the door stopper was like, you know what's an underserved population? Doors. There aren't enough accessories for the door. There's the lock, the key, the latch. Well, what's stopping them? And then they're like, oh, what can I use? What can I test with the door stopper? And I want to put some springs around, a little piece of rubber. I want to make something happen. Okay.
Fuck yeah. Door stoppers, it's a classic. What the fuck? He's such a bad producer. Look, he just walked up and walked by your side.
It was almost like it was another emergency, like I might have died if he hadn't gotten in here.
So
He's done that before. He poured a shot of tequila on me one day. It's literally just kidding.
I appreciate that enthusiasm, but the thing I wanted to say
amazing
on that performance was to be introduced. Like, here's someone coming out to do a set. They usually find minutia, like to be described so specifically before you come on doesn't generally happen in stand-up comedy. And then he said that, and you came out with like it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like you set her up and then she fucking dunked it. So that's all
That's what I said. The way I look at it is, since they're writing a new minute each week, like, anything that I can do to sort of, since it's just a minute, get the audience in the mind frame of what they sort of maybe expect. And that's how it would work in the longer set when they already know that she's established like a magazine.
Yes, what if she said, oh, she does these minute things, and then the first thing she said, let's talk about the UN.
Yeah.
Like, then suddenly you fucked her with the intro. She's a pro, and she switched it up.
92 episodes, and I guarantee you there's no way UN's coming from Weinstein. I know it too well. Maybe mayonnaise or like the dustpan. Anyway,
I just wish you would have talked about the noise a door stopper makes.
When you get the spring
You can stretch out the front more stuff like that. That fire extinguisher thing, you lost it for a second, but there's more about and I moved the back to the front on that too. So everything with the door stop's great. It's another new minute. Right. There already is a door stopper. We know
something about the a door stopper's there so that you don't have a handle-shaped hole in your wall.
Right. There's something. It was somebody talking about the doors, and it's just like, you know what? We need a door stop. Knob's been working double duty.
Yeah.
The rationalizing the entire thing. Anyway, no matter what, it's another great new minute.
We're tired of Val Kilmer. We need a door stopper. Good job.
Sarah Weinstein's on Twitter, Princess Shane, Kimberly Condon's at Kimberly Condon. Those are the Kill Tony regulars. Guys, we did it again. The three of us are all going to be on the 311 cruise to Jamaica.
That's right.
Us and 311.
Three of us on this panel. I wish Brian could go to see if we could certainly fit into that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 311 cruise from Miami to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you going to be on it? Or now that I look at you, are you Jamaican?
I think it's just clapping for Jamaica.
Aren't you Haitian? You just like islands. Alright.
He just likes clapping. He just likes loud clapping whenever the opportunity presents.
Doug Benson on Twitter, guys. Give it up for Doug
Yeah,
Benson.
Doug Benson on Twitter.
George Perez was the Patriot. What do you want me to promote? George Perez is George P Comedy. George P Comedy on Twitter. Andy Haynes. I am Andy Haynes.
I'm Andy Haynes on Twitter.
All right, guys. Live audience, thank you so much. We love you. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Cameron Gray, rapper extraordinaire. Yeah, TMZ this week. Check him out on TMZ. Kanye's mine at Josh Martin Comic, at Elise Lee, Stuart Thompson.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony X-Ray!
Oh, shit. Here we are. We're doing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Redband is here, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Right to my left, my buddy Ultron. We're so close. We'd like to say hello to both you, the live audience, and the hundreds and hundreds watching live on Ustream right now. We are the only streaming podcast live in the universe. Welcome, everyone.
That's a first in history.
It's true. Yeah. They've never done that. This is like technology, the oldest building in the world. Very rarely do Wi-Fi signals and asbestos exist at the exact same time. We're doing it. Guys, welcome to Kill Tony. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. It's a couple days here. Very excited. Our only sponsors here, she's Elise Lee. She's right over there. Gourmet chef Elise Lee for all your catering needs. She cooks us a meal every week, and it's always delicious. Brian always makes sure that I see it really good. Tonight it's pork belly banh mi with pickled carrot, cucumbers, jalapenos, basil, cilantro, and Hassan aioli. Delicious. Never again. Never again. Like you in a fucking booth like Robin Williams. You hear me? Stop breathing on me. One end up in a fucking glass booth. She's at the girl with the pan and Natalie Slane on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. All the great stuff. We got our workers. So, you might be wondering, I don't get it. Why does this idiot have a chef on as a sponsor? Gourmet food every single Monday. It's always delicious. We love you. Guys, let's jump right into it. Every week we have a brand new Patriot that keeps us safe. It's always a very, very funny comedian friend of mine. And it's always just fun to have an extra pal on board the crazy shit. Marianne's got it for tonight's Patriot. It's the second or third time doing one of my favorite documentary commercial shoot that we shot with Caveman about 4 years ago. And we've been friends ever since. We're funniest comedians like this. Ryan Ernest. Fuck yeah. I love this film. It's like a lazy Sons of Anarchy. Beautiful. How you doing, Bert? What are you even up to? You snowboard. Does anybody get on that lift with you? Are they willing to go on that diagonal ride of shame where they're just hanging onto a pole?
It's like a slingshot.
Yeah, I'd imagine that if you got off the ski lift, everybody would feel that. That could be something, right?
It's an animal effect.
What's your second favorite thing about snowboarding?
My second favorite.
Answer. A lot of people would have tried to say something funny right then, but not yet. Also, right with it, it's really honest. It's from your gut. Honesty and where I'm happy to have you. It's the kind of guy that would go on desert excursions. We got a lot of fun together in music festivals. We met on his night before. Shot a shot it with Geico Caveman. He and Herb and I got a little too high for the shoot. We thought we were all alone, and then so right before we got out of the party, we thought we had time. So right. We're like, this is going to be forever until we start, have to go to hair and makeup. We smoked. But then all of a sudden, we're hair and makeup, we're going to the lady at one point, like, are you guys okay? Because we were just like staring at each other, cracking up. By the way, the Geico Caveman, you're wondering what that was like. He pulled up to the shoot.
He showed up in the middle, like, left him in.
The Geico Caveman doesn't even go to hair and makeup. Okay, fuck you guys. You don't give a shit. Think about that. That means that guy's out there driving that car.
It's like
I guess this audience is too young to remember the Geico Caveman. We're so excited about tonight's show. We have two of our favorite guests ever. We should watch comedy and talk comedy. These two guests are two of my most used guests, two of our favorite guests, two of the funniest people on it. I'm so excited to have them both here. Josh, what are you saying? What? Oh yeah, that's right. Well, thank you. Perfect. That's why you're there, Josh. Every week we have a musical guest that comes and debuts a brand new song every single week. We're getting together for him. It's Pat Reagan. With special guests tonight, that squad super regular, creator of Thunder Pussy, Jeremiah Watkins. It's Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins. Two of my favorite talents, another two of my funniest friends.
Set back for more. This song is for Reagan Watkins, guys. This is a song that we know how to play. And it is entitled Sadly.
Down at my paws, look inside myself. I have so many flaws, I'm a sad. Lying here just waiting for my life to end. Can't even get a beat of me when I want to know if red. I'm too depressed to chase the cat, too gloomy to play fetch. Oh, I could chop my balls off that. Needed those for sex on the side. I watch you down through the window and I stare. You
wear nothing but you wear it so well. You walk by my house every day. You're a beautiful lady, dog that I would die for. And lay with the make puppies with. Make puppies with my bottom bitch. Dark street. Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. So you like he does. I had some tasty chocolate, but it just made me sick. Why'd you chop my balls off and just leave me a dick? I was sad. Puppy, 16 notes again, don't watch me sad. Puppy, sad.
Fucking complete awesomeness. Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Every week I have two of my funniest friends on as guests. This week is no different. Here they are, everybody. Two of the best. It's Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. I could give their credits, but it would take absolutely forever. It would take forever. Tiffany from BET, Tyler Perry movies, Kirk Fox, host of The Test, coming in late like a pro. Look at this guy, I love it. Kirk Fox, everybody. Tiffany Haddish, Kirk Fox.
Tony, I said I was in the green room, man. I told you I was there. Son of Josh is there. I'm like, where are you? Nice to see you.
Tiffany, how are you?
I'm trying to come on this up. I'm trying to come on this show. I was trying to come on this show. You seem like you were perfect. I know, right?
Like, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell me, is she?
We'll be right back.
That's what it would have been.
My go-to. Well, Tiffany, can you do it anytime? So, here I'll do it.
Casting couch left over. Yeah.
I just shot a pattern with your nice.
The NBC one?
Yeah, the NBC one.
So good.
Yeah, you have a great hair look this time around. Every time I see you, it's different hair. It's either Predator. This is like a Predator. Well, last time you had Predator. Predator hair.
I had brains.
Oh, braids.
This is all you.
This is
You can just lay your head in my phone.
I know. I don't even need a pillow. It's so comfy. Oh my God.
That's a calmed down version of it, right? Like when you first got that, it was a little bit more
It
crazy.
was super big.
Yeah, like every picture, there's people like they look like that.
Does it get bigger when you're mad?
Sure.
Is there
In the bearded dragon, I am that.
I know, I'm so glad you guys are here because you're two of my favorite siblings. 6 or 7 times, two of my most used guys. Our chemistry is so much fun. Every week, the Iron Patriot has a question for our guests on the show. So
you're the Iron Patriot today? Aren't they supposed to be in some gear?
He can't fit me.
honestly, the gloves don't even fit purpose. His hands are so fat that he can't fit into the lungs of the.
So large.
Oh yeah. It's large, sure. Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, try to work Camelot.
More like Camelot. Look at this.
Camelot?
There it is.
What's your question for your guests?
Yes. I have a question. What was your biggest I know. Are you intimidated by the hair?
I'm intimidated by the hair. But you gotta get a hair too. Your chin looks like the top of my head.
No one's ever said that.
You never let you.
The
biggest thing that I had to overcome as a female is not thinking of myself as a female. Just thinking of myself as a female.
No,
That is a good pussy.
what do you got for her?
you've done a lot of different, choreography, you've hosted shows, stand up.
Yes, I have. Thank you so much.
Of all the different tricks you have in your bag,
There are no tricks. This is just to rephrase that.
of all the attributes you carry as
That's better.
what's your favorite thing to do out of all of
It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. I just want to be present, honest, love the opportunity, and know that I can be there for now. So right now, this is it. I think every comedian tonight, when they go on stage, they should treat it like it might be their last time on stage.
Yeah.
You really respect the chance to go out strong. If you take it, if you die on the way home, people will remember that you take your last time.
That's what they will remember.
So that's the thing tonight. Believe in what you're selling. You too. Or get your questions together before you come out.
Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute on tonight's show. All the names are in a bucket. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of it hitting. That's what it sounds like. That means wrap it up then. Else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Oh shit, fucking traffic way out there. Alright. There's a whole thing going on.
Now, can I ask you one thing, Tony? So this is streaming, so this is, people are seeing this right now.
Anything that, if there's a streaker that comes on at some point, right, that would never happen.
female streamer, Asian female streamer?
So then that would look like a little girl running around naked. That's not
Holding her driver's license in the air.
What's cool is that Tiffany actually made friends with a 14-year-old who does stand-up. And
I did that once. Dangerous.
That's it.
so and he wants to go up.
Yeah, I want
So
you guys to
since there's normally I tell everybody who wants a special spot no, but since there's a very strict 21 and 21 and over here at the comedy store, you can only come on at a specific time. So we set that right now. So ladies and gentlemen, you want to bring him up?
Yes.
You bring him up.
Please make a whole lot of noise for my little buddy all the way from Seattle, Washington. Give it up for Deshay, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Deshay.
Deshay with the first minute of the night.
How you guys doing out here? Man, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm happy to be here. Like, other day I got a whooping. But have you ever gotten a whooping and during the whooping you feel like the whooping was about you? Like, let me explain. I'm gonna grab me. She goes, man. She starts tearing me up. Boy, did I tell you to stop playing around? Okay, I was playing around and then she started saying things that made me realize like the woman wasn't even about me. Boy, did I tell you I ain't got the money? What money? On the other hand, my dad never was, because I think all dads are just lazy and you guys don't want to get off the couch. My dad just stays on the couch and Don't make me get my belt. Hey, that's my name's the Shag. Fuck yeah, the Shag. The Shag. So cool. So the Shag. The Shag. You get to talk to us now. That's so cool. Love your style, man. How long have you been stand-up? Wow. Were you 13 when you started? Oh my God. I did his birthday party. That's amazing. Wow. I was not twerking like the 13-year-olds. We're not going to talk about that. Did she get the art? No. They don't know nothing about that. Shut up. Did you hire her? I mean, he's a respectable woman. Did I hire her to twerk? No, we didn't hire me to twerk. It was a bonus. It was so like. It always is, my man. Your stage confidence is ridiculous. Yeah, you seem so smart. You just opened every open mic around. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, realize, bro. Just stage presence for being so young. And your stage presence. You have a stage presence for 15. Yeah. It sounds like marketing to me because you seem way too smart for 14. I feel like you're just like a small 27-year-old that just the next website. I wish I took How did you feel? Nervous. Did you feel that you were talking with us or at us? I feel like I was talking with That's what I'm always saying. My friends are just Will you hire us? You brought this guy out first. Will you please hire us in 7 months when you're the head of show business? He's a great writer. He can set up your podcast and your website and stuff. He does great improv and did you kidnap him? No, I didn't kidnap him. Is this your boy? Maybe my boy now, like that woman, I'm gonna go ahead. I feel like going out and finding a hot 14-year-old just barking. He's gonna be a star though. So you're getting beaten at home though? That's fine. I mean, we might as well talk about it. We can help. Is this a cry for help? I want to tell people what's happening to me, but I just gotta ask you as a joke. Is your dad yelling at you like that? Is your dad yelling at you that aggressively with the belt? You should bring a 45-year-old home tonight to just talk. You can say, listen, I met this comic, and he'll tell me, I just brought him over. He wants to see your belt. He wants to see the belt. How much material would you say that you have? How long the show do? I know. That's all you need for a team. I just started. Yeah, it's really good. What's great is what's really. I mean, especially after 10 minutes at your age, you grow out. I mean, in 10 minutes, that shit won't even fit you for 6 months. So don't get too much of this. You have to walk really just tell you some of this. Do you like tigers? Has he got a tiger on his shirt? Oh, because I'm those your pajamas? Did you sneak out a fucking bed? What I love is that you came out, you performed, and you put on a great show, but now during this where you're still yourself, it's right there in the pocket. Like, it's very impressive. Keep your mind, stay sharp through it all. You're probably going to be a really big star, so don't go all Michael Jackson on us, all right? Don't change colors. Can I make one suggestion? Just at some point, you go out on stage, and at some point, do your jokes when you're talking to us right now. With that kind of strength, you came out and just chilled. The fuck up. If you came out just like that and said that,
it off. My mom, she hits me off, and you just fucking start marinating. And you have that voice. Well, this because you were so animated and moving around so much that you lose some of the laughter. So if you could just kind of slow it down and take it away. Because you said you were talking business. You're just attacking. You know that, right? You were doing a goddamn monologue. But it's funny. So imagine just slowing it down and feeling it. Because you say you have 2 minutes of material, but you have 20. Just slow down.
On your first joke, you explained how you think your mom was taking things out on you, and then you kind of repeated it again when she was actually speaking to you. You should listen to that when you're sensitive, try to find it just here, not for explaining. Just be like my mom whips me, like she was whipping me, and I think she's taking it out. You can just do it wrong.
Here's a good tag for her. When she's whipping you, have her say your dad's name.
No, that is the worst. No, and then you're like, wait, mom,
Did you just, that's dad.
you know, he has the same name as me too.
Oh, that's
That makes sense.
Yeah, there's something to that also.
Yeah, he has the street name, so. You should call him for that. That's a good name.
Why do they call it now?
because he's from Game of Thrones. He's the best.
No, because he moves a lot of cocaine.
He might be white.
Don't go with me with your hair. It's good.
It's like the skater.
I think it's my last name's Frost.
Whoa.
I just guessed. I don't know for sure.
He just said that Prince Columbus.
Find out. You can sit him down. Take off your belt.
I've actually been 3 years straight. He won't tell me like he gets around it. I just won't because he don't want to tell you that he's still that cool coke.
There you go.
Funny kid.
The Sean thing.
The shame. Yeah.
All right.
Don't correct us when we miss it. Just be happy we're talking to you. You're still 14.
Anything you want to want people to go check out or see or do, follow on Twitter or something? What do you want?
You guys can check me out online.
Yeah.
Shane Frost. DESHAE.
Oh, shit.
Frost. You already know. And then Instagram. DESHAE _Frost.
In 2 years, you can see him driving the streets of Hollywood.
Yes. Yeah. I can't drive it.
In 2 years, I said.
I know. I can't. My mom's trying to teach me now, but like she don't.
We should have an option. We should have an option to shoot me.
You mean? I would be
Instead of Turner and Hooch, it's just like this shit.
CBS this fall.
That's actually that could be fixed that problem. I wouldn't even this. I it's like
Stick to your material. You're losing us.
Deshay, it was nice meeting you, man. Have a great night. There you go. Deshay, everybody. The future. All bow down to the future.
I'm so proud of you.
One day you'll all be saying, I think that.
I'm not proud of you yet, kid, but I got plans for you. You saw my belt.
I'm proud of
Just wanted to feel comfortable. That's why it was a little aggressive, abrasive. I wanted to feel like you were still at home.
Well, to the bucket we go, everybody.
Well, I just want to let you guys know that every one of us on stage is going to get a big fat blessing because you let me get on stage. It's me. And I remember when I was there, nobody was
5%. 5% of the future.
That's a blessing. But I'm just saying, nobody would give me a chance when I was there. Just so happy you guys.
I like how you made it about race. That was awesome.
You pull the name out of the bucket. The next comedian doing 60 seconds here tonight goes by the name of Daniel White. He's been on before. I think so.
He's 13 years old out of Kentucky.
Oh, he's got a guitar. Look out. Pat Reagan. Somebody's coming for your job. Daniel White, everybody.
How you doing tonight?
and they're sitting out the youth. They say that playing guitar helps to get you laid. It's like for 15 years, I'm here to tell you that that's complete bullshit. You have to, you gotta have a couple other things, okay? You gotta be able to see the hooks. You gotta be able to play songs that they like. You gotta get trapped in films. But anything is just affirmative action, like listening to music, got two cool guys, one plays guitar, hey, it's really happy. But anyway, so I want to just now who wants to fuck?
Fuck yeah.
I would have been more apt if he used this tongue.
Or to play the guitar.
Yeah.
I can show you.
Jesus. This guy just came in his pants over here.
The way you said that made me even more dry.
The one thing that really stood out to me was the mic stand thing. What happened there? I mean, you were so focused on that, and then the next thing you did, as soon as you had it where you wanted it, you put the fucking mic right out of the mic stand. You drew everybody into that mic stand, and the second you finally tightened it the way you had it, you stood there for a second, immediately you just grabbed the mic right out. You didn't even move the mic stand. Yeah, you just left it. Is there something wrong with the mic stand, or were you fiddling with it on purpose? So that's a whole part of the
Is this
game.
where you like it? Right here? Right here? You know what? Fuck it, I'm holding right there. Like, what the fuck?
Basically, what Tony's saying is you peeked at the mic stand.
The mic stand thing had me drawn in for something. I was hoping that there was going to be a payoff there, but it was all for nothing. Huh? Whoa. Don't turn on the mic stand. Jesus.
It's just a mic stand.
The mic stand's
Trust me, the mic stand doesn't want to be here either.
I don't think the mic stands would throw it off its tracks.
The mic stand's fucked up his nerves. He was just
He don't know how to work this.
But what I was going to say, because when you tighten the
Let's
mic
ask him,
stand,
how long you been doing comedy? Yes, see, you don't even understand the concept of mic stand. He hasn't touched enough mic
But
stand.
can I make one suggestion? If you're going to come up with that guitar, maybe have a minute, just hold on to it.
Yeah.
That way it's with you at the time.
Yeah, wear it up here. Wear it like a backpack.
I mean, if you're bringing a guitar, fucking live with it.
That's how that shit is apart. And really know how to
And try and cut down the introduction of what you're going to do. The shorter your introduction, just get to it.
Can you take that DC off? What's the hair? But you got hair, like, shut it off. It don't match the jacket.
man, you just went from train engineer to accountant real quick. That was amazing. That was insane. Went from the
Which is even better. That's better.
That's not so Superman, bro. I don't know.
You do other
I don't know what wet comic book you've been reading where the
Is a
Superman
guitar
was like
part of your act on this? So as a friend, I'm suggesting you never do it again. But listen, we're all in this together. If I say something that doesn't work, I expect everyone to say it. I mean, if you're gonna have a problem, you shouldn't just be outside because it takes away from you. Or maybe you can save it, just do it for your friends.
do you carry that guitar around to just do that one joke?
So you got a guitar.
You really do it, I think. Lots of alcohol usually. What do you say? Now all of a sudden I think there's bodies in your basement. And I'm guessing you live in the basement. Right? Above ground basement. It's
No windows, no so it's funny, don't you? You live in a garage?
That's what you should be talking about. You shouldn't talk about what's made you this way.
ABL game?
Have you ever been to the Black Woman before?
Half black.
Which half?
What was that like for you? Do you think Tiffany would agree?
I never met one that has. Are you next? You should talk about things like this. I thought you were playing with movie like I was like, this other version. You know, the officer.
What's your favorite joke? You have the 30-second joke you can tell me right now. Just tell me a joke right now, because I know you feel that we're just bashing you. Give me one joke right now.
Why did this happen on my dick instead?
Full-time guitar from now on. Just all guitar. Everything you do has to have a guitar in it. Yeah. I think you need to just strap yourself up with instruments before you have one of those pedals where you step and there's a
You just
little
gotta get a
drum.
little more confidence. Yeah. I mean, you just gotta doubt yourself right now. And you should just believe in whatever yourself.
And the only way to get out of your head is by going to a ton of shows. Peers and good comedians.
You've only doing it 4.5 months.
What do you do besides that? No, you fuck with video games. Talk about that shit. What do you do? Quality control? You just play games?
Talk about that because
You never been with a black woman before.
Or the fact that you work for a video game company, which is awesome. You can open up the most important part of the video game.
So you just gotta get the first job.
There you are, Daniel White. Nice to meet you, Daniel. He's on Twitter at Nano Comedy. Send
Oh,
him
that mindset works great now.
Bert, what you think of Dano? You ever go on stage with a guitar before?
I want to say the man a little bit. I tried to sing him for a song. It was a bad song.
Tell us how not funny it was. This sounds great. How bad was it? What was the song?
And then tell us what a mandolin is.
A mandolin is a
It's tiny, right?
It's the wrong instrument for me.
Do you know how to play it?
You should put a cello. A cello in the fucking thing.
Just start fucking it.
What was the name of the song that you played?
It was about sex, man. It was just going on in here about it.
Jeez, I can't imagine. It's terrible. This was. I'm trying to like dig anything up, and you just keep trying to bury it. Like, no, please don't make me say a line. Oh yeah,
They still have the mandolin.
I pulled another name out of the book, guys. This guy's been on a few times. He studies brain science neurosurgery at the University of Southern California. His name is Ori Amir, everybody. Here he is.
I'm from Israel, thank you. The one thing I don't like about my country is actually just like what separated out from Jesus Christ. But he wasn't cool. My point is, I can say this question because I'm a foreigner. You would say it must be more than white. You say Ricky, I say Paco.
Wow, nailed it on that. Right on the lap. And by the way, yes, that's how Ori actually sounds and talks. I know I probably should have said that in the short intro.
My favorite thing about you is preach peace. And show them the back of your shirt. What's your thing say? It says war. Do you not know that you're just wearing a sweatshirt that encourages war?
Makes sense, but I didn't know that.
He's just a natural Bond villain. I did not know there was a swastika tattoo on my back.
I'm from Israel. Everyone thinks I want to fight. Is it something I'm wearing?
Something adorable about you.
You're such a great villain. Can you say I'm gonna fucking chop your goddamn head off? Why do you say it with a smile?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more fucking scary.
Jesus, he's such a good villain that he's like, I'm gonna do this with a smile.
I didn't think we'd have to, but we're gonna have to dub his voice.
He's a Joker, man. Say it calm. Don't overthink it. Relax. Oh, fuck it.
I'm gonna chop your fucking head off.
Very creepy. I remember you from last time. Scare the fuck out of me.
It isn't creepy. I was not like, I got it. Really? Did you say he was studying to be a
It's not the first time Tiffany's been the first girl ever.
How close are you to graduating? In a couple of months away. What's your study?
Wait, that's how you would take that material?
Yes.
They got nice things to do.
So you're a brain, you could possibly be a brain surgeon. So you study brain,
What's that brain?
and you show people what could happen to their brain if they're fucked up. By just talking to them.
Wait, so what? That's what I need to know. Do you have an MRI machine?
We have an MRI machine.
You have one to your disposal. Have you ever?
That's right.
No, wait. I need to know. Have you ever put a black girl in an MRI machine? You want to?
I didn't know big little boy had a sibling.
I don't want to be an experiment. I just want to see if I got cancer.
By the way, imagine that you go to USC to get scanned and this scary fuck is on the other end. The only guy that you can hear when you're going into a little tube.
It's
I know he's got all my
Just
potential.
relax, everything's going to completely be fine.
And then he's like, you ever sucked a black dick before? Because you're doing all my jokes and shit.
Maybe you do need an MRI.
But the MRI, I just want to be in one of those machines once and I want to try it. It costs too much money to just do it on the fly. It's like,
It's better to have a professional.
I got all my dental work done last night.
I have access to an MRI machine if you can select it.
Really? For real? You might look great. You do
I mean, you're almost up for awards scrubs or something. Like, what are we talking about?
That's cool, my friend. So I have
Obama's character to work. People just go into anybody with any glasses. Like, I am really sick. You can check this thing out. That's what it's
MRI machines are expensive.
Yeah, It's all right. We don't know her.
I want to be able to
The test run?
I test drive a Tesla. That was nice. I mean, one of those two.
I think you're funny. You have to we're talking about it.
We're very kind of it.
Nervous men whenever I'm ashamed to do something like Steve.
Fit in, but he could be shot out like a turtle.
If you're getting me, nothing can get him out.
I think he's
Well,
right.
I don't even know what the joke was, but you had a great ending.
You say, oh my God, I say,
No, you say creepy.
I know.
It's actually not creepy.
Well, you're creepy. It's a gift you and I both have.
it's interesting because every time you come on the show, you have this really big story. Like one time you brought a dildo on stage or something like that. I mean, he had his needle point experiment with the guitar, except this was a dildo. Yeah, and the dildo was rocking, right? Not now. He did that one. Have you ever done that since that That means terrible. What I was asking is, do you ever just do like a set that's like you? It's not like you always have like this weird kind of almost character when you're on stage. You almost have like you're not really just talking about normal shit. You're not just like, today I woke up with this Starbucks. But it's always like, my country and dildos and, it's very. Yeah. Have you done it? I just wonder if you ever not done an exaggerated version and just done a set like you.
Yeah. Did it feel good? I think you would benefit just being this guy. I think once you become a character, you're gonna do something. Let the material get there. They're here to listen. So if you get up there and just talk, we're gonna have to get their attention. I'm a master of nothing. I'm just telling you what I've been through. I used to really get better. You're not laughing at something. See that? You see that? That was you. That was honest. You were a little animated because you really were excited. Yeah, as opposed to, hey, yeah, I love to be there. One word. No shit, I'm not here for my books, fucker.
When you did this night with this black what stood out to you?
Yours or hers? Yours or hers?
My woman is very enthused.
Maybe she was trying to get away. Trying to get out of the MRI. She had so much movement, it was crazy. I had to hold her down.
What kind of movements are you talking about? Did you describe it in any way?
Public movement? Oh, okay.
Perfect movement.
Only in Israel do they use the public.
Where did you find or meet or buy this film?
USC. Yeah.
Now, were you
That's in South Central.
Were you a character or were you just joke? I had the tall white comic.
But to wrap it up, the point I'm making is you got paid because you're just being you. So if you want to fuck the audience, you're gonna have to be yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird when you do that other characters, it's a comfortable sitting because a lot of us know you're coming. So it throws us out what you're actually saying a little bit.
Yeah, and then they're laughing at you.
Great job, though.
Thank you, guys.
Very tough stuff. Ori Amir. He's on Twitter at Ori Amir. O-R-I. A-M-I-R. That easy. You didn't even know that it says.
But it's in a stop sign. It's more inside of what would be a stop sign. So it's like, stop the war.
I think it's a stop war. Let's fight. Do not pass without fighting. Do not roll through the sky and fight. You fucker. This is Israel.
Regan Talay.
Woo! Regan Talay.
Regan Talay, everyone. Come on.
Hey, it's Reagan. It's spelled like Reagan because my mom named me after her. I deleted my online dating profile today because I wanted to get harassed less. So now I get harassed in just 3 forums. That's Twitter, Facebook, and the outdoors. You guys, something interesting I found out today. My brother got engaged to my ex-husband's sister.
People still watching out there. People still watching them. They're watching.
Oh, shit. Horace Rock? Oh, you know what that means, Tony? Horace Rock was
Blacklisted. Dude, sound like a mandolin.
Act like you're shooting lasers at the person that just got blacklisted.
That would have worked if you didn't say lasers. You had us.
The next thing that I can
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What's about to come up here? Sounds sexy. Maurice
How's everybody doing? Yeah, so, I was living on the street for about 5 or 10 years, and I found out that there was a bird that was my best friend. When the bird died, the bird laughed. What are you laughing so hard for, bird? Anyway, so, up in the wars, I noticed that had some red ants and what a fish nuggets. Yeah.
How you doing, Maurice? Talk to the microphone. How you feel about it this time? What did you think was going to happen? Sorry about that.
it's really,
They say until you tighten it, then it's back like every other mic stand.
it's working out.
Was that real material that you just did? Was that like written down or what was that?
It's actually
So I made it.
So were you homeless for 5 or 10 years?
yeah, I was on the street until
Are you still on the streets?
no, actually, I'm not on the streets anymore. Things are
Pretty sure you're still homeless.
It's not necessarily, it's bummy. It's not homeless. It's bummy.
At the end of the day, when you're done bumming, at the end of the day, do you go to the home? I'm just asking you.
I did actually. It was for 2 weeks. I had been home.
We're just asking you a simple question. Are you still homeless?
Yeah, you have brand new shoes on. Yeah, the brand new.
Sapphire, maybe.
Okay.
So you know the key to comedy is honesty. What?
Look like you work at I've never worked.
You look like you're playing a character.
Yeah. This is really funny that you guys are saying.
No, it's not really.
We're just talking to you. And if you can't talk to us back, just bring someone else up on stage that can be the last
Well, no, characters of stars. Characters of,
Well, we're just trying to get the answer. We're just trying to talk to you.
It's a bad word. Oh my God. That's why I only take white men down.
Maurice, you didn't utilize your time value. Valuable time. We could have helped you and talked about your jokes. Well, then we could have talked about it. Your joke was that you were a bum. Is that funny?
How long you been doing comedy? Okay, so you know better. Like, you know the audience, you know better. How long you been home?
This audience was I can't figure you out. So it's the best one. Have a good night.
Try to play lines. That's what I said.
I convinced me, you know, just talk shit.
He knows a bird, he's got a sheep.
You know this name. Excited to bring this guy up. Bricks and bullets.
Yeah.
Bricks and bullets. I know a lot about that shit.
Where he is, everybody's nice.
It's all right. Is it suicide? Minus your mother's guilt. So I got bricks and bullets.
I love it. Bricks and bullets. That is so funny. You really lost it so hard. We could almost all see it.
We're trying to picture suicide. They're there. They got some stuff inside. Suicide basically. I take a lot. Suicide is against the law. What's the sentence? Life.
Yeah, your writing's great. It's all just stage time.
Thank you so much. And we were talking about that joke.
No, really. I mean, you're great last time. You're great this time. You know, of course, it always happens. You you should have something to go to, like real quick. That might be a little silly. That while you're thinking of what it is, but that's just like something that you get into your chest eventually.
Why are you dressed up fancy?
I like to have last time I was here.
So you're late night. Really stepped up your game.
And I'll say this one thing that you can kind of work on is having the feeling of enjoyment, knowing you're on time. That's fun stuff. As opposed to that's why we're here. We're all just trying to get it. But you can stream those jokes. So you'll see.
Stripping it out, breaking it down, because I know they can different things. What else would you do? What would you do in the morning? You're gonna stay in that one. You're gonna the building. That's like right now. It's suicide. Let's try it out. I'll check the ratings. Having you do more like you. How would that be?
And you feel together. A lot of us feel more birthday. And I think they're going to be out of something else. It's about
there's no failure ever. Right? If you're writing, you're creating something, you're stretching that dream. You have to write things to see that this doesn't work, but then you can go on to it. You can never look at anything you're doing as failure.
Years from now, you're going to look at this writing also, and you might have like 2 years, and you're going to be amazed at how much money stuff that you find in it. And you'll use it later in life, right? I looked at my stuff the other day and found 2 things I threw away, thought it was dumb. There was parts of it that now work at different time of my life, a different joke that I was thinking of. So keep all that stuff that you can, save because you'll use it in the future.
2 pages of writing that gets you to fruition. This time, how long those 2 pages are.
Where do you go back to the first one?
It's something that I really want to do.
I've always had some good things happen when you're just by yourself in Park City, and they try to pull a fast one, but didn't work. Started this year,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little less aggressive. And,
Just who you are. Just be.
I thought it was some 8 Mile type shit. Right. I've never seen it before.
You know what I mean? So maybe it's time that you just Jeff has working on it. Just sometimes forget jokes.
I wouldn't tell you should get the acting game, but they already made great points. So that's your shot, pretty much.
And I really like what you said about the emotion thing. Like for me, when I do my jokes, I try to definitely connect with the memory of it, or because I like to use a lot of stuff that really happened to me. So I try to connect with the memory, and that way I never forget the joke. If I have the feeling, then the joke always comes. And if I don't have that feeling, whatever the feeling is, just comes.
So I also find that don't lock yourself in.
All the best writers write a ton of garbage. Probably drafting people I didn't see anything from anything. Plus everything else that they write is dog shit. Everybody writes dog shit. So now they're getting Stephen King and every great writes diggity dog shit. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. There's no such thing as writer's block.
Good job, Jeff.
Psychological. Yeah, Jeff, what's your last name? Are you like a wanted criminal or something? What? Okay, flex the bullets, everybody. There he goes.
Jeff Carruthers, man. Jeff Carruthers. Did you hear what happened? Jeff Carruthers killed himself after so
You know what he said?
cry for help.
He said that joke reminded me of my childhood.
Jeff was talking about writing. We're talking about writing. Perfect time. It's part of the show where our 2 regulars write and perform a brand new minute every single week. Come on stage. They've been doing this since the beginning of the show. It's so much fun to have them here every week. We do fun, racing shows. Performing the minute first this week. University of Florida Dropout started here on this show. Has been doing comedy in LA every episode of the show ever since. It's very funny. Very pumped and everything.
50 Shades of Grey came out on Valentine's Day. That was like a really big thing, and I was really excited about that. I don't really get it, It's about a girl who graduates college, she gets a job under some guy who's really sexy and rich and just fucks her all the time. I think it's super realistic because nobody gets a job out of college. I hate when girls say that they don't get along with other girls. We've all had that girl who's like, you don't get along with 50% of people. Like, really, bitch, the only people you get along with want to fuck you. That says something about you. I'm dating a guy, we're in a big fight right now, and I've decided to punch him by stop, like not having sex with him anymore. But I have to stop this entire thing.
I love that. You totally agrees with her. It's so hard to look at the classic Tiffany attitude.
Everybody don't get that. Everybody don't get that. But that's true. That's true what you're saying. I like that. Or I think the classic message.
Holy shit. Yikes. Wow.
I don't like bitches that don't like bitches.
Is there any women in this room right now, by round of applause, that really get along with guys? I had a feeling nobody would respond already.
Are those overalls that you just have an extension of pants?
You know what, actually, they're overalls that you turn into pants, and I took the overall part off.
Overall, I'd say that was a pretty good decision.
Yeah.
With that first joke you said it was realistic. You should have said it was unrealistic.
Oh, that's what I meant to say. I messed up. I just say it's so unrealistic, nobody gets a job.
Now it's
You gotta just sit to it. I mean, if you're gonna do it, then that's 22 to 23
Yeah, but how do you explain that?
Are you just saying that everybody loves about 50 Shades of Grey? Are you saying, can you believe I watched 50 Shades of Grey? Look at this shit. Blah, blah, blah. Unrealistic.
She's just a wife. Everybody's excited about 50 Shades of Grey. The most unrealistic part of the entire walking line is that
That's white girl powers.
that's all that it is. If you're not gonna talk more about that part,
Why don't you talk about how they look like they don't have a foot?
But I think that line is actually set up. I think you can make a joke around that as the setup. If you use it as the setup instead of turning right back to the dive into that.
Or hey, you can go all into the workplace and stuff and just try to win a job. I'll let you change me.
When is she going to be doing it? How is she going to be in the fight? Talk about arthritis, just have that arthritis is still out.
Unless you just don't want to spend that much time on a joke that's got an expiration date of a week.
I would maybe double down and think more people get to see the second vessel women that say they will I hear that.
And all those females, when they drink a lot, they smoke a lot, they always dress like, they try to dress better.
Their cell phones are always cracked.
Yeah, always crack cell phones. They always argue with dudes.
There you go. That's it. Talk about those people, break it down.
They always got a lot of eye makeup on too. They always
Glitter eye makeup.
Man, I hate that.
There you go, Kimberly Congdon. She did it again. Another new minute. Who's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon? Final comedian of the night, and the only other regular that writes a new minute every week. He always takes a small concept and stretch it out and talk about it, make it funny, bring it together for the stylings. Great Sarah Weinschenk, everybody.
Sarah!
It's like the 90s, you had encyclopedias. You were really sick. That was a badge of scope for the owner. You were upper middle class then. If you didn't have encyclopedias, life was just hard. You had to write a book report or study something. You'd have to carry around 2 books instead of just looking it up online. You were a dude and you had encyclopedias in the 90s. The world at your fingertips. Bitches would want to fuck you. Because they wouldn't have to go to the library anymore. They would just come over. Can I borrow a K? It's are bullshit. Nobody just peruses casually through an encyclopedia. You always have to have an agenda, looking for something. You don't just take out letter P and say, today I'm going to study persimmons and then penguins.
Right. It would have to be penguins and persimmons because that's more orange. But, I mean, that's just...
Did you ever do an encyclopedia gym in the past?
I love that, but you don't need it's just part of like in the 90s you didn't have encyclopedias. What was that?
Here it is. You didn't have encyclopedias. You wouldn't even know what an encyclopedia was.
She made me feel like it was rich because you get like 3 or 4 different brands of encyclopedias. Like you got Botanica, reading, and then all the different
Friends and friends that were poor, they were missing letters.
But they knew it.
Wait, this isn't a complete set. It's MN.
Which, by the way, I remember that being a lot of my show.
And those people were just really smart and like aardvarks and apples, but they had no like knowledge about like spiders and returns.
And then eventually they just started being used for more stuff.
my grandma used to talk shit about me. Things like when she was more than 10 years old, she's like, they don't even know how to stay up with the time. Not relevant.
Yes. That's it. We did it again. Great new minute, Sarah Weinshank. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Sarah Weinshank.
And Sarah, I noticed that you were so surprised that the K joke got that big of a laugh.
It's great.
The laugh was so big it scared me.
The girl came over when we knocked the head in the library.
He said, you got K? And the laugh was so big.
Hey, you got that penis cover?
No, the girl directly with fire as usually with
There you go, Sarah Weinshank.
I got a cover of book coming to me.
Ryan Mervis, we did it again.
Thank you, Ryan. You were great.
Yeah, where did you find you?
I just felt safe. I felt like you had more access to shit. Like if someone came in here, just like you.
Super safe. Thank you. What's coming up, Marv? Anything you want to promote? Check them out in La Jolla. Elise Lane is Elise Lane on Twitter, or with a P on Facebook and Instagram. Follow her.
Nice.
Her thoughts.
I will actually be in Vegas next week for a week. And I'm doing one night in Kentucky on Friday.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting out of the world, man. I'm getting out of my bubble.
Heck yeah. I got good friends. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah. Live audience, make some noise for yourselves. We had a lot of highs and lows tonight, people. Daniel White, Ori Amir, Greg and Calais, Morris Robb, Maurice Love, Bricks and Bullets, and Deshay Frost. That was a blast. World sensation. Thank you to you, live audience. I'll be on Twitter today. Episode 100 of Kill Tony is in the Maynard of the Comedy Store, April 13th, 2015. It will sell out. everybody. It's another episode of Kill Tony. How you guys doing tonight? How crazy is this? Episode 94 of Kill Tony, live from the Comedy Store, streaming right now. The livest show in the world. We're here. Hi, everybody. It's a real live audience here. People watching the stream, I promise you. It's all happening. Lady and Jerry are coming in now. Fuck yeah, welcome, guys.
Hey, just turn off your cell phone right now. How about this? Because every show your cell phone goes off.
Yeah, when you guys order drinks tonight, try to just whisper to the waitress. You guys are so loud. I know you don't hear it, but it's a live podcast, and you guys have become the accidental fucking room tones. Just settle it down.
There's two guys from the Muppets that sit in the little side thing.
That's true. You guys are loud as fuck. You need to settle down over there. But we love you. They're here every week. We're answering them for Jerry and Lady. Basically, Kill Tony's grandparents. So good. Alright, settle down, Jerry. You fucking animal. Jesus Christ. You're that guy.
I got it. From now on, they have to wear ball caps. I'm just saying ball caps.
No, it wouldn't be. That would be so creepy. Those two with ball gags in their mouths to be right. Alright. Here we are, everybody. Let's do it again. They only show where comedians watch comedians, and we goof around the entire time. Every single week, we have a sponsor. She makes us a meal every single week, and it's always delicious. That's Elise Lane sitting right over there. Super comedy chef. She's a personal chef for Russell Peters. She cooks us and the guests a brand new meal every single week. Tonight it's oven roasted garlic herb chicken breast with Greek style pearl couscous, hummus, vegan homemade falafel, meat, and ocean fish. So we're vegans and we're healthy as fuck. Settle down, right? This is such a horrible part of the show where you grab food and fucking breathe it on me. It's so weird. It's a joke that will never catch on. It's the most random fucking thing. You really don't have to commit to it, I promise you. It's chicken. Guys, every single week we have a patriot that keeps us safe. He used to be a man in a $5,000 Iron Man suit, and then he left the show telling us that he was irreplaceable. So to show him how irreplaceable he is, we've replaced him every single week with a brand new person basically doing the same thing. This week it's no different. Always. Now we have comedians doing it. This week is a return comedian, one of my favorite friends, one of the coolest people, just wrote on Gerard Carmichael's NBC pilot, Go Gerard Go. One of the right-hand man to some of the best comedians in the game. It's the one and only Willie Hunter, everybody. Here he is. Wow! Fully committed. Just with the shoulder pads tonight. I love it, Willie. It's a good look for you. You gonna commit to the mask the whole time? You have such a likable face. There he is, Willie Hunter, everybody. Look at him, isn't he cute? Keeping us safe. He's fully prepared. You've done this a few times. You excited about tonight's show? There's something going on. Is it his mask? Is it the mic? Something like that.
You don't have to speak about it.
There it is. We're all over it, guys. This is podcasting gold right now.
What happened to the speaker box, Josh? It broke. This is my second speaker box that I've been in.
You know it's not. You know the podcast isn't crushing when you hear a dog bark at the Comedy Store. Let's just throw that out there right now. That I'm aware that the show has started a little bit slowly. We're all fully aware of that. Let me just acknowledge it so we can move on to the next part of the show. Willie, you're excited about our guests, right? We don't do that on this show. Just say yes and we move on.
Yes, I'm excited.
Me too. It's another two of our favorite friends. They've done the show a couple times before and they are back again. Another two of the best for you, everybody. It's Moshe Kasher and Jeffrey Ross. Live and in the flesh. Can you believe it? Here they come, because I'm sure Josh Martin is all over it. Hell yeah, perfect. Jeff Ross bringing 2 meals. Oh yeah. Rocking it. Got the lunchbox, the food, Moshe Kasher's in the house, coffee.
It was a long show. I wanted to carve up.
I love it. Welcome back, guys. Moshe, how are you?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Jen carving up. This is carved down right now.
Alright, what'd you do with your falafel? Falafel at the stage? You already eat it?
I felt like it was anti-Semitic to offer a Jew falafel, so I went the other way.
And did what?
I put it in my hands.
Oh,
So the Department of Homeland Security stuff.
I love that. Every single week our Patriot asks the questions to the guests. Go ahead, what's your, have these guys right if we are prepared.
Is Tom Brady ashamed to show his face?
See your head spinning right now. What are you thinking about?
You look like Jeff Goldblum's stand-in from The Fly.
This is my first
You
question.
look like you're about to play football at Comic-Con.
So I'm going to ask Jeff the first question. You've roasted a lot of people. About everyone. My question is, besides roasting people, what is the weirdest person I've roasted? Maybe famous or not famous.
Weirdest person?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I roasted Richard Branson without him knowing it. And that did well. It was a prank. He's probably the only person ever to get mad at me. It was a prank. I've told Tony the story. You should never roast somebody unless they volunteer, because his friends put me up to it. He was in Canada. And he kind of laughed. They were laughing so hard, and he wasn't really laughing. And he got up at the end, and he pretended to give me a hug and poured his drink on my head. Yeah, so fund to where he lives, which is a $1 billion mansion.
How was your reaction? What did you think? Like, you just...
I mean, we both kind of were, I had to be a good sport. Who am I, of all people, trying to get this off? It hurt me, made me realize you have to roast people, volunteer, and also no over 85. Jerry Lewis had a heart attack once on the flight.
Is there, do you think it was a specific gym that probably has that? Do you think he
I blocked it out like it was real.
Do you think he thought he was being funny?
Yeah. And then afterwards is what he says, how he does that all the time. You can't prank cowards. My first piece of advice. For these young up-and-comers. By the way, Up-and-Comers is also one of my favorite porno series.
What's your question for Moshe?
Moshe is...
Somebody remembers that one?
I have a question for you, actually. Will.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
When you were putting the weird, like, Jason, future pedophile thing on, did you make the choice to tuck your t-shirt in? Or was it already pre-tucked and you just went with it?
That was my first choice.
Oh, cool. You thought that would add to the look?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Willie, how could you look like a child and a child molester at the same time?
Man,
My question is...
first Terrence Howard gets fired, then Don Cheadle, they really fucking going low in the bucket.
You recently posted a lot of like hate mail. You recently had one in Miami. Do you see like raw hate mail? It's gonna be powerful to know that someone took the time to date and write you something like that.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm into it. I listen. I have a section on our website that's for hate mail. And so if anybody out there wants to talk some shit, you want to get schooled by a sort of foppish-looking hipster, well, I'm ready.
I love that. So haters are welcome with you.
Haters always welcome.
Love them. Get them right in.
Just fucking straight up blast them.
Did you ever get offended on the hate mail? Like you're like, oh, this is...
I get offended on every single piece of hate mail. It works every single time. But then I think about you in that costume, and it makes me feel really good.
Okay, I think it's time for the show to start.
Really, have you ever gotten hate mail?
No.
All right.
Willie, have you ever gotten email?
Have you gotten any mail whatsoever in your life? Has anyone really confirmed your existence, Willie? Okay, well, good luck with the game, whatever you're doing.
keep that shirt tucked in. Everything's gonna take off. Let's get this party started, guys. We're gonna do it again. You guys know the drill. Comedians signed up with a chance to come up and do 1 minute of stage time, and then talk to comedians. And that's how we do it. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Better wrap it up then, or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Well, wait a minute.
That's it.
That's the West Hollywood PD, I think.
There you go. For tonight.
I just had an American sniper gun.
I guess that's the bear tonight. We're gonna rock with it. You guys excited? It's Kill Tony 94 to the fucking EO. Doing your first minute tonight. The comedian that goes by the name of, oh, we know this guy. It's Fang Chow, everybody.
Sounds delicious. How are you guys doing? You guys look like an okay crowd. My Chinese name is Feng Chow. I got stuck on the point on my last just for the night. You should have an everybody. The other day, my buddy Jake asked me for a favor. He said, dude, I need you to leave a message on this Chinese girl's phone that I'm really into. I said, sure, look at it. I'm a gentleman. Here is the message that I left. To whoever this is, Jake is a douche. My name is Feng Chow. My phone number is 414.
There it is. Fang Chow. Did it again. What's your initial thoughts on Fang Chow? We've seen him a few times here.
That was funny, man. That was funny. It was fun how you went into real Chinese at the end. You said bubbity bubbity bob. Well, I tried to learn English. I didn't want to give up my phone.
Of course, no.
I got what you were doing. I was doing the racist joke.
Now, Fang, you actually are from China, right?
Yes.
How long have you been in America? Or you've been doing it 6 years?
I went to school.
Does China know that you quit school and you're just doing stand-up comedy in America?
They know. They kicked me out because I'm not really good at math. But, you guys, so many people out there. Like,
where was the school?
I know.
You went straight from China to Wisconsin?
Right. Finally, a cold, gray netherworld that's worse than China.
Yeah.
Wow. Was there a direct flight? I'd be curious. No, there's no direct flight. To Chicago, though. How do you say flight to Milwaukee is in 10 minutes? 航班要飞到密尔沃基江的市。
What part of that was Wisconsin?
Did you say Milwaukee? It made me hungry. I don't know.
Oh, Milwaukee, that's right.
Did you learn English in China? Yes, I did. Oh, okay, because you're pretty good. You're pretty good. Thanks. I feel like I get a compliment for my English. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad compliment. I'm not good at that. I took it back to insulting you. I felt like you stole Margaret Cho's thing that she does about knowledge and experience. That was a little joke. I forget it. That's the one joke that I didn't get. They all get it. They all got it. You know, in America, sometimes when a crowd really likes a joke, they'll be completely silent.
Did you start in Wisconsin or did you come to LA to start?
I started. Wow. Did you do the Comedy Cafe? Oh, yes.
Yes. You know about that place? It's like owned by the mafia. They'll kill you. They'll like pay you with a gun on a stack of cash when you're doing this kind of thing. Wow. It's a really scary place. It is pretty scary. Yeah. I guess in that way, every place in America is scary for you.
Anyway, feng shui. I hope you're not offended by the decor at all. Yeah, that's like Japanese.
The jabs? Hey, you thought I was being racist.
I thought we were in the same place talking about shit. I thought you were great. I thought when you're up there, you could drop your arms, you could open up a little bit more. You seemed nervous. You had a great opening joke. Just let's see you a little bit. You have an interesting worldview, I bet. So I think you're playing a little dumb for your act. I think you're a smarter guy than that.
Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. I feel like it's an honor for me to take all the jokes from you guys. It's fun. I like it. Yeah. I'm thinking the jokes. Yeah. Don't buy Rosetta Stone, okay? I learned from it. It's not working out.
So how long do you get to stay in America?
For how long were you supposed to stay in America? That's the question. My visa runs out in 5 years. Thank you for laughing. Thanks. Thank you. You guys are great. You have to be pretty concerned if you're being honest. It was a joke. I know, but you seem like somebody that's here illegally knowing you. Wait, what do you mean? He says killing you. He seems like he's not.
It's a douchebag. There you go. You nailed it, thing.
I thought you were funny, man.
How do you make money? How do you survive out here?
I do some translation.
Is there a lot of work for that? Where are you mostly doing that?
Holy shit, you're a translator?
I'm guessing casinos.
No,
Have these people never heard of Google Translate before? And they're just like...
Or have they ever heard of a person that actually knows English? No, but it's easy for me, like, because I've been to school for... I learned English for such a long time, like that. Some Chinese person.
Billy, what do you think about Fang? What's your plan?
I'll have to plan for it. Thank you. My message always made the costume. Were there a lot of black people in China? In China? Yeah. From Africa. From Africa.
But they come straight from Africa? Like, there's nothing.
They're like, oh, we teach English here.
Wow.
If they don't have said, like, I teach robotics, I'm like, all right. So, I get it.
Dang, I love your style, man. Thanks for having on the show.
Have a good night, guys.
He calls him Jabs, but I just noticed he has Bruce Lee on his t-shirt, so sort of contradictory.
Oh, I thought that was his merchandise.
Follow Fang Chow on Twitter. He's the only guy with the name Fang Chow 8080. So if you're wondering who that was all this time, that's that guy.
This is fun, Tony. What do we film?
Do you remember something that you guys did when you very first started comedy that you can't believe you did?
Yeah, I spoke in an extremely thick Chinese accent. Brother, drop that.
You know, I did speak in a very heavy New Jersey accent. When I first started stand up in New York, that stuck out. So we worked through it. It's endearing at first, but everybody's fucking.
I did too, actually, not a New Jersey accent, but I had. When I was like growing up, I was like super into hip hop. I thought it was black style, and that went away as I got older. And then I started comedy, and it came back. When I first got on stage, it was like some kind of weird, sort of defensive wall that I was building between me and the audience. And then eventually, when I got comfortable doing comedy, that went away, and it was eventually.
They never come out when you're drinking or having sex.
It comes up when I'm fucking, yeah, for sure. I'll be like, take that big black dick, and nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I have another friend who's white that sounds blacker than he sounds black on stage. It's really whitest black guy in the world. And if you don't believe me, look how deeply that shirt is tucked into his head.
I think Tux are coming back, man.
You know this guy that I just pulled out of the bucket? The last couple times he's been on the show, he's been so stoned, like to the gills, that a lot of it hasn't even been, even Feng Chao couldn't translate what was going on. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ian Ellis, everybody, from Chicago.
Transformers Blackish. Watch on YouTube today. We want to know why countries hate us. Like a conversation Surrey wasn't ready to have. One more reason is our decadence. You know who the most decadent people in the world are? Arabs with oil money. Jay-Z wishes he could ball so hard. They buy a lot of shit we don't need. They buy people. Number two reason, because we're a Christian country. Italy has two popes. The Pope shy. Every mega pope. That's how the Inquisition got started. Another reason is that it is for our freedom. We're seventh of freedom. Ireland has more freedom than us. It hates those potato monkeys. Let it blow up those torch gingers.
Wow, you need some weed, man. This is you sobered up, and it turns out you're just an angry fuck.
You just gave them weed for real? Yeah.
What was the first thing that you called them? Potato monkeys? Wow. That is
wild, man.
Did an Irish guy steal your girlfriend or something? Like, what would you get to hate Irish people to get the potato monkeys? Oh, Jesus.
You lost me at Hero.
Yeah. You say hello, we say goodbye, you know what I'm saying?
It was interesting. Your whole act seemed to be, I mean, just this minute of it, seemed to be based on, like, facts that were not in any way public information. You know, we're seventh in freedom. Arabs find humans. What was the second thing? You said something else. Yeah, I didn't know any of the facts that you were. So that was interesting. I mean, comedy in some ways about relatability.
How long have you been a black Israelite?
How did you find out that we were seventh in freedom? What did you rank that yourself, or?
I mean, I know who Noam Chomsky is. I'm trying to incorporate him into my stand-up comedy act. No, Chomsky is some funny shit.
I'm waiting for you. You commented outside. That's probably not a good idea. The rest of the stuff is all.
Oh, I remember two popes in Italy. What?
Yeah, he's right. There's two popes.
There are?
One's still alive who retired. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's what you had?
Everything you said made sense on a certain level, and a lot of it is, honestly, some of your jokes were brilliant. The ideas behind them I thought were brilliant, but you have this timing of a suicide bomber. If you slow it, what's your name? Ian. If you slow it down and just sort of relish those ideas a little bit, you'll be lethal. Not just look lethal. Great one.
You gotta stop trying, Ian. Stop trying. Girls are gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. You don't want to do that tonight. It sounded like gunfire. Whoa, he's ready. Don't do it. All right.
Well, I kind of like the like that respectful laughs that you cited Noam Chomsky. I think it's good. Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I feel like at some point you got high between your set and right now.
The blood is seeping through his hand right now.
Yeah, you get the flop sweats plus a bud in your palm and you'll get high as fuck.
But yeah, Ian, what are you doing to what's happening in your life? You moved here from Chicago how long ago?
In August.
How's that going for you? Apartment on the Sunset Strip.
Yeah, it's Sunset Strip now.
You know, Sunset Strip's one of the best places to buy cattle in Los Angeles. You might want to do a bit about that.
And as far as, areas in LA, it's got like the 18th most freedom.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's like really awesome in the freedom category.
Although one thing I will say about Europe, if you're going to do the Irish thing again, which I don't recommend, but if you are going to do it, they actually, you can't get an abortion legally in Ireland. So they're not super free. I would choose another. Oh, but you have to do all your rights. Well, that's not a fact that we're the 7th most free country. That's not a, you can Google, you can also Google me getting ass fucked by Jeff Ross, and it's on there. Well, that's a fact. But anyway, no, I'm saying, like, that's subjective.
Which actually happened in Ireland.
Yeah, that was a good, that was good. It was the most Jews that had ever been in Ireland, actually.
Thanks for promoting this show that we're already doing. Thank you, they know. Hell yeah, good job. We didn't really save it. Ian, so what else is happening? Like, you moved here in August. You have an apartment. You have a job.
Yeah, I just got a job.
What's that? You think you don't know the place that hired you? Can't lose this job, man. that cooking and mess hall might just be your real calling.
It's a good restaurant. Like a notch for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you said those Phillies. That's like your fucking
That's my whole
Planet Krypton.
That's right. No, it's a good restaurant. Congratulations.
What's your favorite thing to get there?
They have, I don't know, but again,
All right. I mean, you sounded like you really liked it. I mean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I always have like a favorite dish wherever I go. And I was gonna try to figure out how to make a joke. I was gonna hope the potatoes were in it because they were made by a potato monkey. Like I was searching for anything, but instead you said nothing. You could have even just made up a dish, and I would have ran with anything. But now it's like a whole thing.
I'm sorry I did this to you, Tony.
No, it's all good. Ian, good luck, buddy. Rock and roll. There he is. Ian Ellis. He tried to connect from the beginning. He said, hello, that was topical. We did Fang Chow up here. It's all happening. Follow Ian Ellis at Chicago Open Mic on Twitter. Let's go back to the bucket, everybody. Reading some of the live things on the stream. What do they call those? Live comments. Live comments. I just turned into an 80-year-old host. What do they call those? This is another guy that we've seen on the show before. I believe he originally was from Montana a while ago. Put your hands together for Tyler Mesnarik, everybody.
So, hey, I was watching you say just start staring into so then I get up to leave before he says something racist. I didn't make it. He just grabs me on the shoulder, spins around and says, hey, who's that girl? It's like you hear things, there's your things, he said, that's Beyonce. We used to have magazines and girls like that back in the war. Magazines were called Tan. Because she's blonde. Which, as far as the racist things go, like gloves and that, like, it doesn't sound as much like a racial slur as like a refreshing drink. You get at Starbucks, hey, what's up? Can I get a tall bottle, please? Actually, this
Wait, I always love that. I want to hear the end of it though, even though the bear came out so close.
actually,
Go ahead.
actually, it's honest, my grandfather. And it feels like when it's so dark.
Okay, I think the bear saved you on that one. So, did your grandpa really say that?
Yeah, he actually.
So what did you really say when he said that? Did you laugh in his face? Like, what happened?
He actually followed me like out of the room until he finished telling me. And I just kind of looked at him like, wow, that's crazy. And then I asked him, really, like, I don't know what you say to like an 8-year-old man. He says something like that.
Like he's saying, bust out that dick, let's jerk it together, grandma.
That's true.
Yeah, you're not Jewish, huh?
No,
That's how we do it, Jewish families.
Phrase dirty Jew.
That's right. Yeah, your grandfather invented the phrase dirty Jew.
I like the rubbing the stomach part. I don't know, there's a lot of things. I word it or make it a little bit more.
They just don't see where you're like, instead of making it, that's really where you want to go. You can always do that, but they just think there's more to the genuine in actually saying that. They want to know more. Like, what happened then? What did he follow you to tell you about the black magazines? It sounds so entertaining. Like, there's no show where there's just some crazy 80-year-old man that is actually just saying whatever comes to his mind.
he lives at my uncle's cabin.
He lives in your uncle's cabin.
This is the most Montana story of all time. It's like weird porn and racism and cabins.
He sits there and he watches like this. Yeah.
Oh shit, God. Wow. Willie, how'd you get on the cover of this magazine? It's a great headshot, Willie. You should use that as your Twitter avatar. Wow, so that's the real thing. It was 25 cents.
I like that,
The captions. Yeah. Up across the color line.
Oh, it's not the porn magazine?
No, it's
It's a gossip magazine?
It's basically like 50 Shades of Black, is what it seems like.
It can't be a porn magazine with this person. It's right. It's a gossip magazine, is what it says. That's crazy. Your grandfather was essentially reading like Ebony magazine or something in 1920. You painted your grandfather being this racist. He's a fucking progressive.
I love this magazine. I'm guessing your grandpa gets a boner when he sees a bottle of Aunt Jemima. So.
Now that was racist. So
No, it's not. That lady looks like Aunt Jemima.
I feel like anytime you say that, it's racist. Even if it's actually Aunt Jemima on the magazine.
But yeah. So Tyler. What other is that it as far as crazy stuff your grandpa says?
Like he reads like Tom Clancy novels and watches like world's craziest water slides
all the time. Oh wow! Okay, there's something there.
I hung out with him because I always look at that one. That was real crazy.
Jesus, does he ever go down water slides?
Well, I found out like what it was. It was kind of like software because they only show like really hot girls. Water slides. It's a lot of close-ups, like city months.
Do you know what pornography is? He's like, I'm pretty sure that gossip magazine and that water slide show was porn.
It fits in line with what my grandfather thinks.
Right.
Wow. Your grandpa watches hours and hours of girls going down water slides.
There's a parent thoughts. Maybe it was just a special occasion. All the time.
Yeah. Jeff Ross, what do you think about Tyler?
Brian's pulling up my friend.
Oh, Jesus, Brian.
He's streaming porn for no reason.
Willie, what do you think about Tyler?
I want to know more about your grandpa.
That's right.
How old is he? He's like, yes.
patriot. He basically said, like, you can either go to war or you can. It sounds cool, your grandpa.
Yeah.
I wish he was here today.
Tyler, we had a blast with you.
Thanks,
You had the, you know, you have all the comedy flavor of a glass of water. And, we really like your style. That's great. Did you get that shirt here or in Montana? Really? Yikes. I love it. Tyler, have a good night. Thank you. He's on Twitter at Tyler Nez. He's got a lot of pockets on that shirt. None of those pockets containing a better shirt. Good shirt roast joke that gets nothing in the live room. It's good. I know you guys got distracted by flippage. What's that idiot's name about the thrift stores? This moron looks like this. There he goes. This one we got
Backwards here, guys. Guys, get ready for Backwards.
This is an interesting one. This looks like a new name, which is a relief. Put your hands together for Brian Blank. Here he comes, Brian Blank. This has to be Brian Blank, right? Wow, it's not.
You know what that means, Willie Hunter?
He just got blacklisted. That's what happens when you miss your spot on a live show. That guy over there makes a bunch of sounds. Might pull another name out of the bucket. And that name is Sean Bigley. Human being just stood up in the back of the room like, "Boy, this has to be Sean Bigley." He's making a right turn and he's approaching the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sean Bigley, everybody.
Yo, dog, how old are you? Yo, dog, how old are you?
Is it normal to have to hold your breath the entire shoot?
There you go. He did it. A lot of heavy breathing during that set. It's a long walk from the back of the belly room, huh? That 25-foot walk, it's that heart pumping, huh? I like your style. You do not fit in the clothes that you're wearing. Do you know that?
It's new.
Did you just gain 40 pounds in the past week? You just haven't gone shopping yet?
Wait, did you say it's new?
Yeah, I just gained a lot of weight.
Oh, the weight is new. Because there's no excuse with that sweatshirt being new.
I just don't want to buy new clothes when I'm still fat. And I go, it's skinny again.
Yeah. No, it's Fat Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kevin Crispy.
Oh, shit. So, Brian, what's happening? Where are you from?
Sean.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Brian didn't show up. Sean, where are you from? 2 years ago. Okay. How long have you been talking about killing animals?
He got sick about 6 months ago, so
Well, that was a real story.
yeah, but his got arthritis in his back leg, so he can't stand up much anymore. So I got the first year. Yeah, so I guess.
When your dog dies, how are you going to eat him?
So was the tying your shoe joke, was that like a tested joke that you knew would work?
I have no tested jokes.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Wow! Look at that! It's been a few weeks. That's one of my favorite things, is when you get sprung on you. That's my favorite thing. That's so
Your
cool.
first time on stage ever?
Yeah, dude.
Well, first bit of advice, don't call Jeff dude. It's overly familiar. But I would start, one bit of advice would be to start with the short joke at the beginning. So do the tie. It's like an establishing joke. They're like, here's who I am.
and no offense on the fat jokes or whatever, but like you can say, like, it's like you acknowledge it, okay, I know what you're thinking or whatever, but don't ever say that. But you know what I mean? That little joke up front about tying your shoes, and then they go, oh, he's that guy, and then you can go and you start murdering animals.
Did you ever see a Mice and Men?
Yeah.
He takes him out like gently every nice day. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, we all know what happens in that book. So, Sean, how long have you wanted to do stand-up? Like, what's the deal? Did you know what you were walking into tonight?
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do you?
You guys, I don't know. It's just general way it seems like to get gentle. I don't know. People have seen lately. I like that you seem like you know your material. Like, that's supposed to be your first time. That joke might kind of got lost at the end. Just to see if you was. And the whole idea of just killing your animal is pretty dark, especially since it's a real story. I don't know really where you're going with that. You might stick with like money joke. You're supposed to do a lot more of that kind of stuff because unless you can find some money on Mice and Men, it's a little dated. But that's dated. I think that you could get away. I think there was a funny joke in that story, which is that you say, I have to put my dog down. But I think what you were trying to say is I have to put my dog down. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant I have to kill him. Like, right? Yeah, that's like a euphemism. Right. You mumbled right over that. And so you're talking about murdering a dog. And so you're going to want to stick that punchline. It's not you're going to work anyway. You know what I mean? It's like, totally. Yeah. And especially when it comes to murdering dogs, you're just like, oh, this guy's going to kill his dog.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
Oh, you're awesome.
I have a new bit of advice. Stick to your titty gel. Just don't bother. This is not, you don't want this.
Do you actually get work? Like, are you a realtor? Are you some kind of like paralegal or something?
Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan of Jeff Ross. I represent.
Oh, well, then you're definitely an attorney. Everybody knows that every attorney loves Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross, great girl.
Are you a real attorney? Yeah, I'm a Jeff Ross fan, of course.
No, I represent military veterans. Whoa. You're awesome. You're awesome. Casher, thank you. You're great. I mean, yeah. I like this guy. I think he's the best guy I've ever met. Thank you.
I don't know if I believe it. This sounds like every shady attorney ever, right? Just like, oh yeah, I only represent military guys that have been kicked out of their houses and whatnot. What do you really do? Where do you make the fucking big bucks, dude? Tell us the truth. How do you get those fancy, extra small clothes? Where's the money? Let's talk about the fucking money.
I make $38,000.
I actually work for veterans.
What? What now?
You're a hero.
Why did you choose that sort of law?
Why claim other people's pictures? They're mine. Why? Why not? They're mine now. Why? Because I put that text over it. It's unique.
I feel like a jerk. I think you should start it. You should do it.
Really? Yeah. Why? Why not?
Maybe work out the real dark kick. Because I don't think of Mice and Men as a dated reference. I mean, that's the point of Mice and Men. I think it's safe to talk about a Mice and Men on stage.
I was wrong. You're speaking wrong. I'm so sorry. You should probably get some laces on your shoe.
Yeah, right? I didn't think of that until tonight.
Copyright. Yeah, and I copyrighted it. It's like declaring bankruptcy. I declare bankruptcy. That's all you gotta do. Really?
I heard you mention
Maybe.
Ronaldo real quick. He was a lawyer. This is no comedian, right? No work.
Yeah, you just go to a place. It's like 2 years in the law, 2 years in the law. That's hard.
Yeah, you're going to be able to really connect with those vets that you work with because if you keep going stand-up, you're going to bomb a lot. So prepare for that.
By the way, you doing stand-up once, I mean, even if you just never do it again, you should be proud of yourself for even trying it. Definitely dressed for a podcast, so that's not
But it's actually there's something really interesting about you, which is that you're this like hipster-looking dude that is a military attorney. I think that's really, to me, that's very intriguing. And I would like to hear, if you're going to do stand-up again, I want to hear you talk about that. Like, how do they treat you when you walk in? Like, you're obviously, there's something intriguing and interesting about you.
It's not usually this small. It's just.
No, I'm not talking about.
It happened this morning. You ate a 70-pound sub or something for breakfast? Like, what happened? What are we talking about here?
If you get a boner, do you sneeze? Like, what happens?
No, you're right.
That is so fucking awesome. Congratulations on having your first time on stage here with us.
Thanks a lot.
Sean Bigley, everybody. You saw it here. There you go. Getting the handshake from.
I don't think he's going to bomb. I think he's going to murder.
Oh, I see what you did there. Sean Bigley is at SF Bigley. SF Bigley on Twitter. So go root on the newest comedian in the world. Because he just started 7 minutes ago. Let's get another one up here, everybody. Maybe it'll be somebody else's.
I like this part of the show. This is what I can eat. I have to clean part, right?
Yeah,
This guy's eating a pretzel. It made me hungry.
you have 60 seconds to eat.
You're not there the problem than other jokes, but I mean,
Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go. The next person coming up goes by the name of Faith Choice. There she comes. Faith Choice, ladies and gentlemen.
So sometimes I want to have kids, but like most of the time, like I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I'm kind of into it.
Wow, 71,000 views.
This I want to die with the bubble wrap on. Like you would have died in like death and be like, ooh, bubble wrap, pop, 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 pop. I don't think real women necessarily have to have curves. I do think that they should have eyebrows. I see one Tinder and it looks like a fell face first off a dog pencil. How many puppies are
Fuck yeah, Faith Choice.
Excellent. Yeah. How long have you been doing it?
let
me guess. I got a different feedback.
I just started it.
Changes everything, right?
It does. I like the second joke a lot. The part about you not being comfortable.
I just want to say, Moses, you're so much funnier here on Road
I didn't get the bubble wrap thing at all.
Oh, yeah, I should have told it.
What do you mean? You want to preserve your vagina?
It's like right out of the box.
Fresh out of the box. Oh, okay. It reminded me of like some kind of weird STD situation. I've been through that a lot, so that might be my baggage. So it's like razor bumps. I don't know what I just went pop, pop, pop. At first I thought Two-Black Crew.
You're blacker than me.
Thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate that a lot. You made my night. You're the best comic here.
Where are you from, Faith?
LA.
LA.
Yeah, Long Beach.
Yeah.
Some great material. I really enjoyed it.
Why have you been so on and off for 6 or 7 years?
Just like I used to have like 7 years.
What do you do for work?
I did a lot of sales, I did a lot of customer service.
I gotta say though, I like the idea that the second joke was my favorite, and the idea of not. I know this is an offensive question. You're not trans, right? You don't consider yourself that.
I'm just Jewish.
Yeah, so I like that. That's what I felt from that joke. I think that's a cool, because I know there's trans comedians and there's obviously a lot of non-trans comedians. So the idea of somebody that's just sort of blasé about gender is something I feel like I've never seen anybody really talk about on stage. It isn't like a Politico talking about trans stuff. It's just like, I don't care about I don't relate to gender. I think that's a cool area for you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that in almost any set, like, people are going to want to hear something about that from you. You know what I mean? Like, some good acknowledgement to that. And I think that even in 1 minute, just the one joke about I might not be comfortable having a vagina, I still don't think that's enough. You know what I mean?
Right, I want to know more. Like, somebody that's just ambivalent about gender is really an intriguing idea. Like, I want to know more about that.
But, like, what if you don't mind talking about it, like, what are you in? Like, what's your thing?
I mean, if I have to like write it out, someone asked me for that. I'm gay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like calling myself a lesbian.
Oh, now I get it.
It just sounds.
It's not Moses. I gotta get up on my classes are in the show. I mean, I think that is so cool, like, because there's so much polarized politics over like gender and weird stuff. That somebody that, like, what you're talking about, like, not really caring about it, but being in the spectrum or whatever, I think is like such a weird, cool idea. Like, something, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
It's absolutely like that laugh that you heard when you said pretty gay is because that's the sound of all that tension being released from everybody's, you know, my set, what they're curious about.
Tension being released like a pop air bubble on a pussy. Oh, yeah.
So what else?
I really like your stage presence. You have a really mellow vibe, and you have really good jokes to back it up. Like, after you get up on stage every week, I mean, how long of a set would you say? 6 to 7 years are you comfortable with doing?
That's where I'm at, really.
Because I felt a little
terrified.
You seem really shy. I mean, like, little eye contact. Are you a shy person in general?
I'm kind of. I don't know. If you don't know me, then you might call me aloof. Like, if you see me out and about, but really, I don't like most people. But I mean, people grow on me, and I grow on people. So.
Fuck yeah.
I'm terrible
just
at
chill.
interviews.
You're terrible at interviews.
I'm terrible at talking about myself when I'm just not. I'm not just telling jokes. Like, when people are asking me real questions about.
I think you're super cool. You're like Wanda Sykes on Sudafed.
Yeah.
And I love that. Faith Choice, everybody.
Good job, Chris.
She's on Twitter at Team Sexy Dork. Faith Choice. That Team Sexy Dork. It's fun. Back to the bucket we go. This looks like another new name for your hands together for Elon Woods. Wow, from deep in the back. This is the Price is Right entrance right here. Camera wasn't even on it. Here he comes, everybody. Elon Woods.
Okay. 10 seconds.
I suffer from dyslexia, so when I masturbate, I actually apparently healthcare is illegal. I can get healthcare this year because I have a job. Like my friends fucking done it. try and stop me from fucking sneaking Butterfingers into my bed because I've been doing that for 27 fucking years, but mom hasn't seen that. So they can't make me get up. Apparently Hemingway, there was a limitation to how many times you would ejaculate. So I started it with reviews. Katy Perry's on the top of the list. There's nothing worse than being homeless in this world. I can tell you this because I have been homeless. This is a true fucking story. It sucks. And I will stop that story.
Wow. You want to finish that one?
Yeah. Alright, so as
I want to see if this is the one that like wins everybody over.
Basically, I was homeless and I was contemplating robbing a bank. Basically, I decided that if I was in prison, I would at least have a roof over my head, food on my plate, and every now and then get someone to fuck me. But when you're homeless, nobody will fuck you except for life, and you get tired of that giant fat dick in your ass.
There you go. You can really connect with that crowd in a homeless shelter sometime with that joke.
I had some other jokes I couldn't get to it. I was over there.
I bet that's what happens when you only have 60 seconds to do jokes. I like that you have a mechanical pencil behind your ear.
No, it was dope. No, don't do that.
Please keep everything on. We want you as covered as we can be. Settle down, Elon. Bring the energy down a bit. I know your blood pressure is thumping right now. Just breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Everything's going to be okay. Yes, Brian.
No, it's not. It's just like this cool thing that he's got going.
What is it?
Like, I like how you just sauntered up here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've been doing comedy for 40 years. Everybody here was fucking lucky to be seeing you. And you look over and tell her, like, should I start now, bitch?
Right.
And then you just start like, all right, I'll start now, motherfucker. And then you just have nothing to say. I thought that was cool.
I have something to say about you and your name.
Oh, yeah? What about my name?
My dad's best friend is Moshe. They're not friends anymore, but he's still not.
You're a Jew?
I'm a Jew.
A homeless Jew? Holy fuck!
Where's the fucking 800?
It's called a wandering Jew. That last joke, though, right? Did you like it? I thought the last joke was good, the homeless joke. Yeah. It's not political. If it's true, it's not political at all.
Sorry, talking to this. I was talking to you.
You like Jonah Hill if he didn't have a funny bone in his body.
Yeah. I've heard that, actually. Thank you.
I never saw anybody do stand up like they're double parked. You looked at your notes 5 times in 60 seconds.
So the first time I did stand-up, it was at McCabe's in Santa Monica, and the next, I did really good, actually. People laughed, I was the funniest person there, but they actually shut down the club the next week.
Oh, you were that good?
True story.
What? Was that on a Tuesday?
It was on Tuesday, and I swear to God, it wasn't a fucking Tuesday.
Got the club going up on a Tuesday.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my second time on stage.
Wow, so you did the place in Santa Monica and that closed down.
Yep.
And you just had your next spot at the world-famous Comedy Store. Open since 1972.
What if Paulie ran in the back and was like, we're closing the place down?
Dude, everybody's gotta go. We just got word, right? So, like, I'm sorry, but, like, we have to do it right now, okay? I don't know, but, like, we gotta get everybody, because they're about to turn it into something else.
I have a Paulie Shore joke.
Nobody wants to hear more of your fucking jokes. What are you trying to tell us about? No, it's not.
Great joke?
It's a great joke.
It's a great joke? Who wrote it? No, okay, so let's talk some what do you mean it's a great joke? But wait, the other jokes, why didn't you do it with a great joke?
Those are all serious jokes.
Oh, everything you told tonight was a great joke?
This is all there.
Do you even remember this great Paulie Shore joke, or do you have to look at us?
Yeah. He's cocky. I love this. Yeah.
For a guy that writes his jokes on the fortunes inside of cookies, it's one of the best. What's your Paulie Shore joke?
So I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard and I saw Paulie Shore's star on the fucking sign. And it was right where the curve meets the street. And I wonder if the fucking mason worker knew that his career was going to go straight down to the
Do you hear that silence?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to look up great here. Just, you know what great clips? That's a place where you get a good haircut.
Great Big Bear.
You have no right to be goofing on Paulie and Paulie's
No. I actually love Pauly Shore. He met me once at Newsroom Cafe. I had long hair like the fat guy from Lost.
Oh, wait, this is a great story.
This is a true story. It's not a joke. If I see Pauly, he'll remember the story. He called me to his fucking table and asked me how I was doing.
Right, because he thought you were somebody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing great about you is your size.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is very true, Jeff.
No, you're adorable.
Thank you, you're adorable.
Good luck with your third time on stage. Take your jacket off next time. Memorize your shit. And
Put your belt on. Your belt is literally off.
Just
You know
hang it
that?
off and see sides.
Why is your
I just took a piss before I came up here.
Hey, can that Veterans Affairs lawyer come back and help this guy?
Oh, Jesus. Don't ever do that again either. Where are you from originally?
I am originally from Miami, Florida.
How long have you been in LA?
I've been back in
87 pounds.
I've been here back and forth since I was like 15. My brother's from the rest of my chain out here. So I've been back and forth working with them and shit. And
I'm guessing food taster.
yeah.
I have some real advice for you, please. I would just take the ego down, like all of it.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I hear you, but you're not there yet.
Yeah.
You've been doing comedy. You don't do comedy. You've never done comedy. Never. And so I would just say, be humble and start and just tell your jokes. You know, the swagger. I thought it was charming on the way, but then when you did the thing where you were like, it's a great joke, I was just like, oh, okay. You've got like a defense thing you're doing.
I completely agree with Moshe. Less ego and less egos. You gotta eat healthier. Some vegetables in that diet.
Tony,
Less maple syrup.
I'm gonna take that to heart. Literally to my heart.
I believe it. Fuck yeah. Elon Woods, everybody. There he goes. It's not on Twitter. There he goes.
He's not on Twitter. It's the only thing I like about him.
Can't afford Twitter.
Close your belt, Elon. You're a very scary individual. Got a great joke. There he goes. Not on Twitter, by the way. So if you're looking for Elon, you're just gonna have to find him on your local pedophile database. This looks like a new name for sure. Put your hands together for Christina Marie Leonard.
Hey guys, so I've always had a lot of guy friends, and lately I'm trying to make more girlfriends in my life. And what I realized is why I don't have a lot of girlfriends, because I'm sure both genders know that we just talk a lot, and we talk about like the worst things ever, like how we make diet plans, you know, like paleo juicing. Can we just go back to losing weight in the traditional ways, like the flu? No, I'm serious, because we've all been going around, and I had the flu recently, and you guys, you gotta try this shit. Like, you lose lots of weight, you lie in bed all day, and you don't have to shower. Mostly because you're afraid that you're gonna shit in the shower. More than that, you're basically just sitting on the toilet shitting all day. And then you think to yourself, wow, I really should have tried that juice cleanse. But to any of those of you out there, I'm sure in California, if you guys tried a juice cleanse, yeah? So then you know that you're still shitting all day. Alright, thank you guys.
Yeah, Christina Marie Leonard. Where are you from, Christina? Microphone. Yeah.
I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, yeah. Wow. You're whiter than Willie.
Yeah.
You're super new on stage, right?
Yeah, well,
Theater background.
Yes.
Big time. I can tell by the way that you just took the mic out of the mic stand and said, yeah, after you realized that you had been talking to the mic. It was the theater way that you did it.
Yeah, and I like trapped myself in the corner.
Yeah.
Like I once ended up on the rafters during Oklahoma, like I got stuck as a
Wow.
Yeah.
I bet Oklahoma goes over huge in Nebraska, huh?
Except for when it's football.
How long have you been doing stand-up? are you enjoying that?
Yeah, I really like it. Like it at first, I was like, oh, I'll try this, and now I fall in love with it.
Are you ticklish?
Terribly. So I have elbows, so like if you tickle me, I'll kill you.
Wow.
Not about this.
Jesus Christ, Ryan, there you go. Every episode, there's a part.
Yeah, coming up here, a lot of pudding all over the stage.
Oh my God.
Well, you did a couple things, just to give you some real feedback. A couple things that I are little pet peeves. Like, you asked an audience a question, and then you wait, like you needed them to answer you before you continue. Then why do you need to? What good is it? Yes, I've been on a juice cleanse. Like, finally, I can tell the rest of my joke. Just fucking tell the joke. You know what I mean? I hate those rhetorical questions. I hate, but also waiting for the answer.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
I did that for a long time, way longer than I should have. I used to always think, and like, even when, my first year or two, when a couple good to great comedians told me, like, you don't need to ask questions. Even I was like, no, I think it's part of my thing. And, you know what I mean? I just try to fucking rationalize it. So it never ends with that until you just realize that mathematically just plow ahead and everybody will go on the trip with you.
Right. There's nothing ever funny in the question.
Right.
I've never seen the question being the funny part.
And it never changes compared to the answer. You're going to say what you're going to say next anyway.
The question thing's sort of new, so I'm happy to.
Right. But that goes for like everything. You'll notice with other things. Which you guys know about this? It's like either they do or they don't, so you might as well just move forward.
The other thing I would say is you could have cut the entire first 30 seconds of your act where you were talking about the girlfriend. There was nothing there. You were just trying to get to the flu. So why not just like start with how come everybody's dieting? How come we don't just what about the old way, the flu? And then now I see the diarrhea dribbling down your leg and I like it. You know what I mean? Now I'm on board comedically. I see you in the shower. It's a brown shower. I'm in. Welcome.
What do you like about LA that wasn't in Nebraska?
Everything. Yeah, I tried to escape several times. Like I dropped out of college the first week of my senior year. I was broke, so I just like mental. But it just the billboards. There's like entertainment here, not just a CVS.
And is stand-up your overall goal, or are you still doing a lot of acting and stuff?
Both now. Yeah.
That's cool.
I go web series or like just trying to.
You sing too.
I do sing a little bit. Yeah, alto.
Mike, I understand like you were about to bring the house down. Are you going to sing for us tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All right. If you want me to sing, I'm not like a singer, but I'll sing for you. I'll do a little Chicago. Is that okay?
I don't want to play your leg or anything. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not a singer, but I'll sing Chicago.
Come on, babe, why don't we paint the town? And all that jazz, I'm gonna rouge my knees and pull the stockings down. And all that jazz.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
You're right. You're definitely not a singer.
I warned you.
But you're so ballsy, and thank you, and thanks for being part of the show tonight. Christina Marie Leonard, everybody.
Guys, thanks for putting up with my singing.
All right, this is the part of the show where every single week since its inception, we've had two comedians come up and they write and perform a brand new minute each week. These do not come out of the bucket. They are already, they do the same spot each week, so they're always preparing a new minute once a week, which is pretty crazy. And this week's no different. Going up first tonight, Florida Dropout. She had her very first time on stage in this room, Anna Kiltoni, just like you saw motherfucking Sean Bigley do tonight. And she's been doing it every single week since. The new minute tonight, we're going to get together for Kimberly Long.
It's really hard being a college dropout and a struggling artist because every time I get a phone call from an unknown number, I don't know if it's a callback or a bill collector. I
shouldn't have to be scared of answering my phone all the time.
Fuck yeah, 50 seconds. I don't really know that Sally Mae thing. What is that?
Well, it's just like a student loans. Do you guys know Sally Mae?
Yeah.
Wow.
I did.
Fuck yeah.
I had a little idea for a joke in there, which they changed your home area code. Maybe it's like your dad, you know, you're like, Dad?
Yeah.
Right? As opposed to just something, you're like, Dad? You know, like you've never met your dad. You're like, no, it's Sally Mae calling.
It's funny because I don't know my dad.
Oh, that is funny that you don't know your dad. I find that hilarious.
There you go. That's how it happened.
You're blacker than Willie.
Oh! I am the blackest person in this room. All right?
I love this runner we have on Willie right now. Who, by the way, is not a runner, which is one of the things that's not black about him. Willie is from Alabama.
Willie's a perfect combination of like a beautiful blonde Alabama country girl and Bill Cosby doing a one-nighter in 1985 on his
Young Cosby. Raise the roofie, buddy. Raise the roofie. Kim.
Willie. I'll never. The first time I met your mama. It was at the Knights of 50th Hall. Sold out show. She was in charge of my fruit bladder. She wanted some career advice. All right, well,
We were just going to let you go for as long as you would have gone for it.
now, Camille and I are very disappointed that you turned out as the Iron Patriot. Kim,
What's your advice for Kim?
I'd like to see you in my dressing room. After the show, I got some decaffeinated coffee.
The decaffeinated part is the creepiest part. I don't know why, but
Here's the coffee making her sleepy. I put the roofie in the pudding.
Do a great costume.
actually, Jeff, I think that is the proof to anybody that is new that wants to do impressions. I always think that an accurate impression is less funny than a funny impression. Like, it's not about accuracy is like, wow, you're a talented juggler.
Who made you the comedy expert?
Isn't that what we're doing here?
I've been doing comedy since the Jim Crow laws. Was it full effect?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Kim, how's comedy been going for you? You do spots everywhere else. You started here. Everybody gets to watch your progress every week.
Yeah, they're going good. I was in Pasadena last week. Me and my chick are going to San Diego.
How fun.
I'm doing the roast battle tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Many have called her the Ronda Rousey of roast battle. You are undefeated, correct? 4-0, 3-0. Wow. Whoa! Look at that. Where did she get that confidence from? Ladies and gentlemen, there she was again. Kimberly Collington, everybody. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Collington. So follow her and be a fan. Put your hands together for your final regular of the night. She also writes and performs a new minute every single week. The goofy, fun stylings of Sarah Weinstein, everybody. She is Sarah Weinstein.
Deli meat. It's a weird one. It's like, how do you know how much to order? Whenever I go to the deli counter and they ask me how much, I just say an eighth.
doesn't match where you are on your ticket. It's like, I'm number 76, the counter says 4, and there's only one other person here. What the fuck is going on? I don't know how.
You want to finish it?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, I love that.
Maybe one of your best sets you've ever had.
That's a great joke. Really funny.
You should have chopped it off though, right at the end of it. You don't need to do that other.
The other part takes away from it.
Or you can tag it with something else. But either way, you know what I mean? Like, an eighth is, I think it paints a great picture of exactly how much deli meat you're getting. You know, if you're throwing a party, you ask maybe for a half an ounce or, you know, an ounce of.
Yeah, or if you just want to sample, you just want to taste. It's that sweet taste.
The sweet taste of that roast beef.
Is this podcast just grooming people for sexual assault for you?
Ryan is,
Validation. Wow, do you I thought we were friends.
Sarah. What were we talking about? Lunch meat. That's right. Fuck. How's Spots Other Places been going for you?
I don't know. Not great. I mean, they've been good, yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited about it.
Alright, cool.
The ice house was good for me.
Yeah.
Heard she destroyed me. See other kids.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow.
Kim did great too. Phil Stevens did well. Nice.
You guys have a hell of a work ethic. It's pretty crazy. Most comedians don't attempt to write a new minute each week. Yeah.
You can see, from the last time I was here, actually, your confidence level for both of you to close up a show like this is way improved since the last time I guessed. So congratulations. You can see the hard work paying off.
Yeah. Super cool. Super fun.
That joke's just great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so much information too. It's like I like that joke where there's backstory that is never told. You know, like hi at the deli. Like you don't have to say that. We all see you with your half shut eyes by
And maybe you could even stretch out the end of that ticket joke longer too. By maybe there's more to that. Like where are these 74 people between the ticket and
maybe they're in the back while smoking some of that ham or something like that. Yeah, Cody has. That's great.
Maybe just a dab. Well, Sarah Wineshank, so much fun. Another great new minute. Sarah Wineshank. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Follow her and Kimberly Condon. Two regulars of Phil Tony crushing lately. So much fun. Guys, that's episode 94 of Phil Tony. It just happened, right? Little painless needle. You didn't even feel a sting. It happened so quickly. Thanks for the food from the lovely Elise Lane. She's great. She's at the Girl with the Pan on Instagram and Facebook. She's at Elise Lane on Twitter. Willie Hunter is Willie Hunter at Will Hunter Show on Twitter. He's the best. What's coming up, Willie? Put on your new podcast.
So Willie talks this Wednesday at Song from Sire. All-Star, yeah?
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for listening to the live stream here tonight.
Hey, I'll be in Salt Lake City this very weekend. See your wife, guys.
Salt Lake Moshe. Moshe Catcher. Follow him on Twitter. Catch all of his dates on his website. Jeffrey Ross, the Roastmaster General, has the Roast of Justin Bieber coming up. 2 weeks.
The second generation, like 0 to 65 in 8 seconds. Still thinking that's the fastest. Fastest production trying to have so much to take another photo for like shoelace blockbuster and fast and furious. Once it's all said and done, this beast will rip and become fast and furious. Quick level deal, better order for my Mustang at Cal 12 or Cal 24. Here's my line, but
Give it up for Tony Hedgeman! Fuck yeah! Hello, live audience. That's it. We're here. We're here again. The craziest thing you could possibly do on a Monday. We're going to go to Ryan Redman. Hey, guys. We are live right now via Ustream. Hundreds around the world. And thank you, live audience. Welcome, everybody. Episode 95. We are very close to episode 100, Ryan. That's right. April 13th, I believe it is. Instead of history. We are plowing it together 400 people snapping on Sunday nights just like this. That's April 13th, episode 100. I don't want to get anything this way, but Bumper is going to be there, everybody. Yeah, the voice of the UFC. I'm not gonna tell you what parts in that show he's going to be. The guy who announces people's names for the UFC. I won't give anything away, but Chris Bumper will not only be in that show. That's episode 1. We've been going from Pat Reagan, live streaming, pre-show guru. So we're doing it that way from now on, Pat. Really just play that part, right? Okay, just making sure we're on the same page. Just making sure you're watching the show like a diehard fan right now and not ready for me to call you back up. Pat Reagan, one more time, everybody. Our chef is our only sponsor. She cooks us a meal every Monday that's always delicious. She just got hired as Russell Peters' personal chef. Canadian millionaire extraordinaire Russell Peters. And there she is right there. It's Elise Lane, everybody. Wow. Tonight she made us seared salmon with sauteed zucchini, squash, and eggplant, pine nuts, and herbs, and it's going to be delicious. So, for all of you that didn't eat before listening to this podcast or watching it, go fuck yourself. I want to give a special shout out to my man Frank, who made it all the way here from Buffalo, New York. He's in the middle of the room. Guys, he gave me the WrestleMania anthology. No big deal. Just showing his appreciation for a free podcast that's streaming around the world. He knows I love professional wrestling, specifically older professional wrestling. And now I have all the years between 89 and 94. The years that I love the most, Brian Redman. It's like he knows me.
My virginity was lost on disc number 1.
Really?
No, actually, disc number 2. Number 3, 1987.
1987. Wow,
Yeah.
I was 3. And I'm so happy about that. Oh, another thing which reminds me, guys, tonight, guess who's on Carson Daily? It's me, everybody. I'm on Carson Daily tonight. So for those of you watching a live stream right now, why not grab your remote control and set your DVR so that you can see me on Last Call with Carson Daily. You can set your DVR because I don't expect you to stay awake until 3:45 in the morning. Just when I will be on NBC, but it's just me on NBC for those few minutes.
Is this where they record you and then they have a cut in with you reflecting about life?
Yeah.
Where'd you do that? At the Ice House?
The show was at the Ice House, the home of many Death Squad great shows. One of my favorite parts out in Pasadena. And but I give a shout out to the Comedy Store in Youngstown, Ohio, and most importantly, the words "Kill Tony" will be heard on NBC tonight, everybody. The show you're at. You realize how cool you motherfuckers are? You're at that show. All right, let's get this thing going. Every week we have a head of security who comes out and keeps us safe. It's always somebody different because the original guy who did it the first 30-some episodes told us that he was irreplaceable and that if we didn't figure something big out for him, he was going to leave the show, and he did. He fucking did. But to show him how replaceable he is, we replaced him with literally a different Iron Patriot each week. This week's no different. Put your hands together for a repeat Patriot. This full-blown autism. I mean, he really has autism. That's not a joke, but he owns it. He is Autistic Thunder, the Autistic Patriot. But yes, one of our favorite Patriots. This is about the 4th or 5th time he's been keeping us safe. What's the exact number? I'm sure you know. 7. Wow, stop right into the side of that microphone. You hear that? There it is. Josh Meyerowitz, everybody. One of my favorite rising comedians through the ranks. How long have you been on stand-up now, Josh?
I just hit 6 years.
6 years, this motherfucker. With autism.
That autism does not hold you back. Some people say you're the Rain Man of comedy. Is that the right disease? No, right?
No, that's punished autism.
Whoa, fuck yeah, I'm high functioning too right now.
Do you look down on
I
those
smoked a
people?
joint before this, guys.
Do you look down on those kind of autistic people?
No, in fact, I feel less pure. I have a bit of an inadequacy. I honestly, when it comes down to it, I tend to not like other autistic people.
Whoa, you hate on your own kind, huh?
Not necessarily hate, just generally feel inadequate.
Why is that?
Because I feel inadequate. Like I said, it feels like the more autistic you are, the smarter you are, the more.
But from my experience, autistic girls are easier. Fucking Redman is here live streaming. Oh shit. It's all happening. No editing that one out. Josh, have you ever hooked up with an autistic chick?
Almost. First girlfriend.
And I was right?
No,
How far did you get with her? All right, let's not start with it. Let's have Nick tell us, Brian. Hey, did you eat her ass with us? Whoa, I just said finger. You know that's what's next with you. You're an animal over here. You're like a seared salmon with sauteed zucchini from Elise Lane. I over the pan. I hate myself. Just add Elise Lane on Twitter, everybody. We have our Patreon. Here he is, Autistic Thunder, everybody. You ready to meet tonight's comedians? Josh, are you excited for this one? Yeah! Here we go. Here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, two more of my funniest friends. Put your hands together for Sam Tripoli and Joe DeRosa. Here they are. Monsters. Two of the best. Dom Irera. I want to give a shout out to Dom Irera. We got stuck in an airport today.
Did you get stuck in an airport?
I got in an airport yesterday. Fucking U.S. Air. Those bastards. Sam Tripoli, everybody. One of our favorite guests. Joe DeRosa. This is his first time on the show. One of the funniest guys.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Hello.
Congrats on Carson Daly, man. That's great.
Thank you.
No, that's big. I remember when you used to have a show, so that's really great that you got that.
Oh, come on, guys.
I'm just kidding. That was the first thing I ever did on TV was Carson Daly.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Tall.
Yeah.
Real tall.
I wrote for the New Year's Eve special that he hosts, and that was interesting.
That's interesting that you said that was interesting.
Because let's put it this way, I think you can probably figure it out. I, start with the most extreme type of joke, and I have to rewrite it 7 times so that it's impossible to miss out on anything.
This is the Hinchcliffe method. This is what it is known as in the writers' rooms around town.
Yeah. Now listen,
they call it the Hinchcliffe method.
It's true. That's only for the few, network things that I've done, but mostly the first draft's the one.
So what? You just you tried to get a couple AIDS jokes on New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, maybe that's not our demographic right now.
That's pretty much
just use my method. That's all.
Yeah, you were
holding back.
You were like, that ball dropped faster than Eazy-E's T-cells.
Right.
Kind of stuff.
Exactly.
There you go. You can't say Eazy-E.
And by the way, what ends up happening in the writers' room for that show is you end up writing so many ball dropping jokes that at the end of it you have to whittle it down to the best ball dropping joke.
Now, what was the best ball?
I knew you were gonna fucking say that, but I can't remember the life of me. But I'm sure it was hilarious. Josh, every single week the Patriot, whoever that Patriot is, asks the guest questions. What do you got for our guest this week?
Yes, today starting with Joe DeRosa. Joe DeRosa, if you don't know Robert Kelly and Bill Burr, cheat, a guy to infidelity.
Yeah.
My question is, have you ever cheated on someone and actually said afterwards, I shouldn't have done that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we each wrote stories about cheating in the book, and my story was when I cheated on a girl that kept telling me she wasn't my girlfriend, but I wasn't allowed to fuck other people. And then I cheated on her, and then I told her to dine her, and she cried. And I was like, I know I shouldn't have done it. And then she paid for the meal, which I felt really bad about.
So it's a win-win.
I guess so. Yeah, I got out scot-free. And I remember telling comedian Rita Franklin afterwards that I let her pay for the meal. She goes, oh, no, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's just brutal.
Yeah, I was young, man. I was like 27.
That's really young.
Condone cheating.
That you probably couldn't even pay to go.
I didn't have any money. I come back from featuring at like Boca Nuts in Boca Raton, Florida. So I'm not proud of it. I don't condone cheating. The book will tell you how to cheat. Not that you should cheat.
What was the reason for you weren't allowed to fuck other girls? Was she fucking other guys?
I don't know, man. It's weird, you know. I've never encountered a woman that has crazy guidelines for the relationship before.
Did she read this? Did she read the book, or did she?
No, this was way before the book. We wrote the books. The book is just supposed to be funny. We made a movie about cheating. So we wrote the book, but no, I don't know why. She would say, I'm ready for commitment, but you're not allowed to sleep with other people. I don't get it. Yeah. If you're not allowed to fuck other people when you're married, and you're not allowed to fuck other people when you have a girlfriend, when are you allowed to fuck other people? When are you? Thank you, the single guy who's 48 up there.
You know what it is? When you're a creepy swinger, that's what it is. You're allowed to, when you look like you just live in hot tubs in Florida, that's when you're allowed to.
I don't want to have to hit an SNL level sketch of creepy before I'm allowed to fucking.
I'm fine. You know, I think people need to really start looking into open relationships. Like, you can love somebody but want to fuck somebody else. And I think some people, like, I'm fine, honestly, with my girlfriend fucks. As long as she doesn't get pregnant by a black guy, that's the only rule. Because I'm not just be able to explain it off. That's it. If I can explain it off, I'm fine. If this comes out fucking 50 Shades of Black, I'm fucked. You know what I'm saying?
This is one of Tony's bits for the New Year's.
No. I think you're giving us an open invitation to fuck your girl, though. So, guys,
she's into it. We've been together 11 years.
So you're in an open relationship, but the black guys have to pull out.
Sam is so weird. Every comedy show Sam does in town is like the Pussy Fest.
Actually, I've never done a show called Pussy Fest.
It's gonna be a cum bath in here. And then he's like, I wouldn't be with the same girl for 11 years.
See, by the way,
she's who I am.
By the way, Sam, if I was you, I would say that the only thing that she is allowed to get pregnant with is a black baby, because that's probably the only chance you have of raising an athlete. See that?
You guys thought that was me, but he's being honest.
Right. When's the last time you saw an Armenian on the NBA court? Have you boxed? I was trying to Vegas. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you boxing? Oh, funny, you son of a bitch.
Speaking of sex, I like when Brian was like, oh, I lost my virginity to disc 1 of this in 1984. They didn't have these discs in 1984.
No, disc 3 was on it, which is number 3, WWF.
Oh, it's wrestle. Okay. I really thought that was going to hit hard. It got nothing.
Yeah. Explain the romance of this. Explain the lead up and the romance and how you finish the job fucking during WrestleMania.
Were you fucking during the WrestleMania, or were you just saying that the year was...
It was homecoming. It was on pay-per-view. My friend and me double dated. He went upstairs to fuck his girlfriend that he had already fucked while watching WrestleMania upstairs. Freshman in high school, I think. And then I went downstairs to his basement, which was a mattress in a basement.
Oh, shit.
No, you were being the chicks. I'm very nice to women.
And I just remember, like, not enjoying it because I really wanted to see what was on the TV.
So you were losing your virginity, but you were preoccupied with fake men and tights.
I remember it being pretty fucked up.
I'll tell you, I like banging to wrestling because you feel like the announcers are talking about you. Yeah. He's down to the count. Here comes a hard drop.
It's weird, Red Man.
That was supposed to be shitty, guys. That was supposed to be a shitty
By the way, that's really funny.
I think ironic.
You guys got to pay attention. Real quick, you know, like, if you did it enough, you would only be able to come to pro wrestling. Scientists discover them. You can make yourself attracted to anything if you orgasm enough while it's
That's not true because I can barely come like any other dog in the room. My dog in my room watches me every time.
Okie dokie, here we go, everybody. Your next question from Josh is for Sam Tripoli. Hopefully we get a shorter answer.
Well, actually, you have no question. No, I do. I'm getting into it. You don't have to interrupt. Much love.
Whoa, you just got fucking autistic blasted.
Your machine is so mean to me.
Fucking straight from the gut.
He must have autism because he just got a fucking weird challenge.
He's got autistic, bro. Seriously, you're killing. You really are. These are shit jokes on purpose.
Oh, come on. Josh, live podcast, baby.
Yeah. My question for Sam is Sam does a show called The Naughty Show. It's a stand-up comedy and burlesque dancing. Have you ever done something that, not even you, has anything ever happened on The Naughty Show that you got in trouble for?
I never got in trouble for anything that happened in a naughty show. Oh, yeah, man, tons of times. The first time we did a show at the improv, this isn't necessarily funny, but it's one of my favorite moments in the improv. We had Belladonna, this adult film star. She was pole dancing, and out of nowhere she pulled out like a 10-inch black dong. And as she was pole dancing, she deep throated the whole thing and did pole work. And the improv didn't appreciate that very much. But it was one of the greatest moments of comedy of all time. Yeah. Also, there's this follow-up question. Well, not just a follow-up. No, because you mentioned about your girlfriend. I hate the girlfriend. Let him do it. If she fucked you, I'd break up with her. That's what I'm saying. She'd fuck anybody else but you. I'd see your autistic dick. It's not big. It is small, yeah. Is it? Yeah. It's pretty bad. Really? Can we see it? Real quick. No. Show Beyonce over here your dick real quick.
No, Sam.
Why are you saying like a tick for? And I fucking because Sam stopped.
What is this turned into already?
I don't know. It's partially my fault.
See, like this type of thing, the show your dick thing, that would not fly on the New Year's Eve show with us.
That's apologies. That's why I only write for basic cable. Hey, Sam, I love you. Thank you.
Yeah, there he is. Guys, you know what this is. This is the craziest show in the world. 60 seconds is what comedians get. Guys, you're surrounded, realizing it or not, there's comedians all around you. Smack packed in the back of the room right now. They all signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket, have their name read, and they come on stage and do 60 seconds. And then we talk to them about anything in the world that we want to talk to them about. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound that you're getting. So cute. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
That's a really lame one. You guys have done this before? I mean,
I was just going to say, West Hollywood bear used to be a bear, and slowly over the last 30 episodes, it's gotten stranger and stranger. Now it's just unrecognizable and pretty annoying.
Was it a bear like Animal Bear?
Yeah, it's just a bear. Bear. And then it was really loud. What was funny was the volume of the bear interrupting people. The performer, they kept trying to go long.
I like that.
I think it's a hard laugh every time, but now there's just like a bunch
Bears
of sound effects.
Well, you know, that's the second rule of comedy is if it works, don't do it. Don't keep doing it.
Right. Yeah.
Just change it up. This is a hot crowd tonight.
It's good.
There's no electricity in this room. Did all of you drive from Buffalo to get here today? Jesus.
Yeah. Also, some people from Georgia. Give the guy from Georgia a round of applause.
Georgia! We're in Georgia.
Where in Georgia? Atlanta?
No, I'm going to be at the Laughing Skull in April.
Wow.
Watch me rock 50 people.
Fuck yeah. You guys ready? You guys ready to get this thing started or what, everybody? The whole cast is here, everybody. Put your hands together for your first comedian during 60 seconds tonight. He goes by the name of Steve Benetier. Steve. There's the guy with the hoodie that seems suspicious. No, he went the other way. Wow, that means you just got blacklisted.
Whoa, I got done in Hollywood.
Let it happen, Sam.
Go suck yourself off.
That's what happens when you get blacklisted. The autistic guy makes sounds. Your next comedian doing 60 seconds goes by the name of Rab. Rob, 2 A's, R-A-A-B. Fuck yeah, everybody's scared to death right now. Nobody wants to be first in front of the crowd. That means you just got blacklisted.
Go fuck yourself.
Are you going to change it at some point? You're going to stick with the go fuck yourself. And you can just leave the helmet up if you want.
I do it so sporadically that I figured I don't need to change it too much.
You are the most adorable 250-pound man I've ever talked to.
I love you too, Tom.
Put your hands together for your next comedian, Kip Hart, everybody. Kip Hart. This could happen. Anything could happen.
We got movement.
There we go. Here we go. We know Kip. He's been on before. Kip Hart, everybody. Come on.
Excellent. So, we're in Disneyland. Jungle Cruise. It's funny at the Jungle Cruise, they want us to attend. She has her messages straight along, and she's like, what she says.
It's 51 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
You got a 7-second ending list. All right, Kip. Yeah. Nice. So you really work on the Jungle Cruise?
I do, yeah. So did you go to prison at some point? Did you do drugs? Well, how'd you end up at Disneyland? Just a part-time job. So summer job became a career? Is that what happened? It's not really a career. I just did it part-time, and
It seems like it's really affecting your mood and your life. I mean, it's the place of happiness for kids, and you're telling this kid that she should die of AIDS. So what you're...
You have some ignorance.
Oh, that's
You're full of rage.
That's nice. Do you like the job?
I do, yeah. It's fun. It's actually great.
What kind of hours do you work? That's...
Yeah.
Wow. Jungle Cruise now. Like, it's not work.
How many just terrorizing kids? That's all.
How many runs is that a day?
So, it's an 8-minute trip.
Damn, so you do 35 or 40 sets of 8 minutes. Wow. Did they really drug test you?
They were talking about it.
Yeah, because that's the best place to do drugs. Do you notice a lot of people? Do you notice a lot of people on drugs there? Because I know so many people that just true.
Yeah, for sure. It's very often.
Do you ever mess with them? Or what have you what have you done to somebody that's on mushrooms on the boat?
It depends on what they're doing.
How do you shut them down? Give me an example.
He's cussing around, so I just talked to him and I said, shut your mouth. Shut up, fucking hell! Oh my God, it's allowed to do that? Sure, yeah.
Oh my goodness, what did you do?
How long have you been
How did
doing
he get over at Disney?
About 6 years.
How's it
You're a
going?
good joke writer, man. You have some really good structure. You don't waste. I know we're not supposed to get too serious here, but I always do show people who's coming for you. Don't waste any time to get right to it. Well, you got a minute. You got to get it on. You'd be amazed. But I thought your jokes were great. Yeah, good stuff.
What else do you do for fun, Kev? What do you do for full enjoyment? Just stand up. Family or anything? Yeah. There's 2 kids. What do? You take them on the 30 years? Wow. Holy shit. Happily?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a live podcast. I get it. She could be watching your cheek right now.
Want to know how to? I'm looking up for used copies at Amazon right now.
All right, good. There's plenty, trust me. Yeah, what else? How long have you... Go on.
I just how you got to a little later. What were you doing before you did this? Before comedy? Yeah, just work. That's how I got before. It's how I got skipper show. Skipper stand up.
Called a skipper.
So we do stand up. And
asked me to the show, and I never thought I would come. Who's the biggest asshole in Disney? Like Mickey Mouse or you're gonna get fired, man.
Yeah. Talk about shit like that. Okay. Well, then I want to know how much Nazi sympathizing goes on behind the scenes.
We have to give them out.
Wow. What's that?
We're trying not to.
Fuck yeah, man. Well,
It's seriously just to keep his job at the very end. He's like, no, it's not very prevalent.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we know. We're just being true. No, I know. We're just kidding.
how long have you been doing stand-up in LA? The whole time?
Yes.
Gotcha.
It's great.
Craziest thing you've seen on this.
Yeah, what is the weirdest shit that's gone out? Well, they have this one called Nats. Turn the corner and she had a guy on the leash, collar, and Camp dragging him back.
Can I just say something? I love that right after you said there's no Nazi sympathizing at Disney World, your next story, the first thing was I was grouping people onto the trains. We didn't have coal, so we had to use two. Rarely phrased that way. Outside of Nazis.
Kip, we love you. We're rooting for you, buddy. Come back anytime. Kip hard, everybody.
That wasn't really that day. That was more like BDSM day.
Yeah, totally. It's like
Mr. Someday or something like that.
yeah, interesting stuff. I didn't even know there was a bad day on Disney.
I know, I had a bunch of Batmans running around. I thought that
That's weird. I think he
John
told us about the
Matrix
time
and subs walking around.
I went on that cruise on my boat. He was the guy.
I just can't wait to go to Disneyland to see if I can find him. I mean,
Yeah.
because now I know somebody can smoke with. They're gonna pay to stop the cruise right here underneath this tree. Right? Smoke weed.
Do that, why not?
Yeah.
Have you been fucked up at Disneyland?
I got really, when I was in Florida, we went to Disney World for spring break once because we were really cool. And I got so fucking high at the campground we were staying in to go to Disney World, and it took so fucking long to get the trams to the parking that I was sober by the time we got in. It was such a letdown. Maybe got like a 10 minutes of It's a Small World high, and then like that, you know what I mean? First ride, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Josh, you ever been to Disneyland?
Yeah, once. Josh told me, put the back.
You don't have to do. Don't listen to him. You're a lot bigger than him.
I mean, if you really want to leave the mask down, you can't. But
Does it come across with
that's fine with it. All right, cool.
But I like that routine you do where you forgot it was down, then you pull it up. That's funny.
Yeah,
Keep doing it like that.
Let's keep
Just
it
like the
that.
movies.
It's like Spaceballs.
Yeah, it's funny. Keep doing it like that.
Whenever it works. Yeah, I went to Disneyland once. I didn't like all the crowds.
Really?
It makes me anxious.
Oh, interesting. Anything fun happened when you were there?
No, the most fun I had is they had an arcade. I know. Arcade. I'm a big arcade. No. No, yeah, I like arcade games, and I had more fun hanging out just playing those.
I pulled another name out of the book. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Daniel White. Everybody, Daniel White.
I love how people get excited for people like it's the Price is Right. I saw a kid one place. You know what a kid is? It's one of those enslaved slaves. Was leather, had a mask. Less kid. Why did those guys really go away and you can't see that? But some slave. Like, so what's it like? Everything was on his website. Bosses at my ass the entire day. He doesn't appreciate that I worked a double for an hour.
I thought he just made this shit up because I just said the word GIMP, and I'm like, oh, he's just freestyling the word GIMP. But that you actually prepared for this. That was going to be the minute that you were going to do, even if Kip before you had said that the weirdest thing out of all of his years at Disney World was some guy in a mask getting dragged around strange mysterious place.
I'm aggravated that your play on words with the SNL stuff got laughs, and my wrestling announcement play on words thing bombed. That means the crowd's being picky and choosy right now.
No, they're getting warmed up.
Just joking. Jeez, you guys look like you're the young version in your cocaine days. You look like you're from Jesus and cleaned up.
I was going to say the old version.
I'll go door to door meeting everybody. Tell them Uncle.
Yeah, it's actually funny that you say that. I'm going to jump in on this one because Daniel, we met you 4 to 6 months ago or something like that. 4 months ago. I remember you coming on the show a couple times. You got on like a couple weeks in a row right when you started, right? And what I noticed is the last like month or two, I noticed you out back in the pot smoking area where comedians smoke a lot of pot. You'll like run into other comedians there and, guys at the show, like every few minutes, new people rotate in and out. It's the pot smoking area of the comedy store. But what's interesting is most of the people come in and out. But what Daniel has done is he has basically marked his territory in this area because he realizes that pretty much every comedian at some point in the night is going to go smoke pot there. And then he can just keep smoking pot, and you get to meet people.
It's like a Starbucks. He's had his like app on his iPad and his keyboard, and he's just sitting there working.
You have a guitar sometimes. I mean, you really do. That is the true part. Yeah. You set up camp, like you have the Wi-Fi code or something like that. So how's that been working out for you? What's the deal? You've been smoking a lot more pot than I'm guessing you were 4 to 6 months ago, right? So yes is the answer. What's OPP? Right. Whoa, the bear rearing its ugly face.
How do I even do a comedy?
Oh, so that was, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that was the same time.
Did you start here? First time on stage?
So you're, how long?
Wow. See what the fuck we create here at Quiltonia, ladies and gentlemen. Only 4.5 months. Sure, it still took 40 seconds for him to get to it, but he had like 6 or 7 good.
Yeah.
Fucking bangers.
And the premise is funny. Yeah. It's like a really smart premise that you probably don't have skills yet to really deliver.
Right.
Because you're a white belt right now. Right. But you're trying some black belt shit, in my opinion. That's a really funny idea. Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, it's like the biggest thing New Comics do is they always just over-explain everything.
No doubt.
Like, your great example is you're like, no one would seem to care if this guy's there. That's really not pertinent to what you're talking about. It's like, this guy getting off work. Right. So you should have just jumped right into that. But it's a funny fucking premise.
Yeah, this was your best week, definitely, for sure. I don't know if you were less stoned or less hacky. Because, I mean, like last time, you were like, with the guitar and stuff, and it was just too much. This was like the first time where I thought, like, wow, that was like almost a very well written premise, joke, tag, like everything was
great. You just have to get right into it, like Sam was saying. Just start, with the guy who's on a bus. I don't know how you not have time to change from work, movity, bang, and then you're already cooking. Joe DeRosa is
about cooking?
Meth.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
I do cook.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I cook.
Perfect. I had no idea why I said it like that. I just knew that I was going to hand it off.
Oh, I cooked for myself today.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd you make?
I made chicken breasts, and I made a salad. And did my dog. Concoction of things.
How did you prepare the chicken? On your stove, oven, microwave?
Yeah, I usually go stove or oven. I'm one of those traditionalists when it comes to cooking chicken.
Right.
Take a raw piece of chicken, conservative, put it on the stove or maybe in the oven.
Put it on spit.
I don't think you can spit, you mean?
Spit! You're just spit, he'll cook it.
Sorry. Oh my, that's funny.
I'm stupid.
Daniel, what do you eat for dinner tonight? Burritos. Plural.
Yes, I did.
Really?
Nice. What'd you put in it?
Now, did you not have meat by choice, or because you can't afford meat right now?
Yeah, he's on the grind, baby.
That's beautiful, though. When you start putting meat in those burritos, you're going to be like, I fucking remember. I remember when I didn't have
How
meat.
you made it.
Seriously, that's the shit you remember, man.
I remember when 50% of my burrito was just sour cream from it. You're just eating that cool mix of
Hot dog burritos. Don't knock it. Just try it. Trust me.
wow. Fuck yeah. That's just not even for the taste. That's just really what it like does to your physique, like protein. Like it really will help you. You do a lot of push-ups.
Does he look like he does?
Fuck yeah, Daniel.
You love. Just wait. Did you really see him? I actually did. Okay, that's why I like it even more.
Did he pay his bus fare? Or did he like unzip a part of his leather outfit and pull that?
Walt Disneyland?
Right. Yeah.
Sick of that. We like to relax when we get off work.
What's funny is that I remember, when I first started stand-up, I was taking the bus a lot around town. And in LA, it's so hard to sell those jokes. It's so hard to relate to riding the bus in LA for audiences. So I remember chiseling away. I'd probably have written 8 to 10 minutes worth of riding the LA bus jokes that just never went anywhere. But that's probably a good one. Wow, you, the bus boy himself.
I like a bus bit. It's not really a bus joke, though. It's more, you can still tell that joke you guys walking down the street and stuff like that. It doesn't have to, don't even need the bus. I would just say that guy is a doesn't matter. As you can see by my 50% success ratio tonight, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're really breaking it down.
No, I like to self-deprecate. This is the DeRosa humor.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
his thing. I said the word spit. What do you want, man? It's like, it's all good, dude. You're doing all, you're killing it.
The chicken on a stick.
His name is Jorge.
Daniel, what else? Where are you living that you're taking the bus this long of a distance? East Hollywood. Yeah.
No, there was an East Hollywood.
Yeah,
It's where I live, where it's gay Mexicans. What is that? Pretty much. Summer, I could if I had Marshall Parks. Nice. Try that, brother. A lot of tranny hookers that way, huh? You ever just celebrate one night, just get a nice $40 blowjob? You can't even afford meat. They got meat, they'll fuck that burrito, bro.
Fuck yeah. It'll look like sour creams all over the place.
Yeah.
You have a good tranny.
Oh, can we tell me?
See what I did there? I went back to the sour cream. I went back to the sour cream. I thought that they'd be with me.
All back.
This is my brand of humor. This is
what you do.
dial it back for Carson Daly. Daniel White, I had so much fun with you. Daniel's boy started here. Good job, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel, you should get a job at the Comedy Store.
Probably be good. How old are you, Daniel?
20, almost 28. You should get a job here. They got to help you. Keep it up.
There you go.
Got the option. Two really good guys right from.
I know, and that's, it's amazing because obviously I'm positive that Daniel didn't have that many punchlines for one of them months ago when he started, so it's fun to watch everything grow.
At this point, something like it is.
Can we get a girl on stage?
No.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, I've never noticed you saying everything with zero emotion.
yeah.
You're like, I had fun with you, Daniel. Thank you for coming on.
That's fair.
It's fun to watch people. You sound like
Yeah.
The Sounds of the Lamb.
it's a robots that they're still working on the emotions chip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me. What is that? Oh, no, that's you. Yeah, I speak emotionless. I over-enunciate, and I'm really good at it. And,
What
the whole
happened?
thing.
Like a gay robot.
No, I just never learned to not speak perfect English. I don't know. It's like there's no real accent.
Dude, I'll tell you something about Tony, man. You can put Tony in a room with like the Pope, Obama, whatever, Steve Jobs, all these things, and he would feel that he should be perfectly
Right.
with everybody. Like, yeah, we're all winners.
Absolutely. I think they should fucking know. It's like, oh wow, this guy face of the future of comedy, which is a really big deal. They say it's only the best medicine. Why wouldn't Barack want to? If he's having health care issues,
That's it.
why not have the best medicine, man?
You're not far off, man. That Carson Daly credit's going to open quite a few doors in this town.
Hey, Steve Jobs was calling it up.
All the people high on cocaine still up at that time. Enjoy your show.
DVR it, everybody. You can watch it anytime if you DVR it. Okay, this looks like a new game. I'm excited for this. I love the concept, the handwriting. Same strand together for Kate. Deal? That's obvious. There we go. It's a two. Wow. Remember, we have the two ladies that are regular. Hey, everybody. Come on. Yeah. Hey, guys. I come here to Guys, I love dogs. Dogs are like my favorite thing in the world. I realized recently that I treat dogs exactly the way your house is treated. But every time I see a dog on the fence, it's like, I like dogs more like I walk in the street and they'll take a 45 dog. Like I should basically fuck yeah, hey. I love your style, dude. Let's get into it. I love the dog thing. I mean, that seems like it's what you came here to talk about. Right.
With a San Francisco joke.
Guess what he didn't do? Say the word spick. No, went over. No, just that was interesting.
No, yeah,
But yeah. Here's all of it in San Fran. There's a black guy in the back of the room. What's your name again? Katie, that's right. That just finds it hilarious. Your voice or something like that. Katie, what's going on back there? What are you cracking up about? Is that what it is?
Like about his voice.
I had a feeling that's what it was.
I think you got a dick line. That's what
I love it. Katie. No, yeah, we know what feminine means. Fuck yeah, Katie. I love it. It's like Katie's sense of humor is still locked in 97, where the sound of a gay man is just like, oh my god. I couldn't believe it when I heard that. Like,
I like your style, man. I think you're onto something. I think it's just gonna take time to develop. You should hit some of the, you know, I don't know if you already do, hit some of the independent. Yeah, I think some of those cocktail shows will do well. You feel a little less pressure on stage. Something a little weirder to bring it back.
No, probably kills it. I like your jokes. I just think you need to fine tune them.
Yeah, I
think more like your opening premise, a little more specific, so we know what you're getting.
The idea is great. I mean, half the days I wake up and only talk to my dog. Like the first person I talk to is like at 10 p.m. at night.
Right.
You know, so there's something to just only talking. I like
absolutely. I can completely relate to that. I totally, you know, when I see other cute dogs, I'm a sucker for it.
They ever go on Facebook and show some dude just getting rocked by a punch, like, and then you see someone like just doing something mean to a dog, you're like, you fucking asshole! You know, I totally relate to that, man. Right. You know, like I have the soft spot for dogs, man. I totally get what you're saying. And just fine tuning it so everyone understands what you're doing.
What's the reason that you like dogs?
Bigger dicks. Because they're.
You think your dogs have bigger dicks than you?
Some got big old dicks.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of dog dick have you seen, Sam, that's bigger than
I've been on the internet.
Really?
He's comparing it to his dick.
Yeah. Searching.
Seen some weird shit.
Wow.
It's like a lot. Back to your question. It's harder to alienate dogs in social situations.
Right.
That's the kind of thing.
What do you mean by that? Can you give an example? Like, what do you mean by alienating dogs in social situations?
Dogs aren't weirded out when you just don't have anything to say to their question. And you just kind of stare at them and you're like, hi.
Yeah. They don't judge me when I'm fucking. So that's why I like that. Judging you, yeah.
No, Brian said judging.
Ryan's totally judging.
Yeah.
I'm not judging him.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
I know.
Brian said the word judging.
Right.
He didn't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you responded like he said it.
Yeah. The whole thing went off its tracks, and now we're in the woods.
Yeah. Sam's thinking about dog dick right now.
I just didn't want to get a little off the track, and I just fucking give it a little power steer. That one was we're going backwards right now. Hey, what's your last name?
Right?
Wow, that's what you wrote here. Do you realize? Do you know you have bad handwriting?
I do.
Yeah, you're not working on it.
It's diagnosed handbag.
What do you do for work?
I do customer service.
For what?
Or they shopping.
Yeah. What's the online shopping app? I think I know about that. That's that. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Where it just like it says like it's cut down from this price and now it's this price. That's that one. Yeah, I know that one. I know. Well, he's on the show and I'm hosting it right now, so that's like a part of it. You want to go sit back with Haiti and be a homophobe, Sam? Section.
I even have a question like that, but it's for cutting the shoulder to fulfill your wishes. No, you did a shopping one. That's just.
What'd you say?
I said you invented that.
I invented it.
What do you do for fun, Haiti?
Yeah. This.
Stand
I
up.
like video games.
What's your favorite video game?
Minecraft.
Wow. Jesus Christ. Listen to that laugh he's been holding in. Wow.
What's your favorite?
Yeah, it's the best one.
Why?
What? Because it's like Legos, but a video game, and there's also zombies in it.
Did you not know Legos suck in real life?
They're the fucking worst.
For who? They suck. Legos always suck. They're only the nerds like Legos.
Wow.
Oh, I want to.
Wow.
That's me. The Lego movie is awesome. I was a fucking dork too.
Joe
You fucking got an Oscar. That movie was great.
Joe DeRosa.
What you just said. Hold on. What you just said. The Lego movie. Yeah. Anything with funny voices is awesome.
No, that's not
When somebody gives me
actually a really good movie.
when somebody gives me a book and they're like, "Great, we get to put it together, then we can play with it," and you can't even go fuck yourself.
Wow.
I don't want to fuck myself. I want to play with those toys.
Leave him alone. Man, Joe DeRosa, you have a real stance against
Legos?
Legos.
I don't
Yeah,
know
what
what I
happened?
step on.
Wow. You shoot Lego guys up your ass?
No, it just always bugged me because you go over a kid's house to have fun and you take out a bucket of fucking Legos and you put the thing together and then you just stare at it. You couldn't even do anything with it. It was like assholes that like model planes.
3 years old. What do you want to do? Cut math? Like seriously.
You like model planes? Yes. I swear to God, I only wanted to put together to smash it over my dad's head for him to be in the first place.
You never liked Legos.
No.
Is it?
Wow.
Did you ever have your own Legos, or were you
Yeah.
you know?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why I didn't have Legos because I was smart enough to ask for real toys like a G.I. Joe. And I thought, oh, okay, it's fucking hard. That's great. Fuck you and your G.I. Joe. Are you saying what's wrong? Are you saying you're Batman? They come with all the Avengers.
Sam, let us stop. Like, are you saying G.I. Joe is you like Legos better than G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe's Legos fucking whoop. You are fucking spit, dude. I'll take that. Spit. I'm fine with that. No, I can't believe, Joe, you're anti-Legos.
That's just funny. It's his parents who don't have Fred Lincoln laws. Jihadi Joe over here, this fucking asshole.
By the way, you can't play Legos when you're 3 because they're too small. You play when you're like 6 to 12 and they fucking suck.
They don't
Those are the years where you're like, I want to blow shit up. I want to see I want to make cars go fast. I want to, that's.
I'm glad you weren't my friend when I was a kid. How about that?
If I was your
Because
friend,
you know what you would have done? You would have blocked me.
no. I would have shown you a different way. And you'd be even farther in this before your second car. So
How much do you like me? How much do you like Legos? What was the last thing you wrote? How much do you like Legos? Do you like waiting in line for the Legos at the Lego stores? Are you that big of a Lego guy right now? No, I have Minecraft. Right. So you don't need it. Yeah, I buy Minecraft ones. I don't buy them every time. Do you have Minecraft on your phone also? Or do you
Come here with a bunch of people.
no. I came here with
You're very German, by the way. Came here with 3.
I know. Like, I didn't know this was weird until, like,
Glorious bastards.
right. Yeah. I was like, this is just how I do 3.
You've been always doing that.
Yeah.
And you're not from Germany.
No. Why not? Are you German?
this is more comfortable.
Are you German? Do you have German blood in you?
I do. It's like Jewish German blood or something.
I do. Why do you think I do comedy?
Where are you from?
I'm from Oakland. Oakland? Yeah, okay. You like Too Short? Not really familiar with Too Short. Wow.
So you don't like
Wow.
He's a spy, guys. He's a spy.
I can't believe you don't know about Too Short.
He's a rapper that loves sex. Dude, a woman's died blowing him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Because his dick was too long.
No, he blew a load of it.
Where are you people? Too Short, remember? You guys blowjob Benny, nobody knows that? I don't even like you. Let the record show I didn't like the crowd for episode 95. I'm turning on you guys.
On front drop.
How did the girl that blew Too Short guy, his dick was too long? I got nothing. I heard somebody fucking sneeze in the main room. That's 500 feet away from here.
You want to hear the best Too Short lyric?
Yeah.
He's got a song about gold diggers, and he goes, you look at a dick like it's a slot machine.
Is that the whole
Hilarious.
thing?
The erect dick, just a chick.
Oh, yeah.
It's suck it like it's a...
I like that.
Aggressive hipsters. That's what we have.
Check out that song. It's called Broke Bitch. Broke Bitch.
Yes. Yeah, but
Learn your culture, your history of your area, bro. It'll help your act.
it was fun to meet you, Hayden.
Yeah,
You are
got
gay,
this.
right? Hayden, you're gay? Are you out of the closet?
I'm not gay.
Really?
I don't know if gay. Like, everybody's like,
Then we are not done with Hayden. Sit back down, Hayden.
hey.
No! All right, Hayden. Yeah, I love you, Hayden. Great job.
Good job. Hey, where you want me?
Raise my
Play
winning
Minecraft.
1-1.
Yeah.
1-1. Mom and a sister. Oh, mom and a dad.
Oh, I thought you had
Really? Not yet. I mean, I get it all the time, but I'm just double checking.
I'm just like,
That's fine.
Wow, that's awesome.
You're theatrical.
Fuck yeah. Amazing.
Be who you want to be.
I love it. San Francisco, too. But, okay.
San Francisco, dude, like West Hollywood, way more gay than San Francisco.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely.
This is, I mean, dude, there's a billboard right now of a man's asshole on San Francisco. I don't even know if they're advertising. It's just a man's asshole.
West Hollywood was like mean.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. It's just me snarky. It's just the new bad guy in every fucking film. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He's snarky.
I've been trying to fucking get past this.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, are you kidding me?
Right.
That's all I want is to be the bad guy in a fucking movie. It blows my mind that it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
I've had a joke that I've been doing about it for like the last year, literally waiting for there to be a director in the room laughing, just like, of course, why would it happen? Yeah.
It's going to have you and Taylor Negron vibes.
Yeah,
You and he played the villain of The Last Boy Scout.
It drives me crazy. There's like people whose careers are exploding because they're playing these bad guys. Right. Yeah. It's fucking the King Joffrey.
Guys, gotta be hated.
Hayden one more time.
Hayden!
Hayden Grafneal is on Twitter.
Just did the walk-off.
He's the Moth Prince on Twitter. And Daniel White is at Dan O'Comedy. And Kim Hart is at Kim_Hart.
I find it
funny that you just immediately thought he was gay. You called him like 3 times during his interview. I mean, for somebody that gets so much shit,
I completely. I mean, I completely assume, just like I assume that Haiti is black, that Hayden from San Francisco was gay. Was I the only person that thought that?
No, I didn't think he was gay.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Do I
I
sound
would
like
make
a
it an
crazy
issue.
person?
I don't.
99% of the time, the person goes, "Oh yeah, gay as fuck." When I ask that question, they're like, "Just dick." But just no.
I don't know.
It's just talk about it. I get it. I mean, I think that was pretty obvious. It got weird, and
I think it's just weird because some of us just don't say gay or straight. We just say people. That generation.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit.
By the way, I don't get it.
You're really throwing me under the. Really throwing me under the gay billboard on that one.
I don't get a gay vibe from you at all. I get a vibe of like the guy that stuffs animals in his face.
All right, you son of a bitch. How dare you say I stuffed animals? Your next nickname goes by the name of John Gammon, everybody. Here we go, John Gammon. Hey everybody, how's it going? My girlfriend she moved in with me, right? And for the 3rd time recently, she quit her job. Fuck my life. I just got done dealing with one dude's fucking bills. I gotta deal with 2 people's bills now. And it's just crazy. I wake up just out of my mind like there's a fire and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And dude, it's 8 a.m. And that's how I wake up like every day now. I walk down the stairs. I like sit down, watch my shovel and breakfast food. All this breakfast food that I bought for both of us, right? And I know it's a mistake, but I just wonder right out loud, like, did you possibly wonder right out loud? What exactly is the reason you quit this job this time? And she goes, John, I'm a boss. And I'm just like, dude. Keep going if you want to finish it. It's she's Chinese. How many times have you been on stage? Really? What is that? You're fuck. I guess my barometers are just off. You need to break up with that girl immediately. That's not even a joke there. That's just you hating your girl. It's a minute of therapy. And just bounced it off 150 therapists at once.
Yeah, the arrangement of the joke is completely wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's like she just moved in. That's just a joke right there. And you're like, man, she quit her job. Now you moved on to a totally different premise. You'd be like, she just moved in. Every time I come up in the morning, she's just eating. Right? There's a joke. Now you want to sit on that for a couple fucking minutes. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you introduce like 8 different premises with it opening up. And then we started trying to get the punchline.
So I totally like fucked up the phrase. It sounds like you have a lot of shit going on in your life, so let's find out about it. Let's just let the jokes rise to the top. Let's break this shit down. You ready? Good.
Can I ask a question? What part of that joke is true? It doesn't sound true.
That's all the second time.
No, but I mean, is she really black? Is she really Asian?
Oh yeah, she really is black.
She's like, does she really talk like that? All right, so it's just coming off. It was just coming off.
She's not a boss. She's not even an employee.
That's my joke I was trying to get to. I was like, she can't even handle being a fucking employee.
Wow. You don't even have to say handle. She's an employee.
Was she
not an employee. Yeah.
Was she serious when she said I'm a boss? Was she really being big, or was she
was really serious?
How to get into all that shit?
How long?
So much more.
How long have you been dating this girl? Wow. Where did she work?
Sorry, moved in.
You love that pussy. Just watching her shovel cereal into her mouth every morning while she tells you she's a boss.
She's going straight up like buffet style.
I know. She expects that shit from now on. Wow. So where'd you meet her?
You can't keep giving her the queen princess treatment with all those eggs.
Oh, you're gonna have to put your foot down and some
But they're free range. You gotta remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the situation. Where'd you meet this chick? Wow. Tinder was out a year ago? Yeah. Time flies.
By the way, Tinder has this new offer for $20 a month that lets you go backwards one if you accidentally swipe to the left. For $20 a month. Over 30 if you gotta pay $20. If you're under 30, it's $10. Yeah, but still.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Who wants to pay $10 just so you can accidentally go backward? No, now you can only do so many likes. What? You can only like so many people, and then you gotta stop, and then you gotta wait 12 hours before you can start liking people. Is that true? How many? I don't know the exact number. I'm trying to find out. But that fucking app is the downfall of this culture. No, it's great. Here's why it's not great. It is why it's not great, because nobody uses it for what they're supposed to use it for. Meeting and fucking. That's what it's meant to be used for. Everybody means like I met my girlfriend on Tinder. What the fuck is that? That's how lazy people are now. They're literally like, swipe, swipe. Why haven't I met my Prince Charming yet? Swipe, swipe. Die alone. I love it.
Absolutely.
There's so much you can get into, dude.
Yeah.
The fact that she quit her job is almost the third or fourth thing you should be talking about. In fact, it's like your girlfriend's black. That's she's the whitest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. And you're surprised she doesn't have a job. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's certain things that you just don't say.
Just ruined comedy.
Don't you take a bite of food while you're choking, you fucking moron. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
It really is about just organizing what you want to talk about. And you just were so introduced 19 different products.
John, let me ask you this. Where are you from? Cleveland, Ohio. Beautiful. Jerry, how fucking dare you, son of a bitch. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. What? Oh, alright, well. Okay, anyway, fuck. John, how long have you been in LA? 6 years. What have you been doing for work?
I've been acting on a show on ABC in the middle. You guys ever seen it?
What the fuck are you doing here? Are you
A joke is that only people in the middle of the country watch this fucking thing.
Whoa.
I should watch it. But dude, why are you doing this? You're on TV. I think it's not working.
Why is it not working out?
You're on a TV show. I know, but I fucking everybody tells me what to say, how to say it.
Okay,
Wow. The audience together for John not selling out.
Yeah, but don't say that because it's a blessing you're on the show. Right. And eventually someday you might not be on the show.
Right.
But you just want to expand.
Yeah.
So I totally understand.
No, I really love stand-up. I never had the balls to like fucking hated it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Dude, this game is a shit show.
Yeah.
You know what? Stay on network.
I will.
Fucking never at 3 a.m. in Cleveland. The payback because you can't get off the show high. Getting drunk. The only waitress that will drink with you. It's fucking miserable.
It's not. Cleveland does suck, especially during
You should have opened up. Because I got my own show on ABC and just listen to how many girls would instantly start laughing at everything you had to say.
You can delete
You
your
would just start crushing, vaginas would just start blooming right there.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
How long's that show been being made?
A chick on Tinder now the guy who's got a national television show?
No, it's
This girl just hit the fucking jackpot of fucking Tinder. Are you wearing condoms or are you just blast away that took the pussy?
I wish I drew blanks. It would be the best.
What?
I don't know. I wish I drew blanks.
So you're blasting away. So you're gonna make a whole story about Sam. He said he's wearing condoms. Yo, I'm now. Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to say, I feel like we should do an intervention or something.
We're talking to him. We're all talking to him.
I think you're a ranting comic and you're not letting yourself rant. So what you need to do is you need to figure out why you feel the way about these things, what's really bothering you about these things, and then get on stage and rant it out. And put your anger into it. Put your angst into it. Now don't be a lunatic. You can't get up like, I've been carrying this fucking whore. You can't do that. But like just put your annoyance into it. Be annoyed, not angry. Because everybody used to tell me, cranky anti guy. And then when you're not feeling upset about that anymore, that's when you know you move on. You don't care about it anymore. Move on to your next thing.
What season is the middle?
Started.
Season fucking 6. So you've been employed for 6 seasons on an ABC show?
And I do.
Get the fuck out of here. John Hammond, everybody. There he goes. Come back again soon. I love you, John. You're an amazing person for not
You
just...
know I can kiss your ass. This is crazy.
It's amazing. 6 fucking seasons on network. He's coming to the attic of a comedy store trying to find himself. Come back out of here.
Calm down, Tony. Tony, 6 seasons and not one person in this review of the show, though.
That's ABC money. That's what's crazy. It's the money.
Trisha Heaton stars on that show. That's money.
Yeah.
That's a money show.
Yeah. I loved Patricia Heaton and Birdman.
She's got it for
The producers don't listen to this. And so you get killed off, dude. That fucking sucked.
What was the show?
It was so bad. I won't even repeat it.
You love the truth.
Because Heaton rhymes with Keaton. Anyway, moving on.
Oh my
God,
god.
it was so bad. It was so bad.
Oh my god.
It's Carson Daly tonight on NBC. 1:30 in the morning.
Me on NBC, John Gavin on ABC. That's what network has. That's what network has come to. John is @_John Gavin on Twitter.
All a million followers.
He definitely needs to break up with it. You definitely need to break up with your girlfriend.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just
you don't-
mean.
you don't
You're just
need it.
mean and mean. You're just fucking everything right now.
You don't need it. And I know what you're going through. I hooked up with a black girl once, and I swore it was the warmest vagina that I ever felt. It turned out she just had a flu, and I was an idiot. Nothing on that. All right.
NBC's Carson Daly tonight. 1:30 in the morning.
That's John Gammon. Fucking sons of bitches. I can't believe you turned the Carson Daly thing into a fucking runner. You asshole sugar racer. You fucking did. You son of a bitch.
Do we have to do everybody in the bucket?
No, we don't do everybody in the bucket.
I got nervous.
Don't get nervous. It's all good. I know, right? Michael Perkinson.
That area's killing it right now.
We know Michael.
Oh yeah, I love this guy.
You ever had your arm so deep inside a woman? You look her in the eyes. You couldn't find the condom. Fuck all you. Fuck. God damn it. Really? Fucking tester, that one went well. I like to leave Cheetos in the street to teach birds about risk and reward. Oh man, I feel like Neil Patrick Harris doing the Oscars. God, fuck this. Why is comedy so hard? The dryer lets me put the colors in with the whites because the dryer's not a racist.
Fuck yeah, the stuff you do in between your jokes is hilarious. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. It's like completely backwards.
It's like his jokes are commercial breaks.
I would love just to hear all the middle parts edited together in one album. Just like,
And by the way, I think this is what, your 3rd or 4th time on the show, and every time it goes like this, and you're one of our favorites. It's unbelievable. You have perfect comedic timing.
They asked me, your act matches your look.
Yeah.
I'm wearing shorts in March.
You come up and you throw the empty cup with confidence, which is my favorite thing that I've ever seen anybody do upon arriving to the stage. Just blatantly taking one last sip of drink because he planned it and then throws it into a meaningless corner, just littering. Just littering at one of the most, classic comedy clubs in the world. Just fuck this place. And just then after the first joke, you start panicking. Like the confidence of the guy that throws the empty cup and the confidence that you had after that first joke, they're like two completely different people. And the fact that you can make that switch in 17 seconds is incredible. Like I feel like I almost couldn't say anything unfunny enough other than maybe making a Patricia Heaton, Michael Keaton rhyme that would possibly make me lose that much confidence and panic that quickly. But it's great. You're so good at it.
So when you thought about your act you put together, and you said, okay, I gotta open up something that lets them know who I am. And you said, I'm gonna open up with my fucking classic fist, I can't find the condom joke. Really set a tempo for this act. What were the other jokes that maybe didn't quite make the cut to open with?
Well, I'm running out of jokes. So I'm trying to keep it new here.
You should run from all your jokes, by the way.
Was that a true story? Did you really have to find a condom in your... Like, I fucked a girl, I put the tampon into a girl once, and 2 days later she got really sick, and I had to try to do the same thing, put my hand in there, try to reach it, and then I got the thing from the oven, like the thumb thing, and it reached that little...
No, it's just like that.
That's called saving you. He just took all the fucking moments from you.
But here's what I don't get. Another successful actor comes down to do stand-up. You were so good in Wolf of Wall Street. Why waste your time doing this right now?
Super bad, Rob.
Are you from Philly?
Yeah, right.
They look like you should open a restaurant next to Fat Sal's.
Oh, Jesus.
No, what was
doing there?
Next to Fat House for
Keep
what?
going. It was this bad before. Keep
Call
going.
it Skinny Jones. And then, I don't know, we dress like hipsters. Fuck it.
That's a weird...
I love
You
that.
compliment if you're...
And by the way, he's done this before. Michael's first time on this show, I lit his ass up. And your second and third time on the show. And when you make fun of him, for some reason he does this weird thing where he goes, oh yeah? Well, you? But? Oh, here we go. He's been, by the way, whatever you're about to hear, he's been thinking about it for about 3 weeks. That's when his last appearance on the show was. So here we go, everybody. Let's see. 3 weeks of writing Michael Perkinson's Tony Hitchcock joke. Catch your breath, Michael. Wait. You want to grab your empty cup and toss it again so that you have some momentum going into this? Go ahead, Michael.
Tony.
Oh, shit. There's the setup. I've heard that before, Tony. That's
You
right.
sound how Justin Bieber looks.
He looks great. What are you talking about? Justin Bieber's notoriously...
It's all reverse compliments. I thought he was going to... He pulls Fat Sal's out of me. I thought he was going to go even fatter something. He goes skinny.
Yeah.
Joe.
Right.
Dress him nice, kind of.
Yeah.
All around. Do you understand the insults?
The saddest thing is that I know this guy will be on television.
That's
within a year.
That's exactly what I've always
He'll
said.
probably be on the middle by the end of the month.
I noticed that you wear shoes this week. This is like the first week you didn't wear flip-flops.
It's fucking cold outside, Brian.
Why don't you wear pants?
Because I fucking hate pants. Really want to know the truth? Yeah. Well, I show the truth. Pennsylvania 6 boys. Right? Every time I wore pants, I wound up getting pushed down on the ground, wet grass knees all day. And I traumatized flight from it. There you go, fucking 4K cameras. How's that look? Want me to go talk to a therapist? John, yeah, because we work something out together.
Just like you said that, you just did it again. Your style is incredible. Like, you try to be funny, and then when it goes bad, you just fucking panic, and that's so funny. I would almost tell you to write better jokes, but you know what, man? I think that's your fucking thing. I think you're the guy that people are going to go, I'm going to take you to go see this guy, Michael Perkins.
We're going to heckle the fuck out of him. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to fucking be
When you tap into it, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Right now, you don't know how to tap into this retardedness that you have.
I have good days. I kill sometimes.
Yeah. So you don't wear pants because your younger brothers, older brothers put you down on the ground and you got dirty knees.
Wet knees.
Wet knees. Do you think you're going to get wet knees now? Do you think if you wear jeans right now that...
I fall down more times than I did then. I like to party, Brian Redman. How about you, huh? You like licking asshole? I'm licking an asshole, dude. I'm not fucking.
I like it, dude. I do like it.
Come on, man. You know?
There we go.
Did I go out there thinking I was going to end up licking an asshole? Sitting there with getting wet knees, man.
I could watch Michael Perkins and Mom all day.
Here we
Like,
go.
this is so beautiful.
That was funny.
It happens, and you fucking hate the fact that it happened. That'd be good.
I love that you said that. That's funny. I'm serious. Write that down. Being very serious. Write down. Assholes.
Will you remember any of this tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I got 2 more legs. I got 2 more legs before I just completely black out and fall asleep with a handful of jizz and fucking in and out.
Why are you holding the jizz? It's jizz.
Yeah.
Why aren't you throwing it?
At this point, who gives a shit? It's LA. I'm fucking They're fucking out right now. Hey, how's it going, guy? You want to get
Like
like
you and Hank, you're gonna hang out after the show.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, dude, grab out had hands, King. Come on, King. Where are you? Come on, Come on.
I don't know.
Why you pranced up here like a goddamn fucking rabbit?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's gay. Come on, you're Chris Farley character. You really are, man. Come on, turn this around. Where's your van? Down by the river? Seriously. Hi, Peter Griffin. I like to hi.
Oh my God. All right.
Michael,
that's it. You are one of the funniest lesbian comedians I've ever seen in my entire life. There he goes, Michael Perkinson, everybody. He's on Twitter at MC Perkinson. Now, here we go, guys. You're our final part of the show. We have two lovely young ladies that do a brand new minute each week. We literally, like, every week, they write a new minute. That's 52 new minutes a year. They're the only comedians that we know that even do that shit. And they do it every week here. We watch them get better and better. And it's always fun. Going up first this week, you know, from the Dysentery podcast, really fun. She always, like, sometimes she'll take a small topic, like an inanimate object, and rant about it and break it down. It's always fun and goofy and wacky. It's the one and only Sarah Weinstein, everybody. Here she is!
Dressing up other inanimate objects. It's not ribbons hanging off my toothbrush. Last month, toothpick wearing a dress. I'm putting tinsel on my potato peeler. Last night, toothpick wearing a dress. I don't want it. I don't want to use it to hold shit together. Like salmon is not big enough. The only thing it's good at holding is an olive. Like a tea sandwich. Matter of fact, though, if I'm gonna have one, I want the toothpick. I prefer it.
That's commitment right there. At any point, you could have pulled a Michael Perkinson and gone, oh, fuck. But you didn't, and I like that. You stayed in the pocket. You kept trying to knock it out. What happened with this What happened this week with the toothpick that you're so pissed off at us? You've reached your boiling point. I always find them gross. I'm not a toothpick guy. I hate it when I'm hanging out with somebody that in fact has a toothpick. Like, I think it's gross getting stuff out of your teeth in front of somebody. And it's sort of weird how like casual it can be.
That's funny. You should be telling a joke like that. You're putting so much of that character on it. That's funny. You are. You've been doing coffee shops too long. It's seriously though. Like if you just get out here and go, I'm sick of seeing toothpicks everywhere. It's bugging me. All of a sudden now it's funny because it's like there's a perspective on it. Take that character out of it.
Yeah, you seem to have a rage about it, but you express no rage about it.
You listen, like you seem
not that you have to but it's like you have to have a little bit. I felt like there should be a little more into your dislike.
The funniest thing that always happens with your style is when these inanimate objects become humanized or talked about how it affects you in a human way. We pretty much just heard about how toothpicks are dressed up, and we didn't apply it too much in anything that affects you. Is there somebody that uses a toothpick that you dislike in particular?
I mean, I'm a toothpick guy. I'm like Tony, so is there a reason
you're pro toothpick too? You guys know the toothpick guy?
What's wrong with that? Why are you not a toothpick guy? I've never heard somebody go, you know, I'm just not a toothpick guy. For what? For picking your teeth, for keeping club sandwiches together, for fucking cleaning out bowls and pipes.
I believe in it for the sandwich thing, absolutely. I like toothpicks for that. But to be clearing your teeth publicly, it's just not my thing.
Just be you. That's the key. Like there's just be you doing it. Because when you're you, you'll get into your real emotion about it, and then suddenly you'll be. If you're approaching it from the idea of this character, then it's just everything's going to be. That's a low ceiling. Everything's going to be kept up inside of that voice.
It seemed more like it needed more tags. Like in the dress thing, I liked, but then you should something else should have happened. Instead, you used dress twice. You know, you should have been like a.
Are you guys delivery in life? I mean, are you always like that?
Yeah.
Or just like, but even talking like this, you're still deadpan, you're still a little monotone, but it sounds natural. It sounds like who you are.
Yeah.
This is still good. This is what you should be doing. Delivering the joke. Yeah. Instead of just purposely trying to pump the brakes so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you need to hit a point.
It's hard as shit. I mean, this is stuff we all still struggle with. In a day, I struggle with treadmill.
Doesn't want to talk about how
Right. Exactly.
I've actually done that before, where the top part broke off and the rest of the toothpick was in the sandwich I didn't know about. I took a bite, tongue at the top of my mouth. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's a very sharp object.
I still have toothpicks, man. I have no problem.
It's made of wood.
It's made of
Made of wood. Well, there you go. Chip away at it. Toothpick. Terrible outshank.
There's plenty of other stuff, man.
It's another new minute every week.
They have to do it there. Can they be like, oh, I did this minute 6 months ago. Here's how it's worked.
They do the minutes that continue to work for them in their other sets that they do that are longer other places. You know, this is just where you get to hear it first. It's like the you get to either hear it first or you hear it last. You know what I mean? Like it works out. They take a new angle or they don't. They've been killing. Your next and final comedian of the night just won her, I believe, 4th or 5th roast battle in row. She's undefeated in roast battle. She dropped out of the University of Florida after her first time on stage here on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and the only Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Here she is.
Hey guys. I guess I want to talk about some weird things that I've been thinking about lately. One of those is that the burger baby just turned 85, which means she's most definitely eating burger again. Suicide hotlines for extreme Muslims are just for the job interviews. Every single one of our grandmas has thought. Penny is a really bad name. I think I've been thinking these things because I still it's always fits her on this list.
Kimberly Congdon throwing out some quick jabs.
I like it.
They're fucking hard hitting one. All grown up. I love the, that was great. I especially loved the segue of, what was it again? It was like, alright. Like she was just checking off laughs like it was nothing.
Very funny. And well-written jokes.
Yeah, very.
It's interesting because it's very natural and it just works well. Well, that styles now you got to write a lot of jokes, but it was fun though.
She usually, it's like more on a topic. Usually it's 1 minute, so I think those will mix well with the other, chunks of stuff that you have written. Those are always great to have, So it happens to me all the time where, you end up writing a 4-minute bit, then a 6-minute bit, then a 2-minute bit, and then all of a sudden you do those bits, and you have the light for 2 minutes, and you have 1 minute to wrap it up, and you just ended one thing, and you're like, how do we fucking kill and get out of here in a minute, 15 seconds? You gotta just allow it sometimes.
Just random thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it's great. Great work. Well written. Well.
Congratulations on your most recent roast battle. victory. What's your record now? 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. That's every Tuesday here at midnight. Our sister show, our good friends over at the Roast Battle, Jeff Ross and Ryan Moses, do it every Tuesday at midnight here. Kimberly, great job. Kimberly Condon, everybody. There they are again, the ladies of Kiltony. That's at Princess Shank on Twitter. That's at Kimberly Condon on Twitter. Follow them, be their fan. They're blowing up. They're going to be huge. They're already hilarious every week. Live right now. Streaming right now and download. What do you want?
I have a couple days.
Just go on that. Yeah, go on that.
All right, well, at the end of the month, probably won't be out by then. I'm at the comic strip in Edmonton the last month. And then second week in April, I will be at the amazing Laughing Skull. I'm very excited to finally play that club. So if you're in Atlanta, come out. Watch me run!
Joe DeRosa's Joe DeRosa Comedy on Twitter. What do you got coming up?
I want to plug a sort of a promotion I'm doing. This is absolutely true. Some people that aren't big fans of mine took the liberty of bringing my album ratings down to 1 or 2 stars, all of them online. Here's what I really want to do right now. Let's go all the fucking way with this.
Yeah.
I want everybody to give me the lowest reviews you can. I want to be the lowest rated comedian on the internet. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I really want to do this. The reviews are really fucking funny. Leave crazy reviews about why my albums suck or why I didn't like them. And all platforms, iTunes, Amazon, Google Play, whatever it is. Joe DeRosa, look up the albums. I don't give a shit if you've never even heard it. Just me. And the funniest reviews, I'll get in touch with you and I'll send you like free shit.
Joe, I think you're really funny.
Thank you.
I thought you killed tonight. Somebody didn't get it.
Joe DeRosa Comedy on Twitter.
There you go. Joshua Meyerowitz is at Autistic Thunder on Twitter. Hilarious. Great job, Joshua Meyerowitz. I'd like to give a special shout out to 311 and the 311 Chris, which had me this past week. I had so much fun with all the 311 fans and the band. Such a great time. Can't wait to do that. Everybody should plan for that a couple years from now. 311 Cruise to Jamaica is a lot of fun. Kill Tony 100 is April 13th in the Maynard of the Comedy Store. Wherever you live, get your airplane ticket now, because Bruce Buffer will be there.
Guys, the last Death Squad Secret show was last Wednesday. We had almost 400 people come to the show. It was ridiculous. It sold out. The next one is March 11th. That's not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. And tickets are on sale right now. And
brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it for Tony. It's
Have a one more time for the music stylings. Pat Reagan. Well, Tony, it's another crazy Monday night, everybody. So excited to be here. We're working on the Comedy Central roasting Justin Bieber all day, everybody. How exciting is that? That's March 30th. Comedy Central.
It's so funny that you've been working on it so much every day. It's all you've been thinking, dreaming, like Bieber. We were just outside and out of nowhere. He's just like looking down and it just goes up with Bieber. Like, for no reason.
I have like Bieber Tourette's right now.
Why did you do that? Did you realize you did that?
Yeah, I was thinking about another possible angle making fun of him. And I noticed that I was doing it. So that was me going like, he's got me.
It's crazy.
It's a really fun thing. Luckily, it's fun target to have. And the dais is really, 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 really great. It's like the greatest roast ever. So I'm really excited. Congratulations to you people, because it's going to be well written this fall. Why did only girls laugh at that?
I love writing jokes.
Alright, made it weird for everybody. hearing, and there's rumors that maybe next week he'll be here. No confirmations, guys, but just rumors at this point.
Why are you even saying that when you know he's in the back of the room right now?
Guys, give up for Justin Bieber! Yes. Okay, if you got something that you're telling it's Bieber, then I'm going to send it back. Don't come up, Bieber. Yeah. Stay there.
Put your shirt back on.
This cold-blooded crowd that doesn't even get excited.
What if we did that with the Patriots?
You guys don't even have hope. That's what you're lacking right now is hope. So let's move it up a notch. Here we go. We have our one and only sponsor every single week. She makes a delicious meal for our guests. And I know one of our guests has already eaten some of this. And our other guest, I think, is going to be very excited because this sounds right up his alley. Those are carne asada tacos with tortilla cheese and fresh pico de gallo. It's from Chef Elise Lane, sitting right there, everybody. Great Russell Peters, because she's a professional chef. Be hired for all your catering needs. Hey, maybe you live in LA, you're having a big party, you want to impress people. Why not have a professional chef instead of making hot dogs and fucking it up? You know what I mean? People aren't going to want to be your friend if they really like the food. Guess what? You can be other than this fucking 10 people. I don't care what you do. If you're a waiter, you can be the restaurant manager. Every week it's delicious. She's at Elise Lane, the girl with the ham on Instagram and Facebook. Welcome, Monday audience. It's a Monday night. You guys are in a crazy show right now. Streaming around the world live. Streaming show. The number one comedy club in the world. The world famous comedy store. Every single week, play with me and Ryan. We always have a Patriot, someone to keep us safe. This guy's third or fourth time being a Patriot. Very, very funny guy. Always a great human being. One of my favorite rising comedians. One of my favorite pals just to write jokes with us. Played a hilarious line. Put your hands together. Hormoz Rashidi, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Iranian Patriot. He is literally, he wasn't Iran. Sing along with us. Sing us the national anthem. You know it.
This is the Islamic Republic's national anthem.
I don't know.
That's a different national.
This is the new government. It's like Islamic Republic.
You only know the old.
I only know the old one. It's not the Islamic. Wow. But I'll sing that. I'll sing one else.
The one that you know, the more dangerous one. Josh, by the way, I don't get how you just fixed his mic. Like, I can do the same. There's no way that's the right angle. Here he's going for Josh. Great Josh Martin, everybody. Hustling and bustling. Now I can hear Hormoz. Hormoz, are you excited about tonight's show?
Well, very excited.
You've been on the show a few times. One of our favorite people. How's everything been? Anything crazy going on?
I went on a hike yesterday. Got bitten by a dog for the first time.
I'm a man. What kind of dog was it?
No, it was a mud, but it was a big one. And the guy was keeping it on a short leash, but not short enough. It just fucking snapped when I wasn't looking. Bit my thigh.
Right through your thigh.
Yeah, the ranger was right there too, and I was like, dude, I'm not gonna tell the ranger if you don't want your dog to be killed. But get the fuck out of here with your meat-ass dog. There's kids around. And that guy was really heated. You know, like you go hiking, we all been there. You go hiking, you're on mushrooms, and then a dog bites you.
I was like a hero or a thank you chicken.
Do you feel like the dog did the euro mushrooms?
I used to think that like when I was on mushrooms, animals could like feel it and like know that I was a piece. I don't feel that way.
Well, there you go. A lot of people would take the time to tell a funny story in that situation. Most is sort of a comedian, so really, that's a rant. A dramatic story of something that happened to him. Hormoz Rashidi, everybody. Time of the show where I bring up our guests. These two, I've been working with for a very long time. One of them is one of my favorite rising music talents in the world currently opening up for Whitney Cummings, Sarah Silverman, and the other one is one of my first mentors, one of the funniest, coolest people that I know, and one of the greatest comedians anywhere. One of my favorites to see all the time. He's been on the show before. This is her first time. Big hands together for the great Stephanie Samari. Trevino might be the least Barbie girl of all the Barbie tacos. Yeah, they are. Okay, he's gonna hand them to you. Who's all these ginger beers? That's mine. Okay, I'll try to make fun of those. That's spicy. I want to see what the dog bit you. Can we see on the thigh where the dog bit you? Pull down your pants. Pull down your pants. Oh, this is about to get slower. I really hope he's ready to wrap that. Fumbling with it. Guys, I got hit by a big thorn. It gets covered up by one baby-sized mattress. That dog's dead. I was picturing it was rude. How good were those mushrooms that you were on? You had a serious dog fight. I mean, I didn't think it was that serious. I kept hiking for like the next 5 hours. But then you were like, I can't wait to tell everybody that I got bit by a dog. Well, it was the first time I literally got bit by a dog. Well, then you haven't been to my house. I've never been to your house. It is true. Steve Trevino has the scariest. That dog has bitten more comics than the other dog. The last dog that bit me, without a doubt. Steve's dog. I remember when you called me up, you go, your dog's not enough for bread. Yeah. And I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's true. I was house sitting for him, dog sitting for him at one point, and this dog was pure evil. Like, it made no sense. It's like I mean, it's good we're around its master, but what he doesn't know, because he's never there to see it, is that when it's evil, yes, pure evil. I ended up on the phone with you and had to knock on the neighbor's door. The neighbor had to come over because the dog is working at her. It was one of the scariest things in my life. You have to get back me. I also know how much did not get bit by a dog. Right, with a cat. It was like a tree. Just sit down here and the dog is your dog, Steve. He's a monster, like Australia. And you know what I learned after dog sittings? They call them a healer. Not because they make you feel better, they don't heal you. Because they are known for biting your heels in a farm. Not your legs, but like heels. Yes. Yeah. But it's not like, and I would bite the legs of a sheep, so it just So you guys know how it works. We sit here, we talk to stand-up comedians about anything in the world. Maybe we try to help them out. Maybe we get something, like we have an idea. Or maybe we just talk about something else. Maybe see if there's something else funny they could possibly talk about in the world. And we do it all on a live streaming podcast. Comedians, you know what the deal is. You get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stage time. If I pull your name out of this bucket, you know your 60 seconds is up and you get the sound of the kitty. How adorable. Did you guys hear that? Listen to this. Listen to this. Oh, how cute. That means wrap it up then. Girls, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I love that. Yeah. It is bad. And it sounds angrier than ever. I just love the fact that the last time I got a gun. Last time I was here, tell me you guys had the outfit, one of the bears, and then come back several months later and say, fuck it. Yeah, this is the, just how they do it, gloves and it's a more casual piece. There you go. Okay, make an effort. Big budget cuts. When we started going streaming, that's when we had to pawn off the original Patreon. So guys, let's get it started. Audience, are you ready? Next streamers, are you ready? Our first comedian tonight goes by the name. Sure.
Oh my God. Marcus Martinez.
Marcus Martinez. Oh,
Are you at Senior Funny?
You signed up and your name is that close? What's your name?
Martinez.
Experience.
You guys, I'm not always good at dating. I prefer to date according to my breast size. I have small breasts, therefore I prefer to date someone with small hands. My only options are children and Mexicans. I can't date children because they don't have jobs. I'm not going to pay for everything. I'm not going to date Mexicans because I'm Puerto Rican. And everybody knows one Hispanic plus one Hispanic equals a baby. I'm not about that. I'm going to be a stepmom. Because, like, for me, children are scary. It goes children and then cancer. But at least with cancer, people are happy for you when you get rid of it. Abortion joke. I don't think abortions are bad. I feel like it's like when you go out to eat, you just send it back. It's not going in the garbage. Someone else is just eating it. Christians tell me that the baby's going to heaven, so I'm just sending it back up where it goes. It makes me feel better about my abortion. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, yeah.
Where are you from?
Buffalo, New York.
How long have you been in stand-up?
Like almost 2 years.
How long have you been in LA?
Like 10 years.
What made you come to this?
I always knew I wanted to write, so when I first came out here, I was just trying to write, and then it was like, how about you just do it on stage? And that was that.
What do you do for work?
I work as a personal assistant for a talent manager. Yeah, he does like music for studio composers.
Was there a part of your joke that you said something about eating an abortion? Was that what you were getting at?
No. I'm just saying it's like sending it back at a restaurant. Like people don't throw food out. Somebody takes it home. It's just like in my head, an abortion is like if I don't keep the baby, someone else just takes it.
You said somebody else eats it.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh yeah, I
And I was
did.
like, wait, what are you talking about? Eating the abortion?
Yeah.
You kind of lost me at that part.
Sure.
But I like the abortion material because it's always interesting to see what somebody's take on it. You weren't too like shocking, like it wasn't like so you kind of walk the line a little bit. For sure, because I've had a few and I've kind of let it go. Just bringing up the word baby in some audiences.
You did a few abortions.
No. So guys.
Can you give like a shout out to babies though that we like never figure out they're giving literally that age and they just go to heaven just like that? Yeah, nothing. Or do they like grow up?
They grow up into even more.
A psychic told me that everybody's 30 in heaven.
Yeah, that's great. Where'd you meet the psychic?
I think I'm psychic, so I just like hanging out with them.
What am I about to say about yourself?
You're gonna say it was like average.
You don't know, you just said you were saying.
Yeah, but like on the weekends.
This is what I would say. I give 60 seconds. It's really hard to tackle an abortion joke.
Yeah.
In 60 seconds. Me being Mexican American, I would stay away from the ethnic jokes. I call it tacoing it up.
Yeah.
You don't want to taco it up. You don't even look Puerto Rican.
But I am.
I get it.
Yeah.
You can mention that and then move on. In my opinion, it's for sure.
For sure.
You're very sensitive about this Mexicans.
Well, yeah, just when I see comics, hey, being Mexican means that push it up in your thigh.
And there's especially a thing with that, with like Mexican culture to where I learned from hanging out with Jesus so much. There's like, it's very clicky out there, and those guys all commit to it.
Oh, yeah, there's
It's like a weird thing in Mexican comedy to where, like, there's a whole army, of Mexican comedians that just sell it out. You know what I mean?
they just, they walk on stage. Where's my Mexican people at? Right? But you put them in a room like this when you're trying, for African, they don't get it. You know what I mean? So this is I call it tacoing it up. You never want to talk to them.
psychic and all that stuff is like so much funnier and more personal than like abortions, which is like very like general. And I feel like as girls we're like, well, we can talk about dirty stuff too, but like you don't have to do that to like be awesome. And I feel like you guys are awesome.
And don't dress down, you're a pretty girl. Like,
This is just how I dress. Dress how I dress.
How do you make friends with psychics?
You just go to like agave.
Oh, why?
That's like a new age church now. Yeah. Everyone thinks I go there, but I fucking do.
Because you go there because you're like, oh, like you like saved your apartment.
Yeah.
Is that place full of crystals?
No, but like my apartment is for
Do
sure.
you have any crystals on you?
Nope.
What happens when you're away from your crystals?
I feel fine because I'm not like a maniac. I feel that you have crystals on. She has it. I like her.
So, how do you meet a psychic?
You say words to them and then they tell you that they're psychic and then you just get their phone number and you hang up.
Are you a gypsy?
No, but my mom is for sure. That's funny.
So your mom has crystals too?
Yeah, my mom thinks she's a woman.
Like, get into that.
Yeah. Like, what makes you you is cooler than the fact that you can kill me. Yeah.
Were you born in a crate?
We can all do that. No, not that I know of.
Yeah, anybody can get an abortion.
Yeah. Okay, exactly. Except for you guys.
No,
You can pay for them.
I put my babies in a sock.
They're expensive.
Are they?
Yeah.
Even really? How expensive is an abortion? I go with my abortion special consultants. That means scenario.
Well, a little bit of back.
Okay, but how much would one be?
It's $350.
I have 700.
You have one?
Yeah.
Also, you just make out 350. Anchors are so expensive.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no reason to go to the party.
Yeah.
Sprouts a little bit, but it must have been a wooden anchor. You guys all laughed at the same time at once. Very bizarre crowd.
My ex-girlfriend just started her period. That's like that's not like a $350 value right there. She started period.
Just go on horseback. What do you miss about Buffalo?
Just people are just like down here, blue collar.
You have a lot of friends there.
No, everyone.
You ever go back and visit?
Like every 2 years. Yeah. Yeah.
And they stay in Buffalo.
Yeah. How old are you? 28.
Are you ticklish?
Depends. Don't stop Redman whenever you do.
Top 3 dicks you sucked on.
What was that?
Top 3 dicks you sucked on.
Top 3, like as in are they famous or
I don't know. Just like,
I know mine.
I think you did a great job. You came up with material, and that to me says a lot.
And by the way, I would never want to do this so we can
That's all.
I just
That's kind of my name.
yeah.
Well, good attitude. That's kind of my name. And I go,
Foremost, Iran is the Puerto Rico of the Middle East.
that's true.
Any thoughts on Miss Martinez?
I thought she was funny. I appreciate the girl has kind of wild jokes. Usually it's just boys like that.
Is it okay that her face is open?
Would I prefer her to like not look like such a whore?
If you want to give your Twitter handle a shot.
Just Monterey. My name Monterey and Monarey. My dad does drugs, so that's really good.
That's a great name.
All the facts. A gypsy mom, a drug addict dad, like that's what you get. Yeah.
Well, you get a comic out of that. That's
For sure.
What's your dad's drug of choice?
Heroin. Sober now, you guys. Give it up for Monterey.
It's just in small groups. I had a side move back.
Me too. I was like, let's go. What do I go see?
Just in small groups.
Did you have questions for the guy?
You mentioned heroin. I just wanted to
I guess the same question. Was there ever something that you did when you very first started comedy that you can't believe you did, or like that you regret or that you find embarrassing? Me too. Business card. Oh yeah, stand up comedian business card. Image on it? Yeah, a little stand up comedian guy. I passed it around. It always catch me up when I have like an opening act on the road with me. They're standing outside and I'm business cards. I'm like, oh, really? But yeah, it's one of the most embarrassing things.
It shows you had a good business sensibility.
Yeah, now people like that card like that. Yeah, well, the card is sort of like I feel like it's like old newspaper voice stuff. Oh, yeah, here's my business card. Contact me on the rotary.
Still ask for a card, and then I feel stupid. I'm like, no, I don't know.
That's cool. My dad would thing now. It's like a thing. People love it. Yeah, my dad would ask somebody for a business card. They give it to him. They should have a thing now where like you tap, phone together, like a button and a tap.
So you can't tap.
Oh, really? I bet you, Stephanie.
Well, like,
What's the worst thing you did in the beginning of your career?
I don't know. I have a lot of really embarrassing stories in Black Dog because I was on a really high drunk. But no, but like you can't be fucked up when you first start. It's not like a good movie. I'm like a good stop. But I remember when the first time I did the open mic downstairs, the host didn't even know who it was. I was like, just all of their energy. Like, okay, you're gonna get 3 minutes and there's gonna be a light at 2 minutes. You're gonna be on stage. It's gonna be a star. Okay. And then I don't know how much I did. Probably was like a minute. And I guess I was so nervous and like, blackout for this whole red lights and the stars on there. Yeah, I thought that was the light. I was like, give me a gun! And I just like freaked out and ran off stage. I didn't do that for like 6 months. I've still never done one of those.
I always thought
for 6 years.
Again, like when I have an opener, like walks on stage, like literally guest spot at my show, and they walk on stage with me.
You have to
get 5 minutes. You're just sitting there. Oh, it's my thing. You don't have a fucking thing. You suck. Transcriber Michael Perkinson, ladies and shut the fuck up. Oh, pit bulls. Everybody wants to have a pit bull. It's not how. They're not vicious. It's just how you raise them. Look, motherfuckers, you can raise a border collie to be vicious. And it's still just gonna gnaw on your fucking baby's neck like a dentavone. Nothing's gonna happen. It's not about it how you raise it. It's the fact that at one point, its whole fucking 8-year life, decides to fucking do something stupid. It can fucking kill an antelope. It's a fucking pit bull. There's nothing dog we fear. Talk about how people. Hey, I love how people take it serious now that I wear glasses. A year ago, I didn't have glasses, and people took me for the retard that I am. But now, they're like, "Hey, did you clean that faucet as good as you could?" Yes, sir. I promise, sir. I understand. Right? And then now people are like, "Hey, I'm thinking about buying a nursing home. What do you think?" I'm like, "Yeah, nursing homes are turnkey." People are always. So many questions. Nursing homes are turnkey. Let's fucking leave it on that. I mean, I'm writing the joke in their head. To fill in for you guys and for some of the listeners that might be seeing Michael for the first time, he's been on a few times. What about Michael is that he's funnier in between his jokes. When he's talking about how bad that just went or whatever, like in the middle of jokes, he kills. And then when he starts saying something that he prepared and thought of, and it's just dog shit. But don't let that take away from the fact that he's killing in between the jokes because he was such a fucking likable, like giant lesbian head. If Jimmy from South Park wasn't paralyzed, I mean, are you talking about Timmy? Stupid. Are you trying to race me right now? In a fucking bathing suit? You're trying to make What were you doing in those shorts? I know it wasn't working out. You fucking shit. You Holly. Jimmy from South Park who isn't even a fucking character. Like, he's so fat that that shirt never comes off even if he's in the pool. Oh yeah, he's a keep the shirt on kind of guy. Oh yeah. Jimmy is actually what's that on your arm? What is on your forearm? They do a tattoo.
It's his
What's on your forearm? That's my set. What does it say on your fucking forearm? Read the words. Alright. Gummy, Avatar, Pac-Man, Risk and Reward. What happens? You get 1 minute on stage, you prepare all that shit in your arm, and you just fucking rattle on nonsense about border collies can be like animals. Listen, guy, you use a Sharpie, guy. Yes, man. You want to talk about a use a razor blade if those are the chicks. Help me handle it yourself. Like, see his watching and see how his reaction will be. He's been in the war zone. It's you pussies first. We're talking about bad day. I didn't get drunk, so I did some dance off for the entry. Oh, did you win that? I won it. I lost all self, whatever they call it. Shut up. I'm trying to get on the stage. We're allowed to tile out. So there's some manager who kind of looks like, probably the guy looks like Andy Dick's younger brother. Then some guy's like, you just know how to tile out? I don't think you know what's happening right now. Did you just try to tell a little story or something? Did you just into another setting? I just killed the MG room when I got off the stage. What's it called? No, it's real. Holy fuck, Rabbi, you gotta get some shoes. Where are you trying to win back? Middle-aged vacation. I'm sleeping on a couch. I've been sleeping on a couch. Just because you're sleeping on a couch doesn't mean you have to wear what you're sleeping on the couch. And you can get off the couch and put on a fucking adult outfit. Straightening iron to straighten that hair out. I mean, I like how interesting you all are. How old are you? I'm 29. You're really funny, man. You're a funny dude. They really are. You're a funny person. They have a right to say fucking right. You know what? Sometimes some people don't need to, in certain situations. Like we've said this every time it's been on, it's taking time off to be, the next Jonah Hill type in some fucking whatever. I mean, look at his fucking head. How can you not love that? He's better than Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill's gonna lose out on roles to this fucking guy, and they're gonna be casting a Jonah Hill type, and he's gonna book it over Jonah Hill. Because you're like locked in Jonah Hill at his best. Jonah showed us that he can actually control himself, and you can do that, but it's perfect. You can stay in this perfect, likable weight, and it would be awesome.
2026 ROTHSCHILD. Why not? Why not?
I'm a one-liner, but go to these open mics repetitively. You're a one-liner? Yeah. No, you're not. Give me one line. Come on. I leave Cheetos in the street to teach birds about risk and reward. Do one that you haven't done on the show. One of the fucking things on your I think it's not a one-liner. What's the Pac-Man one? First of all, you have to write fucking risk and reward on your arm. Remember that bullshit? Just make shit. I just smile and keep looking, guys. That's all you do. Just smile and keep looking. You're into the joke. I'm already joke about risk and reward. Words can bring it down. Words can make me want to kill myself. Oh, stop. Really? You're not really. I'm not so sad. You would never, ever kill yourself. I'm not going to kill myself. What's the Batman joke? Okay. It's ridiculous. I like to run through grocery stores, eating hard-boiled eggs till I find the fruit section. So I can pretend I'm Pac-Man. That's funny. That's funny. I still think you're not a well-liner. No, you're a guy who comes on stage and has fun. Yeah, you know what? You were correct to say that Tony was Jimmy Melissa Joan Hart is now following me on Twitter, everybody. I got it.
Like a company they follow yeah, sorry, but that's cool.
I was gonna say she's gonna have to explain herself.
Sabrina the teenage bitch.
Wow, you really went for it there. Everybody. Even the irony of all that I know.
By the way, she's following me, and she's also following 130,000 other people.
My heart is broken. Larissa. Or still looks pretty decent.
Are those for kids?
Yeah.
Kill Tony! Kill Tony!
Hey, you guys,
What was that? Are you gonna write that on your arm for next week? Okay, rattle off one more two from your arm. I want to hear another one. I want to see if any of these are good.
Teddy Grahams are fossilized gummy bears. You've been eating
Some people in the audience, I feel like they just jumped off a building. That went off your arm.
You really put that on your arm.
I put it on the coffee. I'm lucky. There's only one fossilization.
why did you write it?
It's there for backup. I keep up with the
You know what you have to do now, Michael? Kill yourself.
No, no.
No, you don't have to do that. You just have to cut off your left arm.
Let's go with the diabetes.
Oh, I see that. That's great. And a smile. I like that.
I don't care. Gives a shit.
You're a funny man. You really are a funny dude, man. You really are. Michael, what do you want to do? Like, what are your two biggest dreams?
The biggest dreams? Dude, it's not having to fucking worry about anything. Just have to have a ring covered and get some pussy every now and again that doesn't be that painful. Fuck it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no. I want to fuck you, I don't want you to leave.
I mean, like, sounds like that couch shit has another 30 years of you ahead of it.
I don't believe you.
You're one of those girls.
I think a girl would really help you, like, buy some shoes.
With my money, right?
No.
And her shoes and your shoes. What do you do? What do you work? I don't have a job. I'm just here trying to find a job. I got an audition to play a fucking overweight, creepy guy.
Well, normally when people like say the description of the audition that they're going on like that, they don't perfectly nail exactly like what they are. I mean, what kind of auditions would you rather be going out for? Overweight, slightly creepy guy? Because there's only so many options of shit that you can book. What do you want to do? What do you want to be? Skinny? Not creepy?
No, I want to do karate.
Do you do any karate? What did you do for this dance outfit?
I'll fucking kill it.
You fucking killed
I
it.
saw a little bit of it. I broke the ceiling. You want to play some music? I'll dance.
Well, are you gonna break the ceiling?
No, I'll put the microphone stand away.
Audience, would you like that? I think we all want to see. I think we all want to see exactly what Michael Perkins is doing. He's emptying the pockets. We gotta get to the shoes. And the shoes are off. Wow. Fuck yeah. Oh. What do you call that? Those dance moves, like the high cholesterol, or what is it exactly?
I used to strip right in the laundry mat. Man, I just did a dance audition. It was so fucking funny. Professional dancer. This dude had an iPad. He was chasing me around this basketball gym. Just
Oh wow, so when the blood gets rushing to his head, it's a disaster. Tonight. You woke up the beast and you put that stuff in your pocket. You got that? What's going on over there?
gotta be careful of those mesh pockets.
It's this audition.
And it sounded like I'm not even auditioning. They just took me from the picture.
You booked it. Oh my God.
I got this picture where I'm like, yeah.
Fuck y'all.
Just kidding. No.
I think we have a future Ron Holtzman.
Yeah, I know. I never heard of him. Say somebody I know.
I think in the future, yeah, there's definitely something to you. You're very, very likable, and we love having you on. Like, you're a real wildfire. So, we love to hear all this shit. Pretty sure you already booked it. Just like the former GM of the Comedy Store, one of the guys that, one of the last bosses I ever had. The last boss I ever had. They couldn't buy me. Oh God, it was crazy. Well, what can I say? It's an interesting one. This isn't written on a normal piece of paper. Is that approved, Josh? You know about this? So somebody just wrote this in earlier? Well, then I shouldn't read it, right? So that makes it an unfair system, correct? Alright, perfect. See, we're honorable here. Parents got their next comedian, David Deary.
Next time I just got back to LA. I was visiting my parents for 2 weeks. I never realized how much I hated my parents. I also never realized how loud masturbation actually is. There's really nothing worse than jerking off and thinking to yourself, can my mom hear this? The only thing worse than that is jerking off thinking, can my mom hear this? And being like, oh yeah, she can. It's a big boy now, isn't it? He's so much. I've seen those Star Wars toys for someone else. The only thing worse than that would be jerking off thinking, can my mom hear this? And getting excited about it, and there's a knock at the door. And it's my dad. He's like, what are you doing? Oh, you're jerking off to mom? Oh, yeah. And the cousins all come over. They're like, yeah, the dog. And they're all like, oh my God, thanks a lot.
59 second please, David Deary. Perhaps I would say one of my favorite minutes I think I've ever heard. Yeah, kept it on one thing. And
one off?
I think that's definitely, if not the best minute I've heard.
Come on, guys, come on. This is 20 years in this, guys.
That's why he did so.
You see this?
Yeah, we see.
He doesn't have it.
You're a pedophile forever.
I know. His publicist in Vegas stopped me like a long time ago. Like, this was like Mr. Showtime. Like, he was like, oh my God. You know David Cross? I was like, yeah, I know. I've been getting it a lot. Like, seriously.
Another story from David Deary.
David Cross.
David, I love that. That was amazing.
Thanks.
How long have you been on stand-up?
About 5.5 years.
5.5 years. And you're from?
Well, I'm originally from Philadelphia, but it's been past 10 years.
Europe? Doing stand-up?
Yeah, it's stand-up. I started in Europe.
Where at?
In Berlin.
You started in Germany?
Yes.
What's your nationality? What are you?
My mom's Jewish, my
Get
dad.
the fuck out of there. That is amazing.
No,
You started in Berlin.
Yeah.
You're Jewish.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. I got it back, bro.
Incredible.
My dad's Italian-Irish.
And what state?
I'm a Chelsea Brady. They were Chelsea Brady's. She's also Jewish.
I thought you were pretty impressed, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Pretty good opener, strong.
There's not a lot of comics in Germany. You know what I mean? I get a lot of time.
What's some of the differences in European crowds and here? I performed in Sweden, and I can tell you one thing that I noticed.
What's that?
Is that they don't laugh like Americans. Americans laugh more like abundance. Like when we think something's funny, we let it read. We all have our own goofy laughs that we do. We push it. And in Europe, it's sort of, at least with the stand-up, it's like, we're like, like
They clap a lot.
respect, and they clap.
Yeah.
Like if you're killing, then they're clapping. Like mad the whole time because the show's going good. And we're like, yeah, keep it going.
German audiences clap, like even for German comics, it's just like a thing in their culture when they laugh. If it's really good, they clap. So it's hard, and it's hard to, like, I guess they don't have the culture of like joke, slam, and get a rolling, like Bobby B when he made a perform out there, people just be like, oh, it's funny, oh, and it's just like, no, that's a good antagonist.
I did it with Joe Rogan, and that's pretty much what he did. It's like these people were clapping their hands together for pretty much, an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Not to mention the half hour that I just going up and down him. I mean,
it's probably hard to keep your timing. Like I only did comedy in Europe,
it was
so
super weird. We did 2 sets in a theater in Sweden at one night, and I did 30 and he did an hour and a half. And the first set, I spent the last 10 minutes of it only being able to talk about their responses and the fact that they could clap. Like, I had this weird epic sort of set with the people that were there, where I was realizing what was happening and also thinking that I wasn't doing good. So I'm like, why are you guys laughing? And they were laughing at that. They were clapping at that. What is going on? Like, I almost felt like it was a giant brain. And then I made the adjustments for the second set. This kept going, and if you just keep going, this stick with you. They can't believe it because I guess people just aren't that funny.
It's just not, and they just don't do it. It's like the same reason we're not good at soccer. We just don't care. They don't care about it.
David, that's it. That was a.
They don't give a shit about it.
That was a complete bit, right? Like that's.
Yeah. I've done it a few times.
How much material have you is it comfortable? How much material do you have? What's the longest set?
Well, I've done a lot of long sets because when I started, I actually was just like, I wasn't even trying to be a comic. I was like, I'm just gonna go for a show. Like it was a joke. And then a lot of people came, and it was like my friend told me, he said, oh, you should be a comic. Like, it's a classic story. Like, you should do comedy. And there's no, out there especially, there's nowhere to do comedy. So I just said, all right, I'll do it. No, lots of German.
What brought you there in the first place?
Music stuff.
What makes you keep the mustache?
I fixed the washing machine one time, and I was like, you know what? I got this. This is mine now.
David, you want to do the Death Squad show Friday?
Yes. I signed up for this podcast like 20 times, and I'm pretty bitter about it. And today I was like, I feel like I'm going to get picked today because this Pat Reagan was talking about dead cats, and the crowd is angry, and I'm going to be horrible. I know it's going to be now we're down. Thanks, guys.
That was really impressive.
I'm much happier now than I was in Germany. So.
Yeah, I've known you for quite a while, and you've helped, Josh, set up and help us out.
Thanks for letting me do that, Tony. You're very cool. I'm pretty old.
You're like the cool dad.
I'm the cool dad, yeah. The skateboarding dad.
Dad, wear this hat.
I'm 41.
How long were you in Europe for?
10 years. I know, I blinked in on this.
What were you doing over there?
Well, I went over there doing music stuff. I used to do a lot of music stuff. And
when you say music stuff,
I knew there was
you got a Walkman and headphones.
I been in bands and I produced music, but I went over there DJing with some hip hop kids from New York, and then just kind of fell in love with the religion. She is. So I got all your old dudes with hip hops in a band.
David, did you drive a band across the
Trying to hide my past here.
I mean, your past is drinking games.
I was a DJ.
$1 million question. The $1 million question is, how did you get your pedophile band across the ocean?
It's a good one.
You guys are doing all sorts of submarine. I love it.
Lots of little kids paddling, man. Paddling.
What kind of car do you have?
I don't have a car. I have a bike. Wow. And I'm like,
how far do you live from here?
I live right now. I live in Westlake. I'm looking for a place. I live in Ontario, California.
Yeah. I don't even know what Westlake is. You name a cross street or something?
4th and Rampart. You want to know the exact location? Take it over on the address of what they do. It's like down past Koreatown. It's like Koreatown, Westlake, downtown. It's not like Being on the bus too sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. Or I'll get on the train. I'll get on the red line. We're gonna make massage parlors over there. I bet.
You go to the farmer's market, don't you?
I'm looking for a place to live right now, so I just got a job at a pizza place. Watch you moving with Judith. I'm married. I'm a married man. So I'm with my wife. So she's cool. Oh, she's in. She's in me. Yeah, he would never have been married.
Where are you from?
Originally from the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Born and raised?
Where?
Close to
Did any US vehicles break their heart out there?
Nah. It's nice to have one to look at. What's that?
Well, David, we love having you on.
You did a good job.
Mr. David Deary.
Oh, yeah, you can take the red line to the gold line. I know. Yes. And I did that before on my way to the Rose Bowl. I'm Buckeye, like winning ground. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is Alex Wong.
I've been sex long enough that my friends call me a pocket pussy. Like, it's funny and it's weird. It's funny because I know now he owns a sex toy. Because you don't just go around buying sex toys for people. Now you're a consumer, you're a believer in that product. It's weird because I know after he used his sex toy, he was like, oh, you know who could use one of these? Alex could. Happy birthday. But I took it because it's a gift. And I get lonely because you get lonely. So when I'm at home, I'm looking at the pocket pussy. And I'm on a cute grandparent. It's like, don't know why people like you. No, I'm just like mad at Sandra Bullock. Like, come on, Sandra, give him another chance. He's misunderstood. That's a 2 weeks notice again. Like, ah, fuck it.
Was it come after that? That was it? Or you just still your minute?
No. There's like a couple more like lines to a couple more tags.
And then he fucks the pussy.
I take his pussy down.
Did you try it?
I did try it.
Does it actually fit in your mouth?
Yes, it does. It's compact. It's more.
Did you take it? Did you take it to a public place with you and then use it for like what it's worth, or did you just use it at home?
I used it
for a pocket pussy.
I used it in traffic.
How happy are your parents right now that you stand up comedy?
They're miserable.
They're Asian, I know.
Your dad gave you that pocket pussy.
Are you Korean?
My mom's Vietnamese, French, Dutch, Chinese.
Sexy.
That's where their lips come in. They're so supple. Some sick baby.
So, well, look at his bone structure and his hips.
That's not
So, when did you use it? How did you use it? What was the way you want to know? Because that's part of the material of the and certainly, it's not that funny when I'm staring at it, wondering what the fuck he's gonna do the whole time. So, you fucked it, what went down?
There's like a little like thing of lube that comes with it.
And is that lube?
Yeah.
Alright.
Like a ketchup packet?
Yeah, like a
Did you read the ingredients?
No, it's probably bad for me though. But it works. It works. I'm like on a 405 and it's like bumper to bumper tread.
You already can't drive, and you're what's that?
You didn't
And a Prius.
You'd never be able to explain yourself. So seriously, when you use it at home or in the car, I like to test myself, I like to challenge myself. Are you trying to make a joke?
Yeah, I don't believe he used to do it.
That's a
You like videos of that?
Use that?
Have you fucking faculty in your car?
I have. It's just like,
Photos?
yes.
Yeah.
You really took a photo of yourself? No, I did not.
It's so much multitasking. You're driving fucking the
It's like after a show and I'm going home and I just have a slow urge to jack off. It's like after a show and there's traffic in the front by. Yeah, there's always
before work to run off some of that energy. You should really get home without charging home.
There he is. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear me. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Welcome. I was just thinking about you. Riser, can you hear me? There he is. Can you hear me? Hello? Yo, Riser. 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 Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Can you hear me? Riser. Riser. I see you're there. Yo, can you see me? I'm gonna call you. Yo, dog. Yo, I don't know what's going on. Let me check and see if Discord's having an issue. Dude, great job on your post.
The private call works fine.
Yeah, I know. It's strange. Okay, so I'm gonna go to down. I'm going to down detector, and I'm looking at Discord. Discord looks like it's having issues. Oh yeah, Discord's having major issues right now. So let's just talk until it gets fixed. All right, dog. I'm just giving you a heads up. That chick who I sent you, you posted a picture of her at the tip of my penis and asked 2 years ago who that was, and somebody answered you. she's your body blue. That bitch is your body blue.
It's research purposes.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly. Research purposes. My ass. I see that you are a fan of Jessa Rhodes, a true man of culture. I like the picture that you took of her. That was good. Yeah, dog. That's what I was gonna say. You better clean your shit up. So go to. Yeah, it's your post from 2 years ago. So you were so obsessed with this girl. Like, I understand Zoot because his girl's on the front page, but you went on a man hunt, or better yet, a woman hunt for this bitch. So I was just.
Yeah, this is why you don't go on Reddit.
I thought of that too. I know, man. Your secret's safe with me. I won't tell Zoot, but I do have to give you some shit over it. I know, and all these people are like, who's this pervert who fucking loves Japanese indoor pools? Oh, that's fucking funny. I saw that. I was like, no, this can't be Riser. And I'm like, oh, no, it is. I was on a walk today. I made a video for you, by the way, but it's on my other phone. And I was looking at your post on my walk, and I was like, No fucking way. He is a little pervert, and so I thought that was hilarious. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up about your account got hacked. All right. Well, then you got hacked. Okay, no big deal. So no big deal. I just wanted to bust your balls on that, dude. Your post did so well. Over 2,000 likes. I don't know. When I was looking at it, it was like 2,400 or something. I want to say it was pretty high.
Oh yeah, no, it's going up faster than the fucking later video.
Word, dog. Hey, but you didn't even thank the guy. You should be like, dude, thanks. I mean, it's kind of a dick move on your part.
Yeah, Reddit etiquette.
It's called Reddicate.
Right, yeah. I think I sent him a DM with like flowers and like a coupon to.
I'm sure you did. I am sure you did. But
A nice tip.
yeah, well, that's good. So at least I know you're.
A nice tip too.
Yeah, tip of my penis. At least I know your type. It's basically what I thought it would be. It's basically what everybody is. So that's good. Yeah. So anyway, that's just hilarious that we give Zoot so much shit, but you know, nobody's perfect.
All liminal spaces. People are like, who is this goober?
Exactly.
Liminal photos.
Exactly. I it like on my walk, I was looking at your profile. I was like, dude, I can't be reading this correctly. I'm like, no way. Did he fuck up majorly? And I'm like looking at your post. I didn't see it. I didn't see last night that you had other pictures on it. So I like swiped through. I was like, oh, tight. And then I look at your profile. I'm like, no fucking way. So I was gonna make a video for you, that of my discovery, but I made a nice one for you. But it's on my other phone, so I don't have it right now.
Plus, I said this is a private call for once, not a stream as well addressing this for future.
Oh, everybody can hear it, but like nobody can hear it because
Oh, great.
yeah, no big deal. Okay, so dude, there is a documentary I think you'd really like that we should watch. You don't have to watch it tonight, but it's on Stanley Meyer and the water powered car, and that's like a really important part of history that is not discussed a lot, and we should know it better. We should know it like Bob was
I got assassinated.
at a Cracker Barrel in Ohio. He got arsenic poisoned or something, some kind of poisoning. Yeah, so we should check that out. And he was meeting with oil executives there, and as he was leaving, or as they left, he got into the parking lot and yelled, "They poisoned me!" And then he died in the parking lot. So one day, I'd like to make a cross country road trip to his wherever he died, and I don't know.
Why hasn't someone like picked up on where like his work is? I mean, there's hydrogen cars, but this is just running on water.
Straight water, dog. That's what we have to find out. Like I know this story and I've known about it for like 5 or 10 years or so. No, more than that. Maybe 15 or 20 years. But your guess is as good as mine. The only thing that I've ever been able to surmise is that they basically took Stanley Meyer to court. Somebody did, and said that you know what the words they use, debunk and all that other shit. Said that they basically ruined his life in court, and then when he was going to sell or maybe he wasn't even going to sell it, but he was just in discussions with some powerful people. And I think that has scared off a lot of people. But you're absolutely right. Like, you're telling me that some guy like, I don't know, Bitcoin Obama, not him specifically, but some guy who's like has no oil, has been like, but like tons of water, it's just never been like, dog, let's put this in a car and let's try to figure this shit out. What am I saying? Like, necessity is the mother of invention, and like a place where you have no gas or oil would be like, okay, let's really try to get down to this. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it is all um, fake or whatever. But I've seen what the car looks like. It was just like a little go kart looking thing. Um, but if Bob Lazar,
His death is not fake, though. So
no, absolutely,
The guy is fake.
absolutely, no. I know. Well, that's the thing. Like they just say he had a heart attack or some shit like that. Um, but I'm not sure. Then we have to watch Air, and then well, we can do Air for whatever. Discord. I can't believe it's having such an issue. So anyway, um, I well, how was your day?
It's good. Nice day outside. Very chill. No complaints.
Very well. We oh, I got asked to be on a podcast tomorrow at 9 a.m. So it's with somebody in Czech Republic, but we'll see how that goes. Um, yeah, yeah. So
They asked you, or you asked them, and they said yes.
he asked me, and I didn't get his message. It was like in my spam messages of X that I just like I never ever check, ever check, because you know there's only like garbage in there. It's literally like hundreds of OnlyFans girls. It's it, and they're just bots or whatever. But then there's this random Czech Republic guy who I think saw that I had asked to be on somebody else's podcast, and he was like, "Oh, I'll have you on." And he has a tech AI podcast, so that's cool.
Nice.
Uh,
Is it like more than 500 subscribers?
I don't think so. Maybe, but he's got a nice setup. But his English is you know like not his first language, so he'll be better understand.
Does he post his podcast on Reddit?
He posted on X, so that's something. Um, I I uh, I I will see. I um I just saw that he had posted on X. Um, okay, so I had this idea.
How long are you going to talk for? It's going to be
I don't know.
AI?
I don't.
An hour?
No, I don't know if it's all in AI. See, the thing is, though, he has to know something about me before interviewing me, or I'm just going to overwhelm you with so much. And so I sent him. He just got back to me like this evening, and was like, "We'll do it." Or I asked him, "What time are we?" I asked him like if I don't know, 4 in the afternoon or something. When do you want to do the podcast? And he's like, um, he got back to me. He's like 9 a.m. tomorrow. And, okay, what channel do we do it on? By the way, you should know if anybody ever asked you to be on a podcast, be very weary because it's a really easy way to defraud somebody. Basically, they send you a link that you think is a Zoom link, and it ends up being like a drainer link. I got one time. It didn't drain me, but
Yeah, no, I've heard about that.
yeah. And you're so excited to be on the podcast that you're like, oh yeah, I'll give you access to my computer and all kinds of shit
They
like
hit
that.
the Zoom link and then bam. It's actually it's very smart.
Oh, it's totally
It's
smart.
horrible, but
It's totally smart. So I did this thing. Remember DeviantArt? They banned me for. They said I was linking off site, which is like okay, that's cool. So I did this thing. I don't know if it's. I don't know. This to me is just extremely outside the box thinking. Uh, so I go on Getty Images, which is like the largest quality image database on the internet, and I get thousands of pictures of women who I think are really beautiful, but they're not what I would say um, what like the kids, so to speak, would think are beautiful now. They're like ladies from like
Lena Rhodes.
Yeah, they're not like that chick, but they're like it's like it's like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn kind of chicks, and but they're like classically beautiful women, and the reason why I chose them is usually they're dressed pretty modestly, and I don't want just like chicks in like bikinis and stuff. It's fine if they have ball gowns on or something like that, but like anybody can do chicks in bikinis. Okay, so then what I did is I made a meme template for like 1,000 of them that says, "Please type hashtag, please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by life," and then below it linktree.com/Rabbi. And to my surprise, this started populating on Google. So I put 1,000 of these things on DeviantArt, and this asshole saw that my account um, was basically um, he saw that my account was uh, like just spamming like links or whatever. So I got banned because it said that I was like linking off site or something like that. So I thought, okay, all right, asshole. You think I'm linking off site? Then I'll remove all the links from my profile. Basically, like you might be able to find one link, like in a picture that I have or something.
Can you make the meme like your face when you search Rabbi Rothschild or something, and that's not? It's telling people to search, but it's not actually saying like this link.
Yeah, so that's what I did. So what I did was, instead of giving anybody a link, I found this bulk image creator that here, I'll just show you what this thing does. All right, can you see my face?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here's my blog. This is a blog that I created. Okay, so this is a picture of Whitney Houston, and do you see it says copyright? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It says copyright 2026, Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag viral rabbi. Please search Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. For more information, please search Rabbi Rothschild in any search engine, social media, or AI platform. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. But this isn't my fucking picture. You know, this is like a professional picture. But I'm just taking credit for all these people's pictures. And, you know, if I go viral, I'll give them all credit. I'll pay for all the pictures or whatever the fuck I need to do. But it's like, it's if they sue me, that's great. That brings me a lot of attention. It's almost like beneficial if they sue me. It really would be. And so.
Do you think the media would press the news just suing you?
Well, Whitney Houston's dead. It would be Getty Images that would sue me, and that's still fine. That's a huge news thing. I'd be able to get that in press releases and all kinds of shit. There'd be articles written about it and everything. So anyway, then I put my own copyright on this thing. And I don't know if this is gonna work, but let me just check. Let me see if it's worked thus far. One thing about my copyright is it's like a watermark, but I didn't put the watermark usually over the ladies' faces because they have really pretty faces and I kind of want to preserve them. And okay, so I'm gonna check right now. My other account lasted like 22 hours or something, and this one, I get so many people who who are favoriting these pictures because they are cool pictures, and I didn't ruin them with this copyright. Let's see if I got banned. No, I mean I just got 3 people just now. Oh no, this person 1, 2, 3. Dude, this person's following all my shit. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like 12 fucking likes or they favorited, like, people like my art. It's not my fucking picture though, so they like professional pictures or whatever. But I didn't ruin them by putting this watermark over the people's faces. I could have, but then it looks to me more like spam, as opposed to me trying to preserve the picture by just having like a much longer copyright notice than anybody else has. So this account is now like almost 20 hours old, 20 something. It is. Let's see. Let's do it's like 20 hours old. So far so good, because these accounts are DeviantArt, uh, ranks really really well in Google, and so long as I can stay away from like the moderators or whatever of um DeviantArt or whatever for like, I don't know, maybe 48 hours or so, I should be okay, because then those um pictures will kind of settle, and then they won't be in like new releases or whatever. And but anyway, I thought that was it is, I know it's a really genius way of promoting myself, like in a sly way, by using that copyright watermark, because uh that's something that real photographers do, and nobody gives them shit. And I made sure I got rid of the links in just about all of my, like, I'm not promoting links. I do say like what to type into the computer, but that's not a link. So we'll see how that goes. But I've been working on that, and then I got this other. I'll show you my other. Can you still see? Can you see me?
To use a copyright symbol like that, so you actually have to like register the.
Who the fuck cares, dog? Sue me. That's what I'm saying. That's the best thing that could happen to me. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? The best thing that could happen to me is a giant company like Getty Images suing me. Because that means they're going to have a ton of lawyers who are looking up shit about me, and they're going to be like, holy fuck, this motherfucker has spammed everyone on the internet. We're not the only person with this issue. And they'll end up talking to their friends like, hey, this person's live streaming all of this right now, and we're going to send him papers, basically, and that's going to be live streamed. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it would be to my benefit. If that doesn't...
Yeah, so you're not allowed to claim one medium like that photo as your...
Well, so... Yeah, you're not, but here's the thing. There's an argument to be made that when I put my big message over it, that it becomes a new art piece. It's not a very good argument, but there is an argument to be made. And I think in the future, I'd be able to defend that argument, to say, I put my shit on everything. And by my adding text to it, it becomes my art. Now, they'll probably say, like, the big issue is something I believe called unjust enrichment. So, like, how much money am I making off of this? I'm not making anything off of it. So they can't sue me for any profits. This is really just a self-promotion thing. Here's another bot I have. Can you see my computer?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is going through all my old Instagrams, and it is adding descriptions and alt text. Like, this is in like Swahili or something. Some fucking language. There are 290 languages available on Google. On Google Translate now. They expanded last year. Didn't they, like, doubled their size? So I'm almost done with every single language. Like, at least I put like maybe 100 different posts or so for each language. And then here's my other bot. So you'll see 3 bots. This one.
They're using hashtags in those languages.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can only use 3 hashtags though. I'm sorry.
Change that in the future.
You can only use 5 hashtags on TikTok. And so this one, if you're wondering what this is doing, This is another bot that's creating. Okay, see, it's making a clip. You see the clip being made,
Yeah.
and then it posts in there, and then it publishes. There you go. So I've got 3 bots going.
Which site is that publishing it on?
Kick.
Okay.
So
Still doing that one.
Doug. Yeah, I figured.
They must love you.
I figure. I'm gonna. So long as I told them, I told Eddie Craven in an interview that I did with one of his bigger creators, Ori, like more than a year ago. I told him, you can stop all of what I'm doing right now if you just put in a CAPTCHA system. And they didn't. So long as they don't, I see it as a really great way to be able to promote myself. It gets people to come into my Discord, and at least sometimes they message me, sometimes they talk with me, or they'll come to my YouTube. Like people of all languages, or I should say all countries, who speak all languages because they don't know what this is. And so that gets them in. So I've got 3 bots going right now. One on Blogger, one on Instagram, one on Kick. That's right here. And then I've got another couple on Rumble. I have some other ones that are running on Rumble, and then 2 more on TikTok. So right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And the TikTok one's working.
They work amazingly, Riser. Yeah, they are. I've created over like 20,000 music videos, just random ass fucking songs, and I get all these really small artists who are like, "Thank you so much for using our music. Nobody's used our music before. You're the first person. We're so appreciative." And I get like organic follows from that and a bunch of likes. I just checked one of my accounts and I had like 39 extra likes. And it's literally just a fucking bot that just like half the time is just me sleeping and the other half of the time is just in calls like this. But I think it's really cool that all that is being archived. It's like little snapshots of my life played to music, which is art. It's absolutely art. So I think that's baller as fuck. What else? So those are my bots. I've got 7 bots going. 2 on Rumble, 2 on TikTok, 1 on Instagram, 1 on Kick, and 1 on Blogger. And then I did this thing for. There's this website called imgflip.com. It's one of the biggest meme websites. And I created over 2,000 memes on this website. And I got like 15,000 points, whatever that means. I get a ton of people who just randomly click on my profile and stuff. And then there's Flickr. Dude, I had 79,000 people look at my pictures in the last 72 hours on Flickr. No one liked it, but but 70. I just looked at it. They're just the pretty ladies with like text at the bottom that says, "Please type Rabbi." Your guess is as good as mine because DeviantArt, I get a ton. You just saw people were favoriting. So to me, it's like Flickr is either botting themselves or it's just being featured on like a big. Maybe it's being featured like on a big board, but I don't know. Somebody on DeviantArt did comment, "Why are you?"
It could be like
Like
where I see this thing where it's like the Yelp documentary where like they're basically charging people for these impressions, but their ad is way at the bottom.
That could be.
They have to like scroll down to actually see the thing, but 99% of people don't actually scroll down that far.
That could be, and I'm not doing it for people to see that. I'm doing it so that when you go to Google Photos, I have more photos there. Not that I don't have a lot, but I have a lot of competition. And I've never focused on photos. I've always focused on video. Video, I dominate in a lot of ways. And I'm doing my best to just, like I saw it as a weakness in my search engine strategy. And as I was doing my best to improve my AI strategy, I was like, well, you know what? Photos are something that I could really improve on. And um, you never know, somebody might see one of my memes and then actually go and like, whenever I have one of these new strategies, it always takes, I don't know, a week or two to see if it actually worked. And then I'll get a random person who comes into the Discord and I'll be like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, oh, I saw a meme of yours on this website. I'll be like, no way. Like, that's how it happened with Kick. That's how it happened when I would just spam people when I clip them. That's how it happened on Twitch. It's how it's happened on a lot of platforms. So, anyway, I thought that copyright thing was an interesting strategy. That, all right, guys, if you don't want me to put my links in there, that's fine. I will literally just still preserve the picture, even though I could destroy it and basically put my watermark over it. But the ladies are so pretty that I know they're still attractive pictures, and then it doesn't look 100% like I am just spamming my thing. It's like there's some artistic value to that. So um, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'll go to sleep tonight potentially, and tomorrow my DeviantArt account will be banned or whatever. But that's fine. It's no big deal. There's another couple websites I've been using. One of them is Tenor, tenor.com. It was bought by Google. I told you about this. This is the one that if you ever want to use like a GIF on, I think like Reddit uses Tenor. Reddit uses Tenor or Giphy. It might use Giphy or Jiffy or whatever. Um, but to get on those, every meme and every GIF has to be approved, like, which is unbelievable to me. Like, I would think that like it would be like just like Instagram where you just upload something, but no, everything. And it's telling me a longer story. It's telling me more and more about the internet, that more and more things have to be approved before they'll allow them to be posted. Like YouTube used to just be able to upload anything you want. Now there's a whole upload verification process to make sure it's not copyrighted or anything like that. And the same is happening with just GIFs and memes, and that to me is like a telltale sign of the internet that there's constriction of free speech and things like that. But yeah, and then um, I didn't ask anybody to be on their podcast today, and I should, but I was doing other things. So I might send out. All I have to do is send out either like 10 emails or contact 10 people on X or something. But that's my goal: 10 people a day. If I do that for 365 days, that's over 3,000 requests, and um, I should get some money for that. And it's not like what I want to do, which is create a robot that does it, and then just keep getting spammed, and then create another one, keep getting banned, and do another one, keep getting banned. I want to avoid that. I want to preserve my account. So anyway, we've got that going for us. I take it you still can't hear me in Discord, right? Well, maybe I take it. I hold on. Let me test myself. Test. Yeah, my other account is um normally the reason I have that other account in there is so that I can hear myself, because sometimes I run into issues where my mic goes down, and I want to know, is it on my end or your end, because I deal with so many people. Dude, Discord is off the chain when it comes to the issues that they're having. Um, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Here we go. For anyone having problems, switch the VC region to something else, and it'll work. Um, yeah, how do you do that? Um, let's see here. VCs are not working. Says I'm in my buddy. Says I'm in me and my buddy can't hear each other, and it says our mics are working. Can't get into VCs right now. Screen share. Okay. Well, this is a bitch. Let me see what people are saying on Twitter. Actually, let me go to Reddit. You know, I have a theory in the future Reddit karma will be worth money.
You can sell your account.
That's true. Alright, we're going to Discord. DISCORD. And community Discord. Yeah. And can't hear anyone on the call. I was on a call with a friend. Yeah, same. It's happening in one Discord server. I joined another VC and I can't hear because the Discord might be down. I kind of found a fix. You have to make everyone leave the VC, kind of like Roblox, make everyone leave the VC so it resets, then rejoin. It works, but it can still happen again, like right now it happened to me. The only way to fix it is to get everyone to leave the VC. This bug only occurs if you join the VC after it's been up for longer than 1 hour. Okay, so let's try that. Why don't we join? I'm gonna start another call. I have like a custom thing right below here. It says, just one moment. It says, join to create voice channel. Okay, can you join that one? Let's see if that works. Let me know if you have trouble finding it. It's right under Brandon's. So there's this section that we're in. Then it says Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. Then it says Brandon A. And then it's mine. Do you see? It says Rabbi Rothschild's channel. Yeah, you should. Oh wait, hold on. Let me check. I don't want to. Maybe. Telling tales out of school. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so do you see that there's the one that everybody's in, and then below it it's Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. Then it says join to create a channel. Then it says Brandon A's channel. Then it says Rabbi Rothschild's channel.
Below the arena, I have 24/7 radio station, and that goes to.
You don't see Brandon A's channel?
The 24/7 live stream.
Okay, just
I'll
one.
send you a screenshot.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm going to send you a link right now. So, there you have it. Okay, join the one that I just sent you. Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Isn't that weird? Okay, so let's just talk in here. So you don't see this call? Can you hear me? Riser! 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 Yo. Okay, so could you hear me in there?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
No, I couldn't. Okay. Well,
I may have been muted. I was you.
Okay, go back in there and let's try it again. Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
You can't hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can hear and see you.
Okay. Now I can hear you. And do you see this VC in your list? Like, do you see above here it says Brandon A? No way, it worked for 5 seconds and then it worked. Okay. What happened? You just couldn't hear me anymore? Can you hear me in this call? Yo, Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Okay, I'm gonna hang up and I'm gonna recall you. Riser. Riser. There he is. Yo, pimp. Okay, so it rugged completely. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For whatever reason, it cut out, and then the mic wasn't working in your mic.
So I was just. Could you still see me?
Yeah, I just no audio.
Okay, interesting. All right. I'm gonna go back in to Yo dog. Yo dog. Yo dog. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we could do screen share or whatever, which is fine, but I don't know, we'll probably run into issues with that. So we could just start the documentary at the same time as well. Or hold on. I'm talking about a documentary. I mean,
Screen sharing not work.
well, actually it might. Okay, so you want to do a screen share? Do you have enough devices to be able to talk in a call like this and then do screen share?
Yeah.
Oh, baller.
Screen share from my computer.
Baller. Okay. Okay, well, we can do that. Just one moment. I am going to.
Michael Jordan on the air.
Yeah. How are your Yeezys?
They're very comfy, spongy. I like them shoes.
Are you ready for an update on Brendan Shaw?
Spider and the Rapist, yeah.
you got it. All right. So there's Brendan Shaw is circling the drain, and I've said that before, and it's just this like amazing soap opera that's going on. So basically, I think that
He was arrested for running an illegal lottery.
yeah. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. That's absolutely true. Um, yeah, no doubt about that. Um, okay, just looking for it. All right, so here's what he did.
10,000 entries, even though it's charging $10 per entry.
Right, right. And then it just so happened that like somebody really close to him won, and then that person sold the car the next day, and then they found that car for sale in the same city where his business manager lives, Palm Beach. It's just extremely shady. Okay, so there's that aspect of it. There's another aspect. He's being sued. He was sued for two other things. One of them was for employment violations, but that one was hilarious. So was um, he had an employee. The guy's name is Mark. Mark's nickname is Big Gay Lion. Why? I don't know. That's just his nickname. And so Mark, Big Gay Lion, um, basically would go on tour with Brendan Schaub, and Brendan would only pay him like, even though Big Gay Lion was there for security and to be like a manager and stuff, Brendan wouldn't pay him like the way that you're supposed to be paid in the state of California, which is like your travel time and like you're working like 24 hours. So there's like um, there's like a certain extra amount of money that you're supposed to get while so he wasn't being paid correctly. So Big Gay Lion sued Brendan Schaub in court, and the day of the hearing, Big Gay Big Gay Lion um, sent the link to the court. They were doing like virtual court with Brendan Schaub in like an employment hearing, and Big Gay Lion sent the link to Brendan Schaub's biggest hater on the internet. And the biggest hater on the internet live streamed the court hearing live on YouTube, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub found out about it, and they like either delayed the hearing or they might throw out the case. But it was just absolutely like hilarious that like this the it's called PF Chang's because that's what the community is called. It's called homeless cats. These are just all insider terms, but basically what it is just like people like as um, as Shane Gillis has said, literally a medium-sized city now hates you. Okay, so Brendan Schaub, uh, he also did a what do you call it? Like an endorsement deal for some kind of like CBD, and in exchange for getting like 10% of the company, he did like CBD ads, and his CBD ads would be like this. They'd be like, yeah, you need to get what's it called, Pure Spectrum CBD. My son was having uh, epileptic seizures, but all we had to do was give him Pure Spectrum CBD, and he doesn't have epileptic seizures anymore. Which is like, that's like a hard thing to prove. But anyway, like Brendan would say anything because he was a 10% owner in this company. Well, he ended up like either selling his share or something like that. And anyway, there was some confusion, and he's being sued over that. All right. Then he's got Brian Callen, who cannot sell tickets. I told you he was in Irvine um, last weekend or 2 weekends ago, and couldn't sell out. They had to give his tickets away. And I've been to the Irvine, where he was playing the Irvine Spectrum. It's the Irvine Improv, and it's a big club, and it was like more than half empty, and they had to give away the tickets to the people who were there, which is never good for a comic. And now other comics are starting to make fun of Brian Callen because it's like, dude, you moved halfway across the country to get away from Brendan Schaub, your partner, so that you could live with live by Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan told you, hey, if you move to Austin, I will give you a residency here. And he did for a little bit. But the thing is, at the end of the day, Brian Callen is a 59-year-old comic who is like washed up. Nobody thinks he's funny. And he's never been like a big actor. He's always had bit parts and things. And moreover, people don't like him because he comes from like amazing amounts of wealth. His dad is an
There's even work about
well, his dad has the wealth. So his dad was an international banker, and he like Brian Callen was born in the Philippines at an army base and grew up in the Middle East, in like Saudi Arabia, and has just never really had to work for like that's how all these guys are. And I've said it before, but okay, you have Brendan Schaub, who was a comedian. His dad sold an email company and made up like millions of dollars doing that. Brian Callen, his dad was an international banker. Um, Bert Kreischer, his dad is a lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Um, Tom Segura, his dad was a major time Merrill Lynch executive. Um, Whitney, Whitney, uh, Whitney Cummings. Her dad is a lawyer for like venture capital, and her mom was like an executive at Nordstrom. Like all these people, are you seeing a pattern? Here's how this works, and I know I've said it before, but if you have I'm watching these people on Kill Tony, and like the people who are really working to be comics, um, they have to have a 9 to 5 job. They just can't sit around the fucking comedy store and get high all day and then go on for 10 minutes and make $20. Like that's not realistic. But these other guys can because they can basically um, utilize their family's wealth and stuff. So okay, back to Brian Callen. So Brian Callen can't sell any tickets, and I believe Brian Callen's contract with Brendan Schaub is up at the end of this fiscal year, which will be June. And so they're already making arrangements to go take the show from 2 days a week to 1 day a week. Now it's like, wait, why would you take your show from 2 days a week to 1 day a week? Like, doesn't that hurt like the show? And yeah, it absolutely does. The reason why they want to do that is because Brendan Schaub has to pay Brian Callen $25,000 a month to do the show, and he's not able to do that anymore because he's not making the money that he was. And Brian Callen is going to have his is having like everything cut because um, he's not able to sell tickets. He is a laughing stock. They went from the the media capital of the world, LA, to Austin, which everybody's moving out of Austin. Um, Not only that, Brendan Schaub, not Joe Rogan. Exactly, he's too invested, and see, he makes serious money. And when you make that kind of money, it's best to have a house in Austin. You can go and jet set anywhere in the world that you want, which is kind of what he does, at least in the United States. But to have that, you want to have a place that doesn't have income tax as your home base because you're making a huge income. So your income is like, I don't know, his is like $200 million, or like more than $100 million a year just from Spotify. That doesn't include YouTube, and it doesn't include the UFC or any of that other shit. And then you've got so to not have to pay tax on that is huge. And he has a big house in Austin, but the it's far less property taxes than he would be paying in state income tax. Now, on the other,
Google say that his Joe Rogan's net worth as of early 26 is 250 million. Like a billionaire.
is he like a billionaire?
I mean, like, do you think? I thought his net worth would be more than 250 million.
Yeah, I think Google's off. He signed his first Spotify deal for $250 million, and then his second Spotify deal was $250 million. So unless he blew through all that money, which he didn't, uh, I would say his net worth is probably closer to 400 million, maybe even a little more, especially because the endorsements that he does, that doesn't include the UFC and it doesn't include YouTube, which I'm sure is a pretty penny. So, um, I don't know, maybe Spotify's off, or maybe Google's off, which it is on a lot of those net worth estimators, but um, it's a good question. All right, so then you've got um, Brian Callen, who's not able to sell tickets, and he's getting everything cut. He has two families, one in California and one in Austin. His one in California has like kids who are just starting to become like college age, so he's not having to pay um, child support on them anymore, but he still has to pay $25,000 in alimony. Like the reason why he was doing Fighter and the Kid is because it was kind of a wash. Like, okay, I'll do this stupid show twice a week, and then that takes care of my alimony. But the thing is, with Brendan Schaub cutting him down to once a week because they're just not getting the views that they once had, it's like he doesn't know what he's going to do, and he's like freaking out over this stuff. And the thing is, they freak out on air, which is like they have their production meetings on air. They just don't communicate. They're not really good friends anymore. Not to say that they ever were. They kind of were using each other because they were in the Joe Rogan verse and whatever. Okay, so Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub is having to sell his house in Austin because he bought too big of a house. Basically, Brendan Schaub is like, oh, I'm not going to have to pay in, um, employment income or state income tax on my employment, so I'm going to be able to buy as big a house as I had in California. And it turned out that the property taxes were $80,000, and he's complaining about it because he's like, nobody tells you this stuff. And it's like, dude, a quick Google search would have told you, like, hey, the property taxes are going to be really serious, especially in Austin. And he's got homeowners fees and all these other things. So he's having to um, move, which is expensive too. And the thing is, the homeless cats, which is what the community is known as in the Reddit, they're, and I'll say I am too. I'm obsessed with every post. It's like because he just makes such an ass out of himself, and they have taken screenshots. Like his family keeps having to lower and lower the price of their house when. So now they're going to be selling it at a loss, which I feel really sorry for his kids. His kids didn't ask for this, and the thing is, they're they're just starting to get to the age where their friends have the internet and will get onto the Fighter and the Kid subreddit and are just going to tear these fuckers apart because their mom is a wannabe Kardashian who takes like OnlyFans pics for Instagram and in like bikinis and like onesies and like showing her butt everywhere. And these kids are just gonna be menacing to their parents. They're gonna be like, dude, your dad is such a doofus that Joe Rogan can't stand him, and your mom is an absolute whore. Like they're just I feel so badly for these kids. Anyway, then we've got Brendan Schaub, who did something. So Brendan doesn't have like he does so many fucking podcasts. Again, and I say that's why I am so invested in this is because he puts out a lot of content. He puts out his own show on Monday. He puts out um,
Have you asked if he has podcast?
no, but that's funny that you say that. I actually, his producer today was just randomly on Kick. Hasn't been on Kick in 2 years. And I look at my computer, the one that has the Kick bot on it, and I'm like, no fucking way. That's one of his producers for one of his shows. And my bot clicked him, and I looked at how many people were watching him. Zero. So it's like, dude, this guy, the producer is like a he's not a celebrity, but he's like pretty well known. He's like he does Theo Vaughn's podcast. He's the producer for it. He's the producer for um, some of Brendan Schaub's, and it's like if he's getting zero people, then your average person is getting zero people because this is a guy who has connections to a lot of these different streamers and podcasters. And if he's getting 0 people, then everybody's getting 0 people. A lot of people are. And then that means all these other people are it's Zoot. Zoot. Yeah. So let's can I add Zoot to this call? Hold on. Let me hold on. Let's see if we can. Okay, just one moment. I'll call you right back. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Okay. Discord's having some kind of issue, so just be patient. So just one moment. Let me get Riser in on this call. So just stay in here, okay? If this call cuts out, then we'll make arrangements. Just stay in this call. How are you? Okay, good. We'll talk in a second. Yo, big dog. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser. Zoot, can you hear me? Hey, Riser and I are trying to have a 3-way call with you. Do you see that we're trying to call you? All right, go to that 3-way call and let's see if we can get that to work. So I'll see you there. Yo, Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, just a moment. Zoot. Oh, I caught you. Amazing. Hold on. What'd you say, Zoot? Yeah, you are. Okay, so let me join. So Riser said that he. Hold on, you might hear me from 2. Yeah, okay. He just got a call from a friend, so he's doing his own thing. Let's play Dice Party. What up, Pimp?
I can't talk about it on live stream.
Okay, one of those issues. Okay, well, we're gonna play Dice Party and we're gonna make it all better, okay? Zoot.
Yeah.
I was on a walk today and I thought about you and I made you a video and it's on my other phone, but I'll send it to you when I can. And I just say that I appreciate your friendship. And I do. You should know that you're loved. So don't ever forget that. Three of a kind, Zoot.
Do you ever say like some weird comment and you go like, what the fuck? And then years later you don't think about it and then that comment turns out to be true?
Oh. Maybe, I guess.
I can't talk about it, but that just happened to me.
Okay, what happened?
It's too close to my location to talk about. If I talk about it, it docks it to my location.
Okay. Nice, small, straight dude.
I'll just say some very, very bad things may have happened around the area I live.
Okay.
With some very notorious people in the world.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, good. Oh, fuck you, Zoo.
Fraud. One, two, three, four, five.
No, you don't have a 4.
I don't even have a straight, do I?
No.
Might have been another choice.
3 of a kind.
Get me out.
Oh, no way. You don't have the balls to do that. Oh, wow, it paid off.
You're having a really hot score right now.
Yeah. Dude, I got a big straight, but I already have one.
I hate it when that happens.
Ditto.
You know, there was one game where I got 3 5 times in a row. It's not in a row. 3 5 times. And I was just like, it doesn't give you an extra bonus if you get them 5 times. It was annoying.
Dude, you're dominating.
I just need a full house. Which is that I think the full house is probably the easiest thing to get on the right side.
Okay. No, 3x. Because you need a 3x to get the full house. And the chance. And the chance. So the chance is the easiest on the right side, then the 3x.
That's a good fucking roll. Oh, speaking of, oh my god. Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Do I go the chance of the full house?
Whatever you want, big dog. Full house, obviously. What are you doing?
Full houses are not that hard to get.
Dude, you got a big chance, bro. How aren't you beating me by more?
Because I haven't played anything on the left side.
Neither have I. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, I've already played the full house, dog.
Yeah, the good thing about. Oh, no. 3, 2, 1. 12 is good.
Oh no, I made a mistake.
5, 6 is straight up. Give me 5 sixes or 5 fives. 5 sixes would be good. Or 4 fours. I should probably go for the twos. Okay, that's a good roll.
Give me another 3.
This game?
What did you say, big man?
You think I'm going to get the bingo?
Yes.
I think I'm going to get the bingo plus.
What's the bingo plus?
You know, it's when you get the bingo, the bonus, and the bonus 5 times.
Well, when you get the bingo, you get the bonus. Oh, okay. Okay, I get that. You should just call it a double bingo.
The dingo plus.
Okay, just call it
Dingo
the
plus.
dingo.
The dingo. Alright. Fuck. Fuck. This is bad. That is a bad roll. That is also a bad roll. That is also another good roll. Rabbi, you know what I need?
What do you need, Zoo?
5 sixes.
Okay.
Get 1 6.
You did not get the. You didn't get the bingo, nor did you get the dingo. Oh, you did get the bingo. You got the bingo. Good job. Okay, don't go anywhere. Let me see if I can get. Let me see what Riser's doing.
How did you play so badly?
Because I was focused on other things. Zoot wants to watch the Dingo documentary.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
You said playing my chomps there was a good move.
Yeah. You had said that you were going to go to Melbourne this weekend, and I understand you didn't, and that's fine. Why were you going to go there? Is there some kind of comedy special thing there?
It was. I started having dark thoughts.
Okay, well, has your medication helped?
I'm not on it yet.
Why aren't you on it? Why aren't you on it?
Because it gives me an access to a way to, you know.
Wait, why aren't you on it?
Because I need to have I need to have it supplied so I don't overdose.
You need a.
I need to have access to it, but not have access where I can overdose.
Okay, well, can't you give it to your mom and be like, hey, just give me these once a day? So why don't you give the prescription to your mom and say, Mom, keep these out of my hands, but once a day I'm supposed to take them. And at this point, you would say, Rabbi, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that.
Yep.
Say it.
Yeah.
That's not what I said to say.
That's a good idea. Right.
There you go, Zoo. Okay, cool. Do you want to watch the Dingo documentary? Do you want to watch the Dingo documentary?
Yeah. Why did Tony Hinchcliffe get kicked out of his own show because it was so bad?
Did this happen recently?
Yeah, his show was so bad that they kicked him off. He kicked him off stage and kicked him out of the venue. It was so bad.
Oh, because it's like a WrestleMania thing. They also threw him through a table.
No. This was last night.
Oh wait, this.
At Ocean's Casino in Atlantic City.
Oh, okay. Let's read about that. I did not know that. Hold on.
I think it was kicking people out of this show because it was so bad.
Wow, Zoo, you've got your pulse on the comedy epicenter. Tony Hinchcliffe performed stand-up at the Ovation Hall within the Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey. While there was a scheduled show on March 1st, 2025, the next confirmed upcoming performance is set for. Okay, here we did that. So, where did you find this information? On Instagram? Zoo. 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 Zoo, can you hear me? Test. 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 Oh.